There you go. That's better.
There we go.
All right, 3,
Perfect.
2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Massimo Cardo, back with another episode of Mixing with Mas.
Fine.
Got my dog Artie here.
Was good.
How you doing,
How you doing, bro? Nice seeing you, man.
You too, man. It's been a little while.
It has been a while.
So what you been doing lately?
I've just been working on a lot of music. You know, I'm working full time now. I don't go to school anymore, so I'm kind of just trying to set up myself for a lot of opportunity, a lot of success when it comes to music. I'm trying to open myself up more, make more money. You know, just slowly trying to put the pieces together.
Like establish yourself through a new connection.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. And then you also need funds and stuff. I see why you're moving away from school, if that wasn't particularly like for you. You know?
Yeah, no, school was never really for me like that. Ever since like second grade, I was been in IEP classes my whole entire life. So once I had the opportunity to get out of school, I was like, yeah, I'm hopping on that instantly, bro. I can't do school like that.
So the reason why I want to have you here is because like I've seen your leadership and local community, stuff like that, and I've seen you grow. And I remember the first time you did drop a song was your junior or senior year of high school?
It was the beginning of my junior year.
Got you. And what was the name of the song?
Free Smoke Freestyle.
That's right. That's right. And was the cover you in the deli?
No, the cover was me in my room, and I had a steak it wasn't a steak. It was a jewel at the time. And like I just told my brother, like, yo, take a picture of me while the smoke's coming out of my mouth, and then that's basically the cover for it. But yeah, I was in my room.
So you introduced yourself, 47, right?
Yes, sir.
How'd you come up with that?
Slouch. Oh, so 47. Originally, I was part of a group called SOD 247, and SOD stood for Sounds of Our Dreams. 247 stood for the work ethic. That was when I like only 2 months into actually making music, I joined this group. We were doing good as a unit, as a collective. We were doing really, really well. We were growing like a fan base and a following, but I always knew that there was another way we could get to where we want to be. Like we had fans, but I wanted to see if we could find a way to expand a little bit more. And then when Do That came out, my fan base blew up, and it kind of left everybody else that was in the group in the back because everybody only knew who I was. And I didn't like that because these are my brothers, you know, and they're all super, super talented. So they deserve to have that spotlight. So I was like, do you know what? Let me try and rebrand this. Let me try and change up the whole idea of what we're trying to build. Yeah. And that's when 47 is now the standalone.
Gotcha. Yeah, show them the label.
Yeah, this is it. This is the merch. We have a bunch of stuff out. We have a bunch of stuff like for the fall. We have a whole collection. We're dropping more stuff soon. We just dropped actually a jumpsuit, a white jumpsuit, and it has like, you know, when murderers write out like letters for the police, and it's like the magazine cutouts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we have that, but it's in Roman numerals, it's like the tattoo.
Got you. That's his date of birth?
No, this is 47 in Roman numerals.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's dope.
I'm devoted, bro. I'm telling you.
So 47 comes from
SOD 247.
And then you took the 47.
I took the 47, but I'm very spiritual. I was a devout Catholic my whole entire life, altar server, lector, all that stuff. But I kind of strayed away towards that as I got older. I don't know. It just, I didn't really believe that that's how life was through like a Christian or a Roman Catholic way of thinking. I'm a very self-believer in self-worth and like loving yourself more than anything else, because I believe that if you find a way to love yourself, you could do whatever you want in your life.
Absolutely.
And I like meditation, astral projection, and all that stuff like that. So with the 4 and the 7, it's actually 2 separate numbers that I combined it. The 4 is the 4th chakra, and I don't know if you're familiar with chakras, but it's spots of energy that are in your body in a line. So in your head, your neck,
I've heard of this. Very minimal.
Your chest, your stomach, like your legs. It's different sources of energy in your body that are distributed differently in all different parts. The 4th chakra is your mind. So basically what that means is having an overall understanding of your mind, of yourself, and how others think about you. The 7th chakra is your heart, and having your emotions controlled. So when you go and make a logical decision, you're already smart enough in your head and you're wise enough in your heart to not make a decision off of emotion, because I feel like the worst decisions are with emotion.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know?
Love knows no bounds and stuff like that. It's like,
exactly.
It's blinding, you know?
Exactly. Love is blind. So when you're with a girl who's toxic and horrible for you, but you love her, so you stay with her, you're only ruining yourself. The logical thing would be to break up, right?
Gotcha.
But that's the harder thing, and that's why people don't do it.
Wow.
So that's why I wanted to put the two together, because I feel like, imagine being perfect in those two areas.
Yeah.
You could I feel very confident in myself now, way more than I was before.
You can tell by the way you carry yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't give a fuck about what people say. Honestly,
Yeah.
I just don't.
I like that. I'm starting to encounter that because like my original intent with starting this is like really honestly, I'm really interested in the individual. Like each person is so different. Like who knew that I would have you sit down here and tell me about the chakras, right? Like
Yeah.
about connecting your
yeah.
heart and your mind, and there's like a balance between them, and they rely on each other. And I think it's really interesting. But like I think each person has something like so valuable to bring to the world through experience, you know, because you can't learn. And I assume that you learned this stuff like about trusting your own self, like your words, your intuition. It also has like a lot to do with your upbringing, you know. Like you said, had IP. My older sister had that. My mother deals with stuff like that. Like she tries to help people get their services that they need.
That's
most
awesome.
public schools don't help. Yeah,
They don't.
and I know it definitely takes your self confidence to a different level, and you really got to build up. But I mean, that's definitely something you could bring to the table.
100%. And it's funny you say that. It's because it's always, I feel like the people who understand it the best are the people that didn't have it growing up. So when you bring up, you know, when I brought up the IEP thing, right? Perfect example is I realized that I wasn't able to get help from other people. I can't retain information from other people's word of mouth. And as a kid, those were just early signs of me not knowing that. And then when I got older and then I worked a job where you're mainly independent, you have to make the decisions while you're at this job. I realized like, wow, like I do a whole lot better when I'm just in my own head, when I'm thinking and rationalizing and finding out things for myself rather than really going out for help. I realized that. Of course, it's always good to have help. I have help with the shirts, distribution and all that stuff. But when it comes to
like sound, who takes care of sound?
Shout out Matt Marvin at Off Record Studios in Soho. He's killing it right now. He has songs with Lil Tecca. He produced a lot. He engineered a lot of Stokely, Ski Master Slump God's album that went platinum recently. Yeah, so we've been working with him.
Well done.
I just got out the studio with Just Call Me Rose. You need to have him in here. Rose, Just Call Me Rose. Follow him on Instagram. He's another artist. He mixes a couple of my songs. Nicholas Gabriel, he's part of 47. Charles D'Agostino.
I'm familiar with that one, Nicholas. Yeah,
I've
seen you tag him. No, I've seen you tag him before.
Yeah.
So then I've seen his page, stuff like that.
So he's made a lot of songs for me. He made a lot of songs off the Raw epilogue. That was the second part to my first album. And then Charles, Opaque Beats, he made Do That. So yeah.
That's pretty good. So what got you involved? Like what was your motivation, like creating your first song? Was it just like shits and giggles and then it turned out to something you really like an outlet?
When I was a kid, I was obsessed with Michael Jackson. Like huge
Same,
fan.
Man. Same.
The day he died, I can't believe I remember this. The day he died, I remember my dad telling me, and he was like, "Do you know who Michael Jackson is, Artie?" I'm like, "No." This was like 2009.
You found out when he died, right?
Yeah.
Same.
I found out who he was when he died,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I became just a super fan.
A fanatic, right?
In days, like in seconds, kind of. It was kind of weird because I've never had a gravitational pull towards another artist besides X.
Yeah.
Because X is the reason why I put my music out.
Gotcha.
But who introduced me to music and dancing was a big part, Michael Jackson, 100%.
I have a really similar experience with that. Me and my buddies up the block, you would see I have like the street sign 74th, but all my boys that grew up in this block play outside together. And when Michael Jackson died, that's when we really got to appreciate him. I knew who he was before that, but I didn't know who he was, like his identity, his moves, like his taste, you know?
I literally had no idea who he was.
Yeah, and we got obsessed with him. We would sing him like his songs, just like imagine like a chubby little Italian kid, couple Peruvians, some Puerto Ricans and Ecuadorians sitting in a room,
Perfect mix.
looking at a monitor with Michael Jackson singing Billie Jean, and we're just screaming at the top of our lungs like "Smooth Criminal." Those are the best. And we're like, "Yo, I heard she pops a titty in this one." Like, that was the funniest because we were looking on YouTube for hours trying to find the explicit version, and there was nothing. But it was just kids making up lies. But that was really a lot of fun, like singing his songs together. You know,
his music is very it brings a sort of unity. You know, when you listen to songs like "Man in the Mirror" or all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. I used to the music video with the soldiers, the movie they made. This is
Which
it.
one? Yes.
It was his last show. He was performing in Paris.
I saw it years ago, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like he was just a very cinematic, polarizing person to look at. Always had something going on.
It's so interesting because he made that change, and there's a really big thing about it now, like with bleaching your skin and all that. Like you take an aspect from one race and you move to another. It's almost like the Fox Eye trend. Are you familiar with that?
No.
So basically, it's like the Asian community was upset that some people, and especially artists that are white and like they have like certain privilege, or they don't understand that people were disadvantaged because they had certain eyes that looked a certain way. It's like the Fox Eye, right?
Okay.
So you take that and you make it your own. And then there was a baseball player that did the same thing that MJ did. Basically, he became white or he bleached his skin, and they're saying like it's fucked up. You can't change your identity, but at the same time, I feel like
I never understood that, and I feel like
why he did it, or
no, I never understood why people cared that much. I've realized, bro, like a lot of the time where I'm just sitting down, like watching nature documentaries, I'm just like,
Hell
bro,
yeah.
we're just animals who are just. Every time we see someone that doesn't look like us, we're always thinking different, bro. Like I've realized it. It's like so crazy. Like just because of the fact that somebody's complexion is different, there's something that goes on in our heads. Regardless if you're a racist or not, something always...
That's very accurate, yeah.
Like, don't you realize that? Like,
people don't admit that, though.
No, of course they don't
like,
admit
no,
that.
I don't see any color. Like, shut the fuck
bro, shut up, bro.
Right?
That's such bullshit.
Yeah,
everybody
can't stand
sees
that.
color.
Or when they say that they don't have a bias, or there's no, in their head, they don't have any ideas. It's like whether you act on it or not. Because we all have, like, thoughts in our head. It's like, but are you gonna act on it or not? Because that really shows a difference, like, between character, you know? And everyone acting like nowadays, like, there's like this blanket identity where it's like if you could press a button to say you're not a racist, they're gonna take that rap, you know?
No, that's the craziest part. How you have people that endorse Black Lives Matter. You have people that endorse any type of minority community group, right? We have no idea what their real intentions are. They could just be doing this for a whole front. But of course, you want to look at the positive outlook, right, and not think of the negative. Just look at it, though.
You got to keep it in consideration.
Yeah. It's filled with these people who just want attention from you, and it's sad how we can't come together as a world and just it only be about peace, because there's always money involved, and I just find that crazy.
Personal gain. I mean, like this arrogance, ego, stuff like that, because people want their name to live, and you can't get that if you're a selfless person. You have to understand that your name probably won't carry on, but a bigger name will. You know, like a last name is different than your first name.
True.
You know, that carries on throughout generation, shit like that, you know, but people want to be carried on. And you were saying like, what's it called? Like these corporations, or maybe hinted towards it, but it reminds me of something I read in class where it's like these corporations, these big unions and all that, they're showing the solidarity, right, with these movements. But at the same time, it's almost like this virtue signaling. And I feel like it's patronizing, you know?
It is. No,
not for me, like specifically, but I definitely see how someone, if you're part of the Black Lives Matter movement, or you advocate for it, or you've been in an experience that they're fighting for, right? They're trying to create justice for something that you've experienced and that you didn't get accommodated for, or it wasn't noticed and it wasn't given the proper attention. Exactly, yeah. So what they're doing is they're basically like lending a hand, and a lot of the times it just seems like some bullshit little vice, you know?
Why are they lending a hand when it's election year? Why are they now lending the hand?
Right.
You know, African American people do go through a lot. Because I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of African American friends, and their upbringings are extremely hard. Something that I couldn't ever experience. Yeah, I've had a difficult time growing up, but you know, there's a lot of people out there that will tell you things, and you'll just be so taken back. And you know, we go and we try. I feel like the people who want to help these people, like just people of poverty, people of underprivileged, like that don't have as much as others, I feel like those people are getting turned down by the people they want to help. And then those people are inviting people that want to hurt them. You know, like...
It does. I know exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's a generic phrase, but it makes sense because like they're inviting more...
hate than good.
Exactly, yeah.
They want to change, but they're inviting the problem that they're inviting the thing that's not making them change and eliminating the thing that could change.
Yeah, I feel like change is more based on the individual. Like you got to take it upon yourself. Like you were saying, like growing up, it's not easy. And each person, whether it's like your understanding of education, if you could retain certain information, how you develop, right? It's like math and stuff like that. People can be completely different. And they say like the left brain, right brain, like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the different lobes.
No, yeah. It's like... you use your right hand for the left side of your brain.
Yeah. No, but I don't want to go too much into specifics on that, but it's more of like everyone is wired differently, right? And just taking that in your upbringing, like working your way through that stuff, it's kind of difficult. But at the same time, like when you have, they also try to create this unified movement, or they try to categorize people into one group, you know, like each experience is the same, or we're just going to put you guys in this little area. It's kind of like, it's like herd, right? It's like cattle.
Basically,
you group them up, but it's part of being in something like that. I feel like takes away the individual incentive, you know?
Because you think that once you put everybody in one, there's always going to be someone that doesn't agree with the guy on this side of the bubble. So what are you going to do? You're going to put him by himself and have everyone here? No.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like we just kind of start these problems with just our own thoughts on how we perceive life. Like when someone with a lot of power has a problem and they endorse it, them already having the celebrity or like them already having popularity, their point automatically becomes like a whoa.
Yeah.
Like Cardi B gets on Twitter.
I never liked that.
Like, I never understood why a
Mhm.
celebrity. That's one thing that I don't want to happen. It might happen. There's a chance that it would happen if I ever blew up famous. People are gonna listen to what I say,
Mhm.
and they're gonna think that whatever I'm saying is smarter than whatever they're saying, just because I have a couple more dollars in my pocket and just because a couple hundred more people know me,
Yeah,
which
but
is not true.
I see why they would though, because like it's the character that brought you to a couple more dollars. How did you establish yourself?
My music.
Exactly. So it's like if they're gonna trust your if you've established yourself, let's say you become famous, right?
Mhm.
They're gonna trust the values that you have. They're gonna trust your wisdom because it got you there, right? So
True.
they think that it can apply to everything, right? So let's say like Cardi B is giving her input on politics and she's a rapper, right?
Mhm.
She uses her experience and her intuition to create rap and maybe build connections in that world, right? She was gang affiliated in the beginning. Is she still? No, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Listen,
Mhm.
I don't know, because there could be a future where I could be talking to this person, but
That's
like,
true, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like there
Yeah.
could be a possibility that I meet these people, but I don't know anything
No.
about that. I just know that like I feel like people's shouldn't be like basing their opinions off of just somebody on
Yeah.
Instagram Live with a
That's
million
true.
followers.
Yeah, like the kind of like with LeBron James, the woman, she said, "Shut up and dribble."
Yeah.
It's like we understand that this person is established, right? And they got there, so kudos. So you're gonna give them respect, and when they speak, you might give them an ear, right? Because you're not gonna take advice from someone that's in third grade. Maybe not just younger than you, because there's older people than you that are maybe less established, right, or less successful. So you listen to someone who's done the right things, right? They've taken the right steps, or maybe they've taken the wrong steps and learned. So I see why someone of high influence, and that's the word. It's really influence, you know.
Yeah.
It's like you got to build influence, you got to build rapport.
We are influencers.
Hell yeah.
Me, you're an influencer now just by doing this. You
This is
know,
true, yeah.
I'm an influencer by the music. You could be an influencer in many different ways.
Mhm.
It's just, it's really it.
My goal is to be an influencer in the kind of way where I take the influence of someone and just like pass it through. I just want to be like, as weird as it sounds, like a middleman, you know? For
No,
me,
but that's good though. Still.
yeah, just like I just want to like give an outlook, like you were saying before, like establishing yourself, and you don't want to be part of a group and then have it look like you're at the top. You know, you want to be within. You want to lead from within if you are a leader, and you have that trait. My goal is to really take people like leaders and stuff like that are around me, and everyone is so unique, and just like have their input put on blast. You know, because I feel like we can learn a shit ton. Like I have people coming up. And I can't wait. Like, honestly, I don't give a shit what my numbers are. And sometimes when I start caring about that, the first thing I do is I go to Gary Vee. And I'm like, and I look.
Don't care about
what
the
is-
numbers, bro.
Yeah, he's like, you don't have to give a shit, man. Like, you know his annoying voice. Like, everyone makes fun of him because he's like raspy and he's like squeaker.
No,
type
I
shit.
love Gary.
But he's
Vee,
dope,
bro.
but he's
and he's
dope.
a Jets fan, which is great because I'm a huge Jets fan.
Nah, that's the only thing that sucks about him. Nah, but his advice, it's like, it fucking works, man. Because he says, just worry about the content. Originally, I was worrying too much about like the visuals, and then the audio was fucking up, and I was like, you know what? And I have some videos that go up where it's like the frame stops at 24 minutes because I was using a GoPro or an iPhone or a different phone, or I went through like 6 different things and they wouldn't work. I still have some content I really want to publish, but I can't because it's fucked up. But like for the ones that have videos, but they end and it's just audio, I still publish them because I feel like you can learn so much just from the audio, you know?
I listen to podcasts at work all the time.
That's
with
the
my
best.
phone in my back
Yeah.
pocket, and hearing conversation passes by so much time. I feel like
does.
faster than music.
Because you're responding in your head. Like, let's say, like, for me, it was originally Joe Rogan. Because, like, let's say, like, 5 years ago, I started hitting the gym. I just put on Joe Rogan. And I would listen to it. And I had YouTube, the one where I could close the app.
YouTube Red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it, man. It's the best streaming site ever. Because it's better than iTunes, Spotify. And I'll tell you why. Because they have music that's unreleased. It doesn't have to be official, you know? You could have remixes overseas, all that kind of stuff. Even copyright. But they have, like, these mixes that are, like, 2 hours long, 10 hours. But
I did have YouTube Red when I was doing YouTube
Mhm.
because it was just easier to use the app.
Slouch does videos. That one?
Yes.
Yeah.
A does videos.
A does
It was
videos.
A does videos.
It does videos. That's right.
That YouTube channel is still open actually.
Yeah?
You could still check
Balling
that
out the park. I remember that.
Oh yeah, I deleted all those videos.
Why? You ever just want to leave it up like a timeline? Like I look at my old Instagram pages sometimes, and it's like me playing with poop, like a fake poop.
It's like that was a part of my life, right?
Yeah.
And I still have the footage saved always. I could always go back and look at it, but it's the point of being public. It really, you have to make sure that whatever's public for you makes sense with who you are currently. So the Ada's videos me is not the me that I am now. So I don't want stuff to be out there necessarily. That's not who I am now.
So would you delete old music? Let's say you become more
That's
established,
different.
right? Would you delete old music? Because I mean, that following that thinking.
Yeah,
That
you know,
might-
no, exactly. And there are times where I think about deleting some songs just because that's not my mentality. But
Mhm.
I feel like it's different with music for me, because when I'm making a song like Do That, or when I'm making a song, any of my old stuff, they can relate to things that are happening still to somebody 20 years from when I dropped that song. But like me going to QCM and playing at the park with Pretty Boy Fredo, that's a one-time thing that won't happen again. You know what I mean?
And it really doesn't define you because
and it doesn't define me.
Gotcha.
So and also I'm not a YouTuber anymore. So for that to be out there, I don't want it to give mixed messages.
Do you have any advice for like content in terms of like, because I see a lot of people. There's two different types of content to me. It's like one is explicitly for views, one is for numbers, and the other one is for heart. So how do you channel that kind of like that heart? You know,
you literally, bro. This is what I want to tell people. Like every time this question comes up, I tell people the same exact thing, bro. All you have to do is just do it. Just do it. Don't look up on YouTube. Oh, what ways can I make my video look better? No, the greatest content creators are the ones that are able to think in their own head what they want to model their own show. Those are the ones that are polarized. Look at Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
He just got a fucking interview with Kanye West.
Right? $100 million contract.
$100 million contract, bro. Just for having a conversation with him that he's probably had like 12 other times.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
not with a microphone. And that's his lane. He's able to make that podcast his own. There are a million of podcasts. But why is Joe Rogan so gravitating? It's because of the way.
Because it's just it's conversation. That's what I love it. No bullshitting.
And the way he formats it. Like the cover is him with a video camera and an Illuminati triangle, and it spins, and that's the intro. And we all wait for that intro.
Bitches.
Yes, exactly. That's his thing.
It changed though. It changed.
It's not that. It's a Joe Rogan podcast all night, all day, right?
Yeah, and there's like background noise, and you hear Joey Diaz a little bit.
I love Joey Diaz.
Fucking cocksuckers.
I don't understand it. I don't understand.
I hate
ISIS. I hate ISIS.
You listen to me, Joe Rogan. I love when he calls him by his full name every time. It's like, why? But it adds like emphasis, you know? He's a great storyteller. I mean, those guys like Dave Chappelle, they're so established now, but they really grew up doing this like night after night. And you really see that like content that comes from the heart, it's so different because you could blow up overnight. Like I've seen people blow up overnight, and then I've seen people who haven't. And I've seen different types of work ethic. And I'm like, why is the output so different? Right? If someone could put so much into it and barely get noticed, and someone could put just a little bit, but they know how to manipulate the audience. And I mean, you also got to know what kind of sphere you're going into, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Especially when you bring that up. People who have a longer career of blowing up usually have the most structured outcome. So like you look at people like Lil Pump, right? He's a millionaire. He's going to be a millionaire for a while, but the way he blew up was so instantaneous that people don't give a fuck about Lil Pump anymore. The only reason he's really popular is because of this whole Donald Trump thing. And how he's endorsing. Like that's the only reason his name has any type of buzz right now. I can honestly say that I think Smoke Perp is more popular than Lil Pump right now.
And he's awful.
And he's not. I mean, Glock in my Benz. Listen, bro. So I'll get in the studio session with Smoke Perp.
I mean, it's not bad. No, I heard the Fortnite thing, and I was just like,
oh, the freestyle.
Yeah.
I mean,
it kind of hurt to watch. I was like.
But yo, that put up a lot of. See, also,
it did, but it was
people
so
are smart.
What?
Yeah.
For that reason,
it was bad. So what? Tim Westwood knows that Smoke Perp can't freestyle. Smoke Perp knows that he can't freestyle either.
No, yeah, Smoke Perp without the freestyle. I know what you're saying. Like, it's good.
But even that. But why did he do the freestyle? Why? It's because he knew people were gonna be like, "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" You know how many reposts? How many times I've seen that Smoke Perp freestyle in a meme?
Limelight, Fortnite, yeah.
And he also wrote the song for Gucci. He also wrote Gucci Gang. Like he makes money low key in other ways besides the music, which I like a lot. I find that very cool.
Yeah, moving that forward, that really interests me. So 47 is now becoming a group, right? And I'm just kind of confused how the group works. So do you guys have to have like not permits, but like you got to sign off on a lot of shit, right? A lot of copyright.
Well, yeah, we have to sign off on a lot of things. We have our LLCs. We're working on all of our. I'm trying to get every artist to have their own ASCAP because what 47. Well,
can you break down these things?
Yeah.
LLC,
I'm sorry.
ASCAP,
I'm sorry. So what an LLC is when you want to start a business and you want to be able to write things off as like a business expense, and just to make sure nobody steals your name, you buy an LLC. So basically, 47 Productions, FOURTY 7 EVEN. This name nobody else could use because we bought it. we bought the LLC. We're renewing it after January 1st because we're not going. Why are we going to pay taxes for a name?
Gotcha.
In the last month.
So how long does the patent? Not a patent, but like, is it a patent?
Basically, it's like, you know, when you see a business on the corner, and it's like, oh, Steve's Deli.
Yeah, exactly.
They own the LLC to that.
Yeah, how often do you have to renew it though? Oh, my bad.
No, it's fine. It's like I'm pretty sure it's like every 5 years or something like that. I'm pretty sure. I handle that, but I have people that handle that for me because they're part of.
You have a guy now.
Part of the movement. Oh, I've had a guy. Shout out Adrian Ochoa. He made this sweater. He makes all the sweaters.
Dope.
Made the website.
That's
puts
great.
us on playlisting.
That's a key part of like leadership. You know, you got to delegate because you can't do every aspect of the process yourself. You know, I realize it's draining because I've been learning to like do audio and video. And then like there's people who are really good, so I'm trying to take as many tips as I can. But sometimes you just have to hand it off. You gotta,
yeah. Bro. I don't have enough time to work on a clothing brand, a label.
It's also the skill
a union
too.
Job. Yeah, and also, bro, he's a god. He's when it comes to putting your stuff out and having people see it and then making money, he's really good at that. So that's why he's part of our team, and also he's like one of my closest friends now during this. So basically, what ASCAP is. That's your musician's rights. So whatever money you make off of if someone reposts your song, you make money off of that. If someone uses your song in a TikTok, TikTok will pay you. So I want to make sure that every artist has their own and we get that figured out so we're all making money off of that. We've been a group. We have a lot of features with each other already. I just want to try and get everybody with their own solid fan base. You know, 47 is slowly growing. It's slowly getting to where we want to be. In the next couple months, we're projected to triple our sales. I don't know 100%, but the way that it's looking really, really good. Sorry, I talk for so long.
It's amazing. I love it because I'm the same way. Just in my head, it's hard to get it out, you know.
No,
100%. But I noticed you made a TikTok song, and I realized I was like, that is fucking genius. It's almost as genius as Mariah Carey, right? Making a seasonal song because every year she's back on Billboard, and I mean, like, if you blow up on TikTok, that's really the wave, you know. A lot of people are trying it. How do you differentiate yourself from everyone? Like, because you don't want to be sheeple, you know. You don't want because I see like there's a trend, and you're part of the trend. So you could say that Moss is just being a Joe Rogan biter, you know.
No, like you give me Joe Rogan vibes, but you are still your own person.
I appreciate that. Exactly. Like, and likewise. So I definitely see that you have your own taste, you have your own outlook, and how do you differentiate yourself from someone the way someone might describe you, or has the way an audience can view you as part of a group, but yourself instead?
I think it's a little bit easier for me because I already had the fan base and then I started the group. I was invited into a group that already had a fan base, you know, so I kind of brought whoever was following me also into the group, which helped tremendously. When it comes to just not trying to look like too many people, you always got to remember trends are trends. So if the videos that go viral are when someone does the trend, but does it in their own way. I did the TikTok dance song and it got like its traction. It got like, I don't know, 56,000 views, like 120 people redid the dance.
Yeah.
No, but bro, I'm telling you right now, that number doesn't mean shit. Like
TikTok numbers, we see how crazy you get.
Bro, you can get 50,000 views in 3 minutes. And then what happens after the 4th minute passes?
There's no retention, right?
No.
Because they don't usually follow. It's just like it blows up, reshare. Like that, FYP.
And that's why TikTok has all these people brainwashed, bro. It's because they have people thinking they're going viral when they're not. Just because you have 100,000 views doesn't mean that 100,000 people liked what they saw and want to follow you.
The follows what matters, right?
Yes. Because those are the people that are like, oh, I like his content.
I want to see more.
So I want to see more of it.
Exactly.
The problem is with the TikTok dance song, I don't want to be a TikTok dance song rapper. Like left, right, up, down, throw it up and hit the whoa. Like that's not the type of person I am. Like I don't do the Cupid shuffle at parties. I don't do the Macarena. Like I'm not that type of person. So when I saw that it was doing good, I was happy, but I was also like,
is this how I want to define myself?
This is not how I want to. Yeah, this is not how I want to define myself.
Yeah. So how do you find? I understand that taste and self-definition. I mean, like your character changes over time, right?
Of course.
So from a young Artie, how do you think your goal has changed to where you are now as Artie in the flesh?
I think a big thing was me caring about what other people thought. I completely erased that because I would start to act like how I thought people wanted me to, when in reality, I was just making people not like me more. As a kid, you don't really know this about me, but like early elementary school into like the beginning of high school, nobody, like I really didn't have a lot of friends. Like I had a couple people in the neighborhood, but in school, nobody really liked me because I was just always different. I was the music kid who wore the leather pants with the high boots. Like I dressed like a real artist, like a rock star.
I like that.
And that was the type of vibe that I had always. But coming from Glendale, Middle Village, we're all athletes over here. So that wasn't really the vibe. And I used to get bullied a lot. I got beat up for it. I've been called names, bro. Like, and so as a kid growing up, I was very concerned about what I would say. And then ultimately it just made things worse. Now being older, the fact that I don't care about what people think, I'm able to have conversations because I'm myself now.
Yeah.
You know, whatever thought comes into my head, I'm not second guessing what I'm saying because then I'm shutting myself down for other people's amusement. Yeah. Which I'm living my own life. I don't care about what other people have to think.
I like that.
You know, just
I feel like encountering it myself, and I feel like either whether it's like a Zoom discussion or like a civil discourse, you know, like when you're just talking amongst other people and you're really giving, because we put this stuff out there in the media, right? And it's gonna be there forever. It's cemented. Even if you delete it, I know someone can recover it, but like if you're choosing to put it out there, it's gonna make an impression. And I feel like the hardest part for me is giving my opinion without, because you don't want to be interpreted the wrong way, but at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice your integrity. Yep. And you also don't want to change the surface of what you're doing. So like the nomenclature, like let's say like I advocate for something and I disagree with someone, but I like aspects of their argument, right? So we come together, we talk, and really it's just the way that you're interpreted. And I'm trying to find a way to like, you have to assimilate to society for them to understand you, right? Because you can't just be completely different. You can't just say I'm different and just start like going around screaming like random shit. Like
no one will. Yeah, because you just have to relate to somebody while you're still being yourself. That's,
like, you know the guy in the city who's like, respect yourself, love yourself. He's just screaming all the time. He's dope. I follow him. He's funny. He's really creative, and I feel like he has like this different outlook on life. But I feel like he doesn't have this contact, and I feel like you're doing a great job of that. Like preaching to people like how they feel and how they can relate to you, while not sacrificing your individuality. You know, it's hard. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's not easy, man. It's like walking the line.
Yeah, it basically is. You just gotta be comfortable. Like if you want to be an influencer, you have to be ready to be an influencer. If you want to put your opinions out on social media, you're gonna have to be ready to get 30 to 50 comments of the opposite. The opposite opinion bashing you. And if you're not ready for that, you can't do this type of stuff. So you just have to make sure that while you're also being yourself, while being an influencer, it could always turn on you. Always turn on you. Because people probably might not like for you to be, probably might not like you being you.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah.
So it's like, you just gotta just be smart.
Yeah, you gotta take it with a grain of salt, but at the same time, it's like, part of it is so demeaning almost when the internet loves taking what you say and switching it, right? There's always this other alternative, and there's like this media perspective that they love to channel in on. And this thing with microaggressions, they are real. But the thing is, I feel like we're blowing it up to an extent where it's like we're interpreting something the way we decide to, right? And we're putting this light, or we're creating this image of someone else because that's the way we interpret it, you know? And then what people start doing is they start spreading this persona, you know, or this idea that they've come up with. And I feel like it's so hard to represent yourself in society at this point, without like encountering that. But you have to encounter it like correctly. So what's some advice that you would give for somebody coming up, let's say in your shoes, like in the music industry, they're creating, or they have more explicit content, right? And like their family's gonna hear about it or something like that. How would you? What advice would you give for them? You know?
You can't care. Like you can't care. Like that's how it was for me.
What about like responding? Because I understand like
responding.
Yeah, because you can't just say nope, don't care, because that won't solve anything, you know. So, and I understand that's not how you think either.
You just got to know. You have to make sure that whatever thing you're gonna do, you have an understanding of what it is.
Got it.
So if you're gonna be like, okay, I'm 17 years old, I go to the smartest private school in the world, and I'm a millionaire kid, but I'm rapping about hitting licks and drugs. You got to make sure that when someone comes at you and they're like, yo, your music's fire, but do you say what you mean in your songs? You have to make sure that you're ready for a response. So if that was me, I would be like, no, but I listen to that music and that's what I resonate to. It makes me more comfortable when I make music like that because that's what I'm familiar with. If you say that in an interview, you're not going to get hit with the, oh, so you're being a biter, you're being a faker. No, that's just the type of music you listen to.
That's what Tekka does, right? He's talking about
Yeah,
Toten,
basically,
whatever. He's
yeah.
like, yeah, I've never shot a gun. I never had a Glock, whatever.
Yeah, I think we need to stop taking music so literally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's music. You know, it affects the brain differently than having a conversation with somebody. Like if I sat here and I was like, yeah, I do drugs every day and I gangbang, that's different than hearing it in a song.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah.
So people need to stop taking music so literally. Music is entertainment.
Gotcha.
And entertainment can always be manipulated into not being real.
Yeah.
Look at sci-fi movies.
Yeah, it's the beholder. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's really what you take with it. And I feel like music, it's such a big part of everyone's life, you know? And aside from like audio and stuff like that, music is the number one. In the audio industry, I don't care about anyone says about like podcasts or Netflix and stuff like that. I feel like music is the number one influencer, even more than social media.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why it becomes famous is because like obviously people relate to it, but they also explore these new personalities, these different takes on life. Like personally, I love Young Thug. And I have nothing in common with Young Thug. You know?
No,
but I love,
exactly.
I love the, like when he harmonizes with Future and it makes almost no sense, and then he's just blabbling like mumble rap, but he made it. It's like eloquent, you know. Like I love it.
It's because it's structured. Music doesn't have to have words in it.
It doesn't.
There are music genres without words. You have contemporary. You have EDM music.
Classical.
You have house. Classical music. Like it's very I said contemporary. That's a type of dance. Sorry. So all my contemporary and ballet dancers out there, I'm sorry. But that's what I meant.
There will be some. Isn't that crazy? Yo, speaking of Outlook and like not Outlook, your reach. So you posted your stats, right? Since you are official on Spotify. How many countries did you manage to make contact with?
79, I think it was.
79.
I think it was 79, yeah.
Any ones that you remember specifically?
Well, Russia was the highlight one. Russia,
Wow.
I have a lot of fans in Russia. Everywhere, bro. Like,
do you know how? I'm sorry, but do you know how he got noticed in Russia? No,
no, bro.
Beyond you?
I guess when I do the promotions on my Instagram or when I buy to get on here's a quick tip. I know I'm just cutting off what I was about to say. To any artist who is getting offered Spotify playlisting, it's a lie. Spotify does not allow you to pay to get on their playlists. So that's a tip. So whoever's artist is getting scammed right now, I'm sorry. Imagine.
No, that's very needed. I feel like some people need to hear that. Yeah.
Because I've had so many people talk to me about shit like that, about, oh, should I buy this Spotify playlist? But no.
I mean, it's great to take advice from someone like you who has experience in that.
See, like that's another thing. But
experience with that. Yeah. I mean, like, continue.
No, I completely forgot what I was gonna say now.
Well, I was gonna say, like, personally, I asked for advice starting a podcast. I went to Picky Boys, the guys that you started with. I dropped them a DM, and I was like, look, I saw Artie working with you. I love what you do because I think they're really unique. I like their take. I like the setting. I really fuck with like the picnic. It's
perfect. See, they have it.
It's consistent, you know. And I liked it. And I was like, how do you do this? And I didn't understand anything about podcasting. I got these mics from my school. We were just gonna interview teachers. Like my take is more of like a journalist kind of thing. Like I like learning about the person in front of me, you know. And what I can take. It sounds selfish because it is, you know, like I want to take as much as I can, but it's also for them too, you know? Exactly. So I was like, how do you guys do this stuff? What kind of audio do you use? What's the best route? What have you learned? What kind of software do you use to edit video, etc.? Mixers, like there's so much. And I feel like just asking someone who's been through it can save you a lot of money. Like someone going through the Spotify thing, they can lose a shit ton. Their information, identity theft, you know, it's scary.
Being an artist isn't really hard when it comes to financially starting up. When you already have a fan base, that's when it starts to get harder, actually. People think that, when you get the fan base, it gets easier. No, because now you have to actually and keep these people entertained. It can't be the same content over and over again. It always has to be something different now. I started off recording music on a $75 microphone with a $100 audio converter on my laptop, with speakers that my uncle gave me from his garage, right? That's how it started. And then all I was just consistent. I worked with what I had and I used it up until I was able to get to that next step. So you don't have to start off with the huge setup.
Exactly,
like, this is bro, this is perfect.
I like it. Yeah,
you got the nice, but how much were the lights? Like what? Like $25?
Yeah, it was two of them, so 50 around.
Yeah, $50 nice LED lights. You got a nice background. You got a random table.
Yeah, I feel like it needs to be a little wider. We might kiss eventually, but
no, but this is dope. Like, that's what I'm saying. And as you progress, you're not gonna have this anymore. You're gonna figure out, oh, wait a minute, there's this studio that offers $8 an hour somewhere really close to me. I could just go there and set up my stuff, and now boom, now you're in a completely different setting, higher quality, and then the fans steady grow like that. It's all a process.
Is that how the rating works? $8 an hour for studio?
I could put you on to a place that does $8 an hour.
Where is it?
It's in Ridgewood. It's, oh my God. I think it's Kaufman's studio, but I think that's in Jamaica, so I don't think it's Kaufman.
Gotcha.
But it's a place they film movies and stuff.
So how do they survive? That's obviously not their main input of revenue?
It's huge. I think it's because it's also part of a movie set.
Gotcha.
So I think they predominantly make movies there, and that's what that's really what it is. Just generates money.
So this is to bring in more people.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah, that's smart. That's really smart.
It's also networking too, because you walk into there and one of the directors are there and they happen to pass by and they see you doing a monologue or improv and they're like, oh shit, I want him on my next movie. You know? So that's why they
that's
also
best
do
case. I mean,
that's literally like movie case. But
that's the goal. Yeah, I know kids that would go to the studio and they'd be like, yo, I'm just praying that Jay Critch comes out right now and knocks on my door or something like that.
Jay Critch has been to our studio multiple times.
It's dope. I like having artists that are from New York, and usually most times they record where you record, you know? It just gets expensive. Like in the city, like sometimes $300-$400 an hour.
Yeah, but thank God my engineer only does 75. Thank God.
But it's like top of the line equipment. How is it?
Top of the line. Like I said, bro, Ski Mask has a platinum album that was recorded there. We were waiting for our studio session, and ABG Neal and his boys walked out, and I dapped him up. He doesn't know me. He knows me now. I shouldn't say that he knows me now, familiar face now, because I've seen him, you know, here and there and stuff. So, yeah, you definitely run into people. You just gotta make sure that you don't care about that, though. You gotta focus on why you're there. You're not there to meet people. You're there because you're a musician.
So how have you established like networking in person though? Like, would you use it at work? Sometimes you ever mention your music? Or
I've already sent my boss. Like I met him 2 months ago. I already sent him my whole album. I sent him my whole unreleased album. I was like, yo, check me out. Check this out. Tell me which songs you like, which songs you don't. And he gives me his opinion. So it's like, if you're afraid of showing somebody what you want to be shown, did you hear that? That's oxymoron.
No, I got it.
So it's like, why you're doing it.
Yeah.
You know, you want to be an influencer. You want to be a person that's outgoing, that you want a lot of people to know you. How are you going to do that? Try and get somebody to know you.
Yeah.
So
this is unreleased stuff that you send them?
Yeah. Send them a bunch, because you want to be able to also, if you're trying to, it's a salesperson tactic. You want to be able to make that person as exclusive as possible. You know, like when you show them something, like tell them like, oh, this is secret. They think, oh, since it's secret, I'm the only one that has this, so I have some sort of hierarchy over anybody else that he's around. That's what people, they don't think it that deep, but it's like, oh, they're comfortable now. Like,
it's almost like they'll take it more serious.
Exactly.
It's like my input definitely matters now.
And it's not lying. It is unreleased.
Yeah.
And it is exclusive, but it's not only exclusive to you.
Yeah.
You know?
So I feel like we all know as human beings, like it's really hard to judge ourselves and give us the critiquing that we need to improve in most areas, or maybe just like in the small, minute spaces, because like obviously we could do self-reflection, you could be reflexive and change things about yourself or your content, but who do you think gives you the best feedback in terms of really changing your music aside from yourself?
Best feedback
or something that sticks with you? I understand it's like an older person, would it be, or like,
I think it's honestly the people that I surround myself with every day. So if it's my mom, my sister, my aunt, Danny, Declan, Jesse, shout out Baldwin.
Album. Yeah, new album.
Baldwin just dropped a new album. If nobody's familiar, check out BALDWN. Just dropped an album last night called dropped midnight
last night,
but it's today, because today's the 12th. So it's out now, all streaming platforms. Dr. Deck, shout out Dr. Deck. He just dropped an album, Jump in the Moon. That's been out on all streaming platforms for a little bit. Charles, and I'm also hanging out with Jesse. 47 Jesse, you could check him out. He has 2 EPs out. He has an Apple Music version of his album and a regular one. It's called Banana. So go check that out. But if I'm looking at music and I have like a question or like a flow that I want to use and I'm not sure of, I'll ask them. And even if I have a whole song done, completed the way that I want to, we freestyle in the basement and go over music every single day. Like when I go home after this, they're coming over and we're going to show each other our music and critique and see like, okay, I like that, but maybe you could do that and that. And we help each other out and make each other better. Yeah.
It's like a Bible group almost. You know?
I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, yeah.
I like that.
We're just a bunch of priests.
So constant feedback. What do you do to get time alone? Because I understand like you want to be part of the group. You need the you need the feedback and stuff like that. But where do you separate yourself? At what point do you say, all right, this is where I'm gonna neglect that certain kind of feedback, and I'm just gonna
my
stick with this?
time. Well, I mean, always. I mean, I'm always thinking that. I mean, we're not always like telling each other to change our stuff, and I think it's because our music's pretty good. Like, I feel like our music is good enough to where you don't have to sit there and be like, that has to be different, that has to be different, that has to be different. I feel like my music has a very good structure when it comes to portraying a story and also keeping people in tune with what I'm saying. I like nice and short songs. I don't like too many long songs because I feel like you could really just... this isn't 2012 anymore. No one's going to listen to a 4-minute, 50-second song.
I will.
On that.
I listen to 8-minute songs all the time.
I know you will, but the attention span of people are
That's true.
decreasing now.
Yeah, I've been getting that feedback with podcasts. They're like, dude, 3 hours, cut it out. And I'm like, for me...
that's crazy. Podcasts should be like 12 hours. I would love to listen to podcasts.
All the podcasts I listen to, I complete. Like, if I don't finish it, I will get so upset with myself. Like, whether it's like Jocko Willink. You know, I
love Jocko Willink, bro.
Jocko podcast.
I don't watch his podcast, but he's
dope. I mean, he's the Navy SEAL commander.
That's so...
The dude has stories. I mean, the leadership skills you can learn from him. But it's like stuff like that. Like, you can't... There's certain things that I don't want to sacrifice because I feel like it defines me, you know? And if it lasts 7 hours, I'm posting 7 hours, you know? Maybe I might be helpful and post, like, you know, those trail markers where it's like you go to this and you learn about this, or make small clips and publish those too. Because those usually get more hits than the podcast itself.
It's because it's attention. It's quick.
Yeah.
It's like, and then it's quick so people don't get bored, and it's quick because it's quick, and then they'll be like, I need more.
Yeah.
So it's like you kind of make it shorter so they don't get bored.
It's a tease.
It's a tease.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a tease.
Like Joe Rogan talks about the grizzly bear versus
gorilla God, fight. Yes.
That take is amazing.
Who do you have winning that?
Sorry. Not aware of it. I'm just trying to think. I mean, the gorilla has way more body muscle mass.
I think it's the gorilla, bro.
Grizzly's fucking huge, though. They can weigh up to 2,200 pounds.
I know, but I don't give a shit about that, bro. This guy has arm, bro.
But he has no form. Arms. He has no form.
No form.
He has no form. I know he has teeth.
Bro, what form does a bear have compared to a gorilla? What form?
Topple him. Just run him over, and you just start eating his face while he's alive. Gorillas they're not gonna bite into you. I know they have fangs, but obviously they're not carnivores.
It's just like, bro, like if a bear charging 25 miles per hour at a gorilla that's already a 25 mile per hour max runner.
Is that their max? It is?
Yeah, 25 miles an hour.
I know a bear goes faster than a gorilla.
Sure?
Hell yeah. A bear can climb up a tree faster than it runs. You know that?
A bear can climb up a tree faster than it runs.
Climb up a tree faster than it runs. Those things have speed, bro. Have you seen hippos? Why aren't hippos in the discussion?
Hippos kill people. Like, in certain countries, hippos really do take a lot of people's lives.
Yeah, I know a guy who was part of a thing where they had to take out these animals in Africa that were they were nuisances to their own community and the human community. So like, let's say that there was a lion that was killing too many of other prides, because that's what they do naturally, right? They go around, they kill the other cubs, they make their own.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. They had this problem with the giraffe. The giraffe was doing the same thing with the young. So
my God, yes, I heard.
They took one of those out. Have I told you this story before?
No, I don't think you've told me.
Well, he's done the same thing with a hippo. A hippo started killing humans, and it got a taste for him. And they gave some kid, I don't know what part of Africa they were in, but he told me they gave the kid like $100, and they were like, all right, go tease the hippo and run out. And they tease him, and the guy's waiting there with a sniper. I don't know how many millimeters, but it has to be a fat thing to get through that skull.
No,
right?
yeah.
He's waiting there, has the shot lined up. The kid's running out, and the hippo is gaining on him by the second, you know? And he just lines up the shot, takes him out, and hippo just slides. It's unfortunate. Like, I don't agree with killing animals, like with guns, like stuff like that, especially like poaching and big game.
I feel like it's too late though to stop that. I feel like as humans, we've already monopolized too much to now. They were the leaders of wherever they were, right? They owned all of this land, like animals.
The hippos? Okay,
just animals. They owned all of this land, and then we became smarter, and then we took over their land. And then now we're killing them because we grew too big for these animals to even coexist with us at the same time.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a limit where we can coexist. It's just that we're lazy, you know?
Yeah, we are.
There's too much pride, and like, I understand it's really fucked up to have a lion's head on your wall, but like, it's a lion's head. Like, it looks so cool.
It's a lion's head. Yeah, I know.
It looks so cool. Like, I won't let myself get one, but like, I can't lie. That is dope, you know? I went to Vanderbilt Museum, and I saw a snow leopard coat. And I was like, this is the most Don shit I've ever seen in my life.
That is so fire.
Imagine walking around with a snow leopard on your back.
That's so
boss. Like, part of me wants to walk around New York City. Like, one day I've told everyone that knows me, like, well, because I wear a fur coat, but like it's fake, and I don't like anything that's like not legit. If I could get it myself, so like one day I want a Game of Thrones type jacket where it's just wolf skins.
That is so
hanging off my shoulder. I want a jaw on the side, right? Like the top. You know what I'm talking about? Like the skull.
I know exactly. It's like this kind of, right? Yeah. That is so
Both
fire,
sides.
bro.
And I want to make it myself, though. I want to skin it. I want to kill it first. I tell people I want to kill it with my hands, but like
with your hands, bro. Just shoot the thing, bro.
I know, but there's like less glory in that.
Bro,
I like to fantasize. That's it.
You're going to choke out a black leopard.
No.
Is that...
No, I was talking about a wolf. A wolf might be...
You're not choking out a wolf, bro. They're coming in packs, and where are you going to find a wolf? Just, you're going to have to go in the mountains.
Yeah.
A wolf could find you first before you could find
No, 100%, yeah.
From miles away.
Part of that aspect of nature is just fucking amazing.
That's so great, dude, bro. It's great. You ever seen the video of the guy trying to look for like a black panther, and he's posted up on this tree, and he's giving an interview, and he's like, okay, so at this time, usually the panther comes from that side of the forest. So if we wait here for 15 minutes, and then the camera turns around, the panther is literally sitting there, watching them the whole time, and they had no idea.
Yeah. Have you seen that like in zoos where they like don't turn your back to the animal because like nature just kicks in, like it doesn't matter. Like, do you have a cat?
I have a dog and a cat. Yeah, my dog does it more than the cat.
Really?
Yeah. My dog does it a lot more than the cat.
I've seen the cat. Like most of the dogs I know are either like chubby or just like terribly trained. But the cats, I see this instinct. It's like this little mechanism, right? It's like living within the borders of a home with humans, but like you watch the skills they have, like these assets, like they're just nuts. Like the reflexes are insane. Yes. And they could jump. They could fall from like 10 feet, walk it off,
and land on their feet. Like I never understood that.
That balance they have, it's crazy.
It is cool. Animals are just very unique. I find that really
something so beautiful about them. Like, have you heard about octopus? Like, they're basically alien to Earth.
Oh, yes.
They have no lineage that connects anywhere along the tree.
I think their lineage is just deeper down.
Yeah.
And we can't find it.
Yeah. Well, we've also discovered, apparently, like 4% of the ocean.
Yeah.
They say.
I don't know how... 4%? I feel like I've seen more than 4% of the ocean. But then again... like,
you can see it, on surface. But then again, it's like
true, but it's like
volume, the lower you go.
Like Mariana Trench. Come on, bro. That's crazy.
Knock on wood, sir. It's good luck. You gotta buy me a Coke now.
I got you, because you did it first.
That's true. Yeah, but Mariana Trench is dope. But I mean, like, do you believe in the Megalodon myth where it's like they pop out of there once in a while?
No.
Like a vag? No?
No, because I feel like, I think of it this way. So, like, do you know how us on Earth, right? We can't go too high because the air is too thin. So what if there's just a whole completely different life down there that they can't come up to see what's up here because the water, like, there's not enough pressure?
There is. That's exactly how it works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well,
so
for a certain community, they can't reach certain heights. Like, they have to stay at the bottom.
That's what I'm... Yeah,
that's exactly.
But, like, same thing with us. Like, we can't go too deep because of the amount of...
the pressure.
Yeah. Like, no matter how much money you spend on a submarine right now, there is none that could take you that far down.
You might be wrong on that one.
All the way down?
Maybe not the bottom, but...
I'm talking about the bottom. Like, what is at the bottom? Like, all the way down.
We have cameras that go down there, like drones. Not drones, but like those little bots, the rovers.
But I'm trying to find like a god creature to just wake up one day.
10 arms is just a thing. Like a mechanism.
Do you know Lovecraft?
No.
Do you know what that is? Okay. So Lovecraft is basically a bunch of books that this guy made, and it's a bunch of urban legends, right? So Cthulhu is one of them. And Cthulhu is this huge kraken creature that lives at the bottom of the ocean. And it's said that if it woke up and came to the surface, it would be so big that you would die just from looking at it because of how incomprehensible how huge that thing was.
Yeah, and we're also so rigid. Like I feel like if you saw something that you'd never expect, like a human with 3 eyes or something like that, it's like I feel like we're trained to think such a certain way that it's like it's almost shocking.
We're trained to humanize things.
Yeah, that's true.
And what I realize is like with religion, it's like when you look at an angel, bro, like things that weren't born on this earth, but they look like us, right? Ever seen what an angel is supposed to look like? What an actual angel is supposed to look like? Do you know the seraphim?
I'm familiar with the word. I'd have to see it.
Seraphim is an angel.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be a being that is just unrecognizable. And I looked up like what were they talking about when they were talking about what it's supposed to look like? And it's literally like, bro, it's like 5 wings going around with an eye in the middle, and there's eyes all on the wings, and that's supposed to be what they saw. And bro, Have you ever done DMT?
No, sir.
Yo, you see shit like that on, bro. You see things.
Is it
like
true?
that.
Like the 15-minute? It's like just like on
Bro.
another world.
Bro, 15 minutes. Talk about 5 minutes, bro. I saw things that honestly, it's a big reason on why I changed the perception. The big way on why I stopped caring about a lot of things is because, bro, like
from one experience.
Yes, bro.
I've heard about that.
Bro, DMT is no joke, bro.
Really?
No.
I heard
joke.
shrooms. You face your fears and you meet your alter ego and you defeat it. Apparently.
That too. Yeah. LSD, shrooms. I'm a huge advocate for psychedelics. Huge.
I think you can explore a certain part of the mind that like you didn't give recognition to. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. So like shit like that. I feel like we humanize just a lot of the things that we can't explain.
Yeah, like aliens. Like why do they always have two eyes? Why are they built like not tetrapods but bipods, right? 2 feet.
2 feet, yeah.
So they're always on 2 feet, but obviously that's not going to be accurate.
No.
Because and as we learned recently, there's a fucking galactic federation.
Yeah, who is this?
That's accurate. I believe that, bro. Since once I watched Rick and Morty, I was like, this makes too much sense not to like.
What episode was it?
I mean, it's almost every episode.
Just in general.
Have you ever watched it?
Yes, bro.
Yeah, well, it's like the Congress of Ricks, you know.
Oh, because they go to different dimensions and they see.
Maybe it's not dimensions, but like I mean, like outer space, just physics alone, like the possibility of there being life out there is never zero, right? In fact, it's way higher than zero. We have contact with other life, right? We have their mechanics and stuff like that they've left us. I watched this thing yesterday about the pyramids. It's like they have the center of Earth, the location down to the 7th decimal point.
Yep.
Right? They have the speed of light down to the 7th decimal point. Like crazy shit. Like and the way it's built. I'm not saying they've definitely had contact with Earth at some point.
Bro, those things were made by aliens.
Yeah, you think so?
The pyramids at the top, supposedly at the tip of the pyramid,
gold.
It was gold,
Yeah.
and it was supposed to get energy from the sun. And I find that so crazy because like the people who were working in Egypt were own civilians who were starving because of the emperor was treating them horribly anyway. So you're trying to tell me that all these. You see the stones that are made?
And we've tried to work out the logistics. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Yeah, I find that so crazy.
It's like they say like 10 logs and 20 camels would take you 30 feet, and then you have to bring them around again, pull it. Imagine that. They said it took 20 years. I mean, it takes time. But when you look at, have you seen the cutting like the Mayans had, or like Machu Picchu?
Yes, like
I want to visit that.
I want to visit Machu Picchu bad.
Bro, there's such a world around it.
It's a whole world in a mountain. Like I find that so crazy because their morals and their ideologies are completely not like ours.
Yeah,
and that's so cool. I feel like I'm traveling.
That was the best part about like social studies as a kid, like the Mayas, the Incas, the Aztecs, and then learning about the Greek and the Romans, and like they're so different, but respectively. Like, and they also say like certain times, the Egyptians had like the same things that the Mayans had, and they were like, how do they have such similar teachings and foundations and stuff like that, like the way they taught mechanics and the way they built like their infrastructure is exactly the same, but they never had contact. There's no records of contact.
That's what I think, bro. I don't know because we never know how the world started, and that's crazy how we all live and so many people in and out of this life that we're in,
and no one has the answer.
No one has the answer. I find it like sometimes I think because I love thinking about it when I'm smacked and shit. Like, what started? Like, what was it before us? And I honestly think it's just like, there could be a possibility, bro. Like, we're just a bunch of test subjects. Like, okay, at birth, they already have these type of things. Let's see if this, like, there's just some supreme being. Like, let's see if this works out for this. And if it works out, then okay, then we keep doing it. And if not, then their world ends and we start a new one.
You realize that's a possibility? Like, it's not zero. It's not.
It's never zero, bro. I can make up something right now. Like, your ancestry from all the way to the beginning are actually the creators of Earth. There's no way I could prove that. So I'm either wrong or right. So there's no way.
Yeah.
So,
I learned that from my physics teacher. It's more about you can't prove the negative. You can either prove something, but you cannot prove a negative. So you cannot disprove God as righteous as someone like as
True.
There's a lot of believers or atheists, like obviously there's going to be polarized views, and they're like, well, we can disprove this. Well, you can't. You can either prove yours, and you could use that evidence to imply, right, or kind of demonstrate some understanding that would say this is false, but there's really it's limitless, dude. It's fucking crazy.
It is. I don't know though, bro. I just think when it comes to I don't want to push like my ideology on religion like that.
Let me hear it.
Because like, bro, I find it so crazy how I was devout Roman Catholic, devout, bro, like gave a lot to it. And then now, like, I just don't, I don't believe in any of that shit anymore. Like, I really just don't.
I have the same understanding, man.
It's like, because I started to realize the things that are implemented, like the rules of religion. Like, if God is all loving, all caring, and forgives everyone, why are there rules to things? If he doesn't, like, why are there certain things that we have to follow just to be a good person?
Yeah.
You could be a good person without having to go to communion every Sunday. You could be a good person without having to go to confession. And I don't like how every bad decision I make, I have to look up to the sky and be like, forgive me. I find that weird. I feel like that's a human thing, though. Like, back in the day, the Aztecs, the Mayas, and the Incas, they thought that when it hurricaned, that God was mad at them, and so they would pray to the sun god, and they really believed that.
And when they were in the desert, they just thought they were terrible people.
Yes,
they were like, "Why is it always dry? You know, we've been really bad."
Like that's what I'm saying, and they believed that. So like, what's the difference between them and them? What? Just because we are a little bit more smarter when it comes to other things, that just because we have more resources? I don't know. That's why.
No, I feel like the principle of religion is concrete. And I say that because without the idea of confession, like if you hadn't known about confession early in your life, let's say like when you started going to church, I started going to Catholic church as well, really young. I got into Christian church and now I have no ties with that. And I feel like once in a while I'll be like, hey, big man, I'll just talk to my head. I'll be like, if you're there, I'm just sending a message, like, you know, like Optimus Prime, just sending a message to my creators, you know?
Yes.
Just sending it out.
Coming home.
Yeah.
I love Transformers. Yo, I can't believe you said that. I'm a huge Transformers
Dude, fan. Optimus Prime, as whenever he gears up, I get goosebumps. I'm like,
bro, the second movie when he uses Jetfire's body and he kills the Fallen. Oh my god.
Isn't that when he takes out the sword for the first time, or like he has when he gets the cannon? He adds attachments to himself.
Yeah. When he's able to fly.
Exactly. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No, but are you talking about the one with Age of Extinction? That's when he goes back to Cybertron.
Yeah, that one's great. They're all great. I like the one where he brings back the dinosaurs, because like
Age of Extinction.
Whenever they bring back OGs and like you see like it went from dinosaurs to big like animals to cars. And you're just like, holy
You see
shit.
the Dinobots. Those
were
originally bro, those so fire. Grimlock is one of my favorite Transformers. Actually, in a song that I have.
Who is he? Is he the one with the
Grimlock
beard?
is the T-Rex.
Oh yeah, he's dope.
Grimlock is the T-Rex. And a song that I have, there's you know the 3-wheeled cars? They're called T-Rexes. So I was like, got a T-Rex transformer like Grimlock. And I was, bro.
That's heat.
Bumblebee is another one of my favorites.
Hell yeah, man. Okay, so I kind of branched off from that, and I do the same thing, bro. Like I have this mentality where it's like I can't stay on the same path. Is it ADHD? Because I've never been diagnosed.
I think it is.
I don't want to diagnose myself, but I can never.
I can never diagnose myself either, bro. I don't want to tell myself I have it.
Yeah, because then I feel like it's limiting. It's an excuse. Because I know people have ADHD and they're like, oh fuck it, it's the ADD or it's the ADHD. I'm like, but anyways, I can't stay on topic. And the correlation through Transformers is what I'm saying. And it's kind of like sending the message, or just like, or just religion itself, is that the principle of confession and being reflexive and stuff like that, like internally
feeling sorry.
Exactly, yeah, and just saying it, because I feel like religion and confession, you're saying it to someone, but you're saying it for yourself. Sure. Saying it explicitly in words, even if you're just conveying it to another person, you don't care about their opinion. I could never care what that priest thought of me, and I never ever told him the full truth in confession.
So you did care.
I did, and I couldn't tell. But now, like, I'm willing to say, like, if someone asks me a question about something I've done, I will not deny it. You know, I won't deny it. But I won't bring it up either.
But you don't think that's because of age, though? And
what?
Like, that you think it's because of growing up and confessing it, but you also did say that you weren't confessing it fully.
Exactly.
So that thing that you weren't confessing is the thing that's actually whatever's going on in your life. That's the issue.
The root. Okay.
And I feel like, you don't care about what the priest is saying, right? But you don't have to talk to somebody else.
No, I know. I'm just saying, introducing that kind of theme in someone's life it's so important. I mean, like, you have like these texts that are passed down for thousands of years. There's just a lot of fucking wisdom. I'm not religious, but I'll read it and I'll be like, yo, that makes sense. This is really applicable. And what I like about verses and Bible verses and the Quran, I mean, you have like so many different texts that you can take from. Yeah. Very similar in origin. I mean, they have the same principles, but whatever you read, and let's say you have like a quote for the week or like a Bible verse for the day, you watch it like take place. So let's say it's like, be patient today. and then some shit happens that's like really testing me, and I'm like, holy shit, like why is this verse speaking to me right now? And I understand why it makes sense, but like you could learn a lot from these books, these texts, even if you're not religious. And I feel like having that, having that around.
It's because you also got to understand when you have religion in your life, it's a lifestyle now, kind of. You know, it's because you're basically okay. So if I'm Catholic, then that means I'm following these rules. So when I die, I go to heaven. You know, so.
But who made the rules?
I
hated that. That's the one thing I hated, because I used to go to Christian camps. I love them. I love their message. But sometimes I was like, how are you so sure? And I know it's not conviction. It's is it conviction?
We're talking about
Is that the right word? Conviction? No.
Conviction meaning what though?
Like your own understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's conviction. Right?
Yeah, it is.
I was thinking about like federal law for some reason.
No, it is conviction.
But it's conviction, right? Wait, where was I? I kind of lost it.
Bro, I don't know why it's so hard for me to like
remember what I was talking about.
Bro, that's the thing.
Happens all the time to me.
You were talking about
conviction and just knowing. But where did it come from? Wait, what were you saying?
Because we were talking about how.
Oh, how are they so sure? Right?
Yeah. How are they so sure?
How do you know the rules? What gave you this outlook that you have a landline to God and that you're telling me exactly his interpretation?
And why didn't he do that with the first people? Like, how come you, 15,000 years later, you have the answers? Why didn't these people have the answers? Were they not evolved yet, or did they weren't evolved yet into even thinking about religion? Bro, I think one day Jesus and the 12 apostles, his 12 homies, and Mary Magdalene,
they come back?
The girl, no, not coming back, bro. They were just all sitting there one day and they were smoking on some early weed.
Hell yes.
And they were like, let's start a religion. And they were like, yo, and they just hopped on that shit. And
like, yo, J-Do, that's a great idea, bro.
Yeah, and then it completely backfired when they realized they all got killed for believing it.
Yeah.
But like, that's just a thing that I say as a joke. But
yeah, I mean, like, so many people could find this so insulting, but like, dude, it doesn't. Why should it insult you?
It should insult you.
I was like, I'm making fun of something that like I understand. Like,
you understand it, like you were part of it. So it's not like I'm not sitting here saying F religion. I think religion is very, very important because on top of keeping people mentally sane, it also has a great message to it.
It does.
I just feel like the way we show the message, I feel like it's a little too broad. Like
it's too broad and it's structured at the same time. And I know those clash because like, right, it doesn't make sense if it's so broad, it could be so structured. But like you were saying, like if you're Catholic, a devout Catholic, you have to act like a Catholic.
It's organized. And like when you're a Muslim or when you're a Jew, like you can't use electricity on Saturdays when you're Jewish. And people go.
It depends which sect, but yeah, exactly.
It depends. Yeah, like if you're Hasidic, then you don't. You know.
2 sinks, all that stuff, kosher. I have a friend who's like that.
Oh, that's
big
awesome,
on that stuff.
though.
Yeah, several friends, and I admire
I admire it too.
the accountability it takes, the discipline, but at the same time, there's like it shuts down your expression and your creative freedom. So let's say you wanted to smoke weed and you want to explore the doors of perception, right? Which is in your mind basically. So you're opening up new pathways and psychedelics, and you're learning about yourself, and you're coming to new understandings. I feel like part of that doesn't want you to come to new understandings.
Because then I feel like that's when you start to realize, like, wow, like I could feel this way and I could be a good person without having to follow these rules. Like, am I really not going to go to heaven because I didn't eat this bread that this 75-year-old guy that's lived in Glendale his whole entire life?
And that's most likely, maybe not him, but I mean, there was
and had raped children. Like, is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Like,
I know so many, I didn't know them personally, but my cousins would go to this church and like, let's say someone got removed. And it's like, oh, he's starting up a thing in a poor neighborhood somewhere, and he's doing like a revival over there, and he's bringing a church, he's making a community, and I'm like, we're definitely not. They're not relocating a pedophile for sure, right? That happens so often. Like I'm saying I know it happened.
Yeah, they're relocating, and they're covering it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna any organization's gonna have that when it gets big. Exactly. Like let's say 47 blows up, right? And it blows up to a point where it's so huge that your message is distorted, not because of you, but because it gets so large that people within start having their own views, and it doesn't comply with yours. It doesn't align.
It also gets lost. It's kind of like the game telephone. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll say it, but other people around me are going to perceive that differently than the way that I say it.
Yeah.
Always. Because I could be talking to you, right? you could perceive what I'm saying completely different than how I'm perceiving it, and it could be the same message. So it's like, I don't know if I'm really worried about that though. When I get to that point.
Exactly. So do you have any future, not expectations, but how has your goal changed? Or has it not at all?
My goal has always been the same. I feel like there's just a lot more to the goal now. Like, it's always been the same purpose, but with a little bit of few add-ons. Like, I've always wanted to have a platform for other artists to make music, to start actually believing in themselves if they really want to start creating, and actually just go and just do it. Yeah. I want to be able to be that voice to tell people, like, hey, whatever you want to do in life, bro, you just have to do it. And the moment you don't care about what another person thinks about your journey, you're already there. That's what I kind of want to still portray, that message. I just want to be able to help people, man. That's really it. That's all it's always been. I know I used to be very talkative and very outgoing when it came to motivation and help and stuff, but I realized I'm an artist before a therapist, and the music is what's going to help people.
The therapy.
The music is the therapy, not the voice necessarily. So
I like that. So how do you deal with confrontation? People are like, because they might understand you. Let's say you're giving out, because a lot of times people motivate others through social media, and let's say like you have like a motivational tweet, or like you're doing well, and you really want to spread the wealth, you know? You want to make other people happy. You want to have other people notice themselves. And let's say someone confronts you and says it's really like an egomaniac kind of thing. Like, it's like a complex. Like, why do you feel that your voice matters more than someone else? How do you deal with that? Because it's real, you know?
My voice doesn't matter more than yours. I'm just saying it more than you are. My voice isn't. I don't have no hierarchy. I'm just saying it. You have every right to say it. And it's not going to make you more, you're not going to have more wisdom than me, and I'm not going to have more wisdom than you, because 13 billion people have said what I'm saying. But that's just the type of mindset I have. You just don't have that mindset. It's not being egotistical. It's being what type of person you are.
Exactly. So let's say you want to make music into a career, right? And eventually, you expect to? Yeah. So then they say it's eventually you're gonna have to worry about the financial aspect, right? And I know you do right now, and it's coming to the point where you're like, all right, how am I gonna plan ahead in the future? And when it becomes about money, not necessarily about money, but when money comes a factor, you know, how do you differentiate between craft and then finance? Because at a certain point they're gonna meet, and at a certain point they're both just as necessary, you know, if you want to keep it going, you know.
Oh, for sure. Well, I always do this. I look at myself as the artist, and this is how I did when I was starting. I was like, okay, right now I'm starting music. I'm really starting to get into the writing process. Am I going to spend $75 on studio session? Imagine me talking from January 1st, 2017. Am I going to start? No, 2018, sorry. Since I just started and I'm barely like that good at writing full-blown high-quality songs, am I gonna go to a high-quality studio session for $75 an hour and record that song? No. I'm gonna start from where my music is. I'm gonna buy equipment that matches where my music is at that moment, and I'm gonna evolve like that. And that's how I'm gonna make sure that I don't spend too much money. You know, because if I make a horrible song, but I'm going and spending $100 an hour in the studio, the song's still going to be ass. I just wasted $100 that I could have spent if I took more time.
I've seen that.
And I waited, then I would have made another song that was 1,000,000 times better. Why? Because I had more experience and more time, taking that to the studio, and then possibly could be a hit. There's a better chance of growing.
I've seen that, because you really got to take one step at a time. And I've seen people, it's like, yo, we in the stew, and they're just smoking, wasting $400 an hour. And it's like, only 2 of them there are with it to work, and they're working on their craft. The rest of them are just part of the gang. And it's kind of this mentality, like, as soon as you get in there, like, yo, bro, we made it, you know. But
anybody could get a studio session, bro.
And I know you don't have the answer to this one, but it's like, and I think about it sometimes, like, how do you know when you've made it?
How do you know?
Just don't give a shit anymore.
How do you know when you've made it?
Some people say like they made it way before they made it, you know.
You have to make sure, what is it that you wanted to achieve in the first place. So saying you made it, the only way you could say you made it is if you made it in what you wanted. Because whatever dreams you had, that's what you wanted. So if you're able to get anything else, that's cool. It's not you saying, oh, I haven't made it yet because I didn't get this, this, and this. what was your original goal? And if you already achieved that, then you've made it.
Mm-hmm.
So like for me, I want to be able to inspire a lot of people and continue doing music for the rest of my life as a business, as a career. Once I do that, I made it. Like I'm already an established person and in what I wanted my life to be. So it's all about what you want to do, honestly.
I got you. So people might say like there's a little bit of complacency like in saying I've made it, you know? Like I made it, I'm done.
Oh, never
Slate
done.
clean. You know? Yeah, exactly. Like I like this aspect and it was introduced to me through bodybuilding. It's people kind of think it's disgusting when you get too big. And then you could compare that to like, let's say music. You don't want to be too rich. Some people are like, oh, he's too rich. It's disgusting, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So like my idea with bodybuilding was like the bigger you get, in my eyes, it was earning it. Every pound of muscle, every striation, every vein you earned, you know? And rightfully so. So I feel like these guys have this mentality, and I also try to use this in almost every walk of life, whether it's school. It's like I want to feel like I've made it, but at the same time, I'm not satisfied. And it's not dissatisfaction. It's not that I'm not content. It's just the opposite of complacency, you know?
You just know that there is more.
Yeah.
And the type of person you are.
Yeah.
You would like to go for more. Some people like settling once they got, and it's not even that they're, all right, slate's clean. There are just some people that are just like, okay, I got to where I want to be. I'm just going to stop as fast. I'm not going to go as fast, but they're still going to make sure they maintain. It's fine. Leave the phone. Actually, who is that? Actually, is that Deck? Is it okay if I can take it 5 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead.
5 seconds?
Bet. I want to jump into something really good. If you're comfortable about talking about it, but
Oh, just
shoot
me,
ready?
bro.
Ready? Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. All right.
Just go.
So we're back. All right. So one of the big messages that you have is like mental health, you know? And we all deal with different aspects, and whether someone is not registered, what's the word? It's whether they're diagnosed or not, whether they've fully accepted it or they have a different understanding, because like someone could be depressed and they don't know what depression is, you know? Because there's a textbook definition and there's just like within yourself, there's a feeling that resonates, you know?
Yes.
When you're not satisfied.
Depression it comes in many different ways. There's different types of depression. There's different situations where you can get it. You can either be traumatized into it, or you're literally just you living the same life over and over and over again with no change could give you depression. My biggest thing is I never in a million years think that suicide is the answer.
Agreed.
I'm not afraid to tell my experience because of the bullying, because of, you know, just the isolation that I had in an early life, a lot of death early on. Like I lost my father at a young age, a lot of family drama. You know, I didn't have that big of a structured family, but thank God I have my mom, because she is a fucking rock, but she is also, bro, like I swear, like an energy, like literally sent from heaven, bro, like from anywhere, like just somewhere, bro. Like there are certain type of people that are built differently, and my mom is a perfect example of someone that's
Shout out, Mom.
Shout out Mama Francis 669. Go follow her on Instagram. She'll accept you back, I promise you. But yeah, so I just it's just hard. You got to make sure that you just keep yourself balanced at all times. Like it can get so shitty, but you got to remember, like, you can't have everything else that's going around in your life dictate your life. Because as hard as it may be to get away from it, there's always going to be a time where you can. So like when it comes to like family issues, yeah, you're depressed right now. Say you're a young kid and you're stuck in that, like, oh, my family's horrible, depression. Kids end up killing themselves because of family problems. But when you're 18, 20, when you start living life, meeting new people, experiencing things, you're not restricted to your family anymore. You could always leave. I feel like people don't give life enough chances. They don't give life enough tries.
I like that outlook.
Look at businessmen. They tell you all the time, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk will tell you, professional salespeople that are millionaires now will tell you they failed 100 times first, and then they got that one, and then they failed another 100 times, and then he got another one, and then they failed another 100 times. That's how life is. Life is all a process. So no matter what type of mental illness you're going through, you have to, first of all, make sure you're medicated if it's that serious, because medication is important.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm really confused about Big Pharma and like who I should trust for my advice. So let's say like I have some kind of thing where someone in the audience has something like that, right? Say I'm in their shoes. And I'm really skeptical about big pharma, and I don't know the effects it has. And they talk about like these things, like Kanye West has referenced it, like in your brain. You know what I'm talking about? Like
yeah. They put him on pills and stuff like that. But also it's just hard. It's just really hard to like speak my mind on this particular thing, just for future things. But it's like,
well, you feel like you might go back on your word or something like that?
Not even that I might go back on my word, bro. It just, I'm a huge conspiracy theory guy, bro. So I think that they're trying to drug Kanye to just shut him up.
Yeah,
like that's what
I believe that. When he said it on Joe Rogan's podcast, I heard clarity. He was like, Joe, this is the first time I've been off drugs for X long, right? And people used to call me crazy. And I was listening to it in the car with my boy, and I was like, yo, he's like speaking spiritually almost. And I know what you're saying about like you don't want to go back on your word, stuff like that, because it's confusing, and you might say one thing now, but it's also maturity. You know, you come to new understanding. So like maybe 2 podcasts ago, maybe yesterday I said something, this morning I have a new interpretation, you know. I have a new outlook.
It's true. I just, with me, when it comes to medication, you could see it in somebody when it's not there, where they need medication, because it's not like you have somebody who's not really depressed who is going, and they don't just admit people with depression. It's not like that. No, it's definitely not like that. Because if you are going to do that, first of all, the pills that you're going to be put on, if you don't have depression, are going to affect you differently. Because there's literally, if you have clinical depression, that means there's a chemical imbalance in your head, which I have. Every human produces more of the sad chemical than the happy one. The name is like this long if I was able to write it.
I was going to say, one is the happy one. It's morphine. No. Dopamine, right?
No, dopamine is a stimulant.
Okay.
A part of it, but it's not dopamine. It's literally like a chemical that makes you happy. It's literally that keeps you at a positive rate.
Gotcha.
And there's another one that's negative. We always produce more of the sad one. Things with me, if you were to look at it as like a pie or like a bar graph, it's like here and here, literally.
How do they read this?
They read it because of the way your brain waves are.
They put like one of those little sticker type things like attached to a wire?
They either do that or they do MRIs, and you could see where.
Really?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Any samples like blood, stuff like that?
Not with me, but I know other people that have taken blood tests and they could check through blood and stuff like that. Yeah. They also do quick psychological, physical, like evaluations, like they ask you certain questions,
like the blot, like the splatter of ink. Did they ever do that? No, that's like
that's
psychiatric.
That's like people like PTSD, like like people who are just shot. But like, I think it's very important to stay on your medicine if you need it. And if you don't need medicine and you're just going through an episode, you have to remember, longevity wise, is your decision that you're making now to like end your life gonna is it worth it?
And can it be solved?
And can it be solved through death? No, because at the end of the day, you have probably a family and friends who love you, because the most depressed people are the ones that are able to hold great conversation, the ones that have a lot of friends, the ones that people think don't have depression are the ones that have depression.
Wow.
And that's why the race doesn't end. It's because we will never know. Like, you go up to somebody that you've known your whole life and they'll tell you, yo, like, I hate life. And you won't understand it because you've never seen them like this. Or you think, oh, they're just in an episode. And then 2 days later, they just end their life.
Yeah.
They were living a whole different life away from you and you had no idea. That's why I feel like it's so important to make sure that you ask, go out to your best friends, family, and ask, just reach out. Even if it's somebody that you haven't spoke to in years, bro. Like, I'd be swiping through my iMessages and I'd be like, oh, I haven't texted this person in a while. Let me see how they're doing. And I'll just send them a good positive message.
And it's great to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's always, oh my God, it's amazing.
That's the reason why I'll do that sometimes. Because I'm like, you know what? I felt great when this happened to me. I want to spread that feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's just spreading positivity will always be a positive outlook, like positive outcome.
And I feel like it reverses almost immediately,
Oh yeah. Karma, that's why I believe in karma. Karma is just, I wouldn't be able to be in the position I am in now. I know for a fact, if it wasn't for the way I treat others, the opportunities that I'm able to get because of certain people I grew up with, that I was nice to, that I hung out with, they are now able to help me out with what I want to do with my life. We could all just be better people if we just had an understanding about just understanding that not everybody thinks the way you do.
Yeah. And
So-
I thank you for bringing up talking about that topic or opening up,
Of
because
course,
it's
bro.
definitely not easy, you know.
Mhm.
And for each person, it's such a different game,
Mhm.
you know. It's like there's so many aspects, and I feel like the way you said it's like someone could really say they hate their life, but you may interpret it a different way because like number one, words are overused like that,
Mhm.
stuff like that, and I feel like we
Yeah.
we definitely abuse the substance behind it,
Mhm.
because when someone says they really hate their life or they're not content, that should say a lot more than it really does, you know.
Mhm.
But I feel like we overlook it,
Sure.
and I had a friend that passed away a couple months ago.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, thank you, bro. But it was with drugs, opioids, stuff like that. Yeah, it was unfortunate. And I feel like this person that I knew,
Was it intentional?
I didn't know. I didn't find out.
Okay.
I never asked. I felt like it just wasn't my place to ask. I can find out from people who know. but
Just
I mean, like, I would find out for the purpose of learning more about this person, but he was never really content, stuff like that. But it was like almost most of the time I knew him, or maybe when he got older, he was always high, and when his parents were drug testing him, he turned to what's it called?
fake
Cough
piss?
medicine. No, cough medicine,
Oh, cough medicine.
stuff like that. And when it wasn't cough medicine, it was LSD, like all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah, it was really bad, man. And eventually it got to just pills, and then it was no work at all, and then it was court dates, and he was like, I gotta go for this, like a misdemeanor or something like that. And I was like, dude, this kid's life is falling apart. And I felt like he was older than me, so I couldn't give advice, and I couldn't tell him to stop. Or like I saw him and I would just dap him up, and he was like half conscious, like he would dap me up smiling, and he was like drooling almost, and I was like, man, does he understand how loud he's like? He would talk to me, he was yelling. And I was
tone deaf is some
he was screaming, and we were in a locker room, and I was like, I don't think he understands what's going on right now. And I brought it up to someone that knew him, and they were like, yeah, we've seen the same thing. And I was like, it was really scary, but I felt like I was told not to intervene in a problem that wasn't mine, you know, because they were like, maybe not told, but I feel like that was the message I was receiving, because like sometimes you don't want to enter someone's life, or you don't want to diagnose them and be like, hey man, I think you're depressed, or like, because also that not only is it offensive sometimes when or you're just dealing with it, but it's not the right way to deal with it. Just diagnosing someone yourself or like approaching it. But I felt like in this case, I didn't know what to do. I saw there was something wrong, you know, and I feel terrible that knowing that something could have been changed, or maybe I could have just been a better friend, you know, just hung out with him a couple times. Maybe that would have changed, but I feel like I don't know what to do, because it's really hard, you know. Each one is so different. Each case is just, it varies in its own way. But
all you could do is be you, bro. The
Yeah.
best you could do is help the way that you would anyway. You know, because you also got to remember there are people that are like that in this world, like, and you want to help these people so bad, but also while helping a certain person, that person could make your life a living hell. And you don't deserve that, because you're going to help that person and it could backfire on you instantly. You know, that's why it's so hard to really get to the really bottom line of like, okay, who's bullshitting and who's not, because you'll never know, bro. I could literally be sitting here, I could make up a story right now and keep going for the whole podcast. You wouldn't know if I'm telling the truth or not.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's like, you have to make sure that if you're going to help somebody out, you know your boundaries. So like, if you kind of know this person, then and you see that you want to help them, you don't automatically go up to them and be like, I want to help you out. Be friends with them first. Kind of like get to know them first. Kind of like how a relationship would go.
Yeah.
Is because you know that you're about to dive, you want to help this person. So you know you want to get to a certain point where you want to see how they act, you know, how they really are. And it could either be really good or really bad. You know, you just got to make sure that you know who you're talking to at the right times.
Yeah, one of the things I realized was like interventions. I've never been really comfortable with that term, and I don't like it, because to me it kind of seems like, yes, someone can be out of line, and if it's noticed and it's like there's like a uniform idea, or like there's a consensus that we need to help this person out, we love them. Yes, I understand that, but at the same time, it's like what the society tried to do with Kanye. You know, like they decided collectively that he was insane, or that he wasn't in the right capacity to speak, or we shouldn't take him serious. And it's like there's also judgment in groups. I feel like when the group thinks they're right, and there's a mob mentality, and like they might convince them of something that they don't understand themselves. You know, it's really hard to approach. And I feel like, does having a degree in this stuff help you? Yes. But do you think there's a middle ground where it's just intuition? Like even education can't interpret. It's like you have to take it in, you know?
You have to really, it's really like an experience thing. There's no type of schooling that can prepare you for, say, like no school in the world will prepare you for a traumatizing event that will happen in your life that will over time give you a disease that you'd never even knew that you were going to get. No school is going to prepare you for that. I feel like experience is the only way you could really fully understand life, because you are physically and mentally going through it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's different with school. How you look at scenarios on a workbook and they're telling you what's happening and how you can implement this into your daily life, but it's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're reading it happen. That's why, you know, when you hear the thing, oh, you know, it's not good to be like a see it to believe it type guy. Well, if it's not religion, then it's an important way to think about things, because
like reading.
Yeah, like imagine walking into a business meeting and you're telling somebody, oh, I make $1 million a year off of this certain product that I sell. We sell it in 30 different countries. They're going to be like, oh, can you show us?
Mm-hmm.
No. You would be like, no, because you shouldn't have the see it to believe it mentality.
Mm-hmm.
No, you have to make sure that you have credentials in whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
so
building that ethos. That's the number one thing right now in college. Because like over the past years, like bias and stuff like that,
mm-hmm.
and especially like the abundance of it now.
Mm-hmm.
My professor, shout out Professor Ramdas, this dude is insane. You will never understand his viewpoint politically because he doesn't involve it at all, like whatsoever in class. And he really like we'll do debates and stuff where you are assigned a certain side.
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to argue this, or most of the time he lets us choose, right? Because he's really free thinking. It's more of like liberal or libertarian, whatever you choose. But you choose your side, you argue it. He's always going to give you the opposite, right? So the reaction, stuff like that, and you always have to consider what they're talking about. So when we read, we have to go through this person's background, whether it's schooling and stuff like that, but more so the community. So if this person is involved in legislation that involves like a local election or something like that, or it's whether just helping out and they're really cultivating a new experience or this movement, you know, to change people's lives and not just earn money and stuff like that. So yeah, the credibility you're talking about, it definitely holds a lot of weight. And I feel like looking into that more, it does have this importance that we need in our life. But at the same time, I feel like I'm the type of person, I could read a shit ton, but like it'll never ever match experience.
Never,
you know?
never.
Because
I like movies
Yeah.
better than reading. I think that's just off the bat.
Dope. Yeah, I understand like exploring your mind and reading and creating the scene in your head is dope, right? But like watching it is so much cooler. Like Joe Rogan, the way he said it, he was like, you would rather read about it than see it? Like who
Like,
I would love to see a dragon, bro. I'm tired of imagining. I want to see one.
Exactly.
You know?
I don't want to see my own dragon. I don't want to, like, people are like, oh yeah, but you know, in your head, the dragon could look like you, or you could make the dragon whatever you want.
But it never does.
I don't give a fuck of what I want. If I see a dragon outside, I don't care if it has a leg that I think is ugly. It's a freaking dragon. Like I'm gonna. Yeah, you're 100% right.
Yeah, I feel like, how do you earn the most experience? Because in my perspective, it's like I understand that drugs can experience. It could help you understand new things, and it could also take control of things that you don't want it to. And I know someone that's recovered from drug addiction, alcoholism, and I'm gonna have her on soon. I can't wait. Yeah,
that's dope.
But I feel like bringing up something about recreational drug use would rub her the wrong way in her experience, you know. And I also know someone like you who would advocate for it because you have two different experiences and two different perceptions, you know.
Well, I could tell you, I'm not afraid to say this either. I was down a very bad road, like 3 or 4 years ago. Like I was off too many. Just I was on a lot of different shit. Like I mean, it was just the time, you know. Like it's not like that no more.
It's better. I'm glad it's like this now.
Oh yeah, bro. I don't even associate with that side of me anymore. But it's like recreational use. Like if we talk about marijuana, then I'm all hands in, bro. Marijuana should fucking be on the American flag. That's like I swear to God, bro. Like
how does it affect your creativity? Like freestyle and stuff like that.
It kind of gives me, it's more of a body feeling for me than a mental feeling. Cause like if I'm tired, I can't freestyle.
Yeah.
I mean I could, just because I found out a way of just freestyling easily without overthinking my words. But when you're off marijuana, bro, it's just like, whoa, like there's things going on in your head that are turning, like ideas that you thought were weird when you were sober. When in reality, they were the funniest things ever. You were just too scared to say them. Yeah. And that's why I predominantly make music when I'm high. Yeah.
Gotcha. So from my experience with weed, it's mostly like for some reason, naturally I'm really productive, but like it slows down my productivity insanely. But I also like the aspect of me that I believe might have ADHD or just can't focus is like through the roof. Like I'll be walking with my friends and I'll be like, stop, look up. We are in a fucking galaxy.
Bro, I do the same shit.
I'm like, we are in a galaxy, boys. Do you understand? I'm like, we might go to war at any minute.
Bro, I literally do that too. I'll be sitting in the backyard with everybody, and we're all siping, and like it'll be like we'll all be talking, right, about regular conversation.
Yeah.
And then it'll get quiet, and then everyone will just look at me because I'm completely off the conversation, looking at the sky, and I'll be like, "Yo, you see that star right there? We will never ever be able to go there ever in our lives, never. But we can see it from right here."
They're like, "All right, bro." Like my friends, they get annoyed.
No,
with
they join.
Yeah,
because they're all high too.
That's true. That's
true.
So
they'll just join.
But there's different highs though, because I have some friends that'll be like, "Yo," they'll dap me up. The other one's like, "Here we go, Mouse is chatting again," you know? Because then like. You said you wait for like the pause, or maybe you don't naturally sometimes, but I'll be in conversation. We'll be talking about like, so how's school? And I'll be like, yeah. What's your take on this? Or blah, blah, blah. Like just something fucking random, you know? We're just talking about cars. Then I'm like, bro, like, do you like fat people? Like, it's just random, you know? It'll just come to my head. I was like, yo, why are people fat? Like,
we need to Cyph.
Right?
We need to Cyph.
Yeah, we'll make one. I have one in the books planned for a really, and it's an intellectual that I would never have guessed smokes weed.
Who? Don't tell me.
You don't know this person, but
I don't know the person.
This person doesn't feel comfortable with it being public, but like this person has really high standards in terms of grades and stuff like that, and you would think they're just like an uptight person who only worries about school. And I was like, there's no way you smoke weed. I was like, oh my god, today's the day, you know.
That's dope.
It's gonna happen sometime in the future, but I feel like it affects everyone differently, and I'm learning to like. I don't like having it as much of a presence in my life, so I'll do like once in a while with my friends, or recently it hasn't been once in a while. It's been more than once in a while, you know. Coronavirus,
getting lit.
Exactly, yeah. Like I mean, I'm not following any protocol in terms of coronavirus and sharing.
I was literally at a party yesterday. I had a party in my house yesterday. Danny's album release party.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
it's
it's crazy, bro. But it's like, for me, I get really hyper, and the next day, like the come down is always like sluggish, and I feel like I didn't do enough, you know. For some reason, that's what I get. That's the feeling I get. I'm like, damn, I should be more productive right now.
Oh, I thought you meant I didn't do enough weed.
No.
I was about to say, bro, then you definitely shouldn't be trying anything other than weed, bro. Because that mentality, I was just about to pull you to the side, like, yo, what's going on?
No. Does it hit you differently, like a J and a blunt?
Oh yeah, because when you
the stun, with the backwood, or
because it's literally a stun.
It is.
That first hit, you're like shit, bro.
Yo, it's the best, bro.
Facts. But I like smoking J's better. I'm more of a casual, like, chill smoker. Man, give me 1 sec, because I told him I was gonna see.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh no, this is some girl.
I bet.
Not like that.
No, don't worry.
I don't want to be like, oh, some girl. No.
No. I know you're not.
But yeah.
What were you saying?
So like when I smoke a J, it's just more relaxing because I don't have to like. When you smoke a backwood, like you really gotta like smoke it and like be aware of this.
You in the face.
Yeah, you got to be aware of the smoke. Like
you can't pull it like a J either.
No, it doesn't.
When you try to, it will kill you.
Literally, no, it will. It's just like when you put a J, bro, it's just simple because you know it's just weed and the paper. But with a backwood, it's tobacco wrapped with weed, and then usually with a blunt, someone's definitely lacing it with grabba. You know what grabba is?
Yeah, unless you roll it yourself.
Unless you roll it yourself. But
grabba, Fonto, all that shit. Yeah.
I fucking love that shit, but I don't really smoke grabba, Fonto like that too much. I don't like tobacco.
No, me neither.
I don't really like tobacco like that. So.
Did you smell a tobacco scent when you came down here? I have a candle. No?
I did notice a scent, and it did smell good, but I didn't know it was tobacco. It
might have been my fragrance, but it could also be the candle. Yeah, I was looking for a cigar one, but I settled with tobacco.
You like cigars?
Yeah.
I tried smoking cigars.
No, I don't like smoking them. My dad has the palate for that. My uncles have all built this. You have to build
to
enjoy a cigar. Yeah. I have an uncle that'll smoke 2 or 3 a day.
You can't. I just can't, bro.
I was in smell, though.
I was in Miami last summer, 2 summers ago. Sorry, and we all bought cigars. It was at the end of the night, and we were like, "Do you know what? Let's just have a cigar." I was like, "Fuck it." I was drunk off my ass. I was high too. I was like, "All right, yeah, let's just go cop a cigar." I'm I'm sitting there. Everyone's puffing it, just relaxing. I'm like coughing up a lung. I wasn't inhaling. I knew not to inhale. But still, it's
you pull it.
Like, you pull it in your mouth. And it's just like, still, it just tastes is just, I don't know.
The taste doesn't resonate well. Every time I bring this up, my dad's like, you have to have it with whiskey. You know? You gotta, that's why, you're not complimenting it. I'm like, all right. I'm not ready for this talk. Because he's always trying, like, they're always like, Mas, take it. And I'll pull. And I'm not one of the people that's just gonna pull because like it's fun.
Mhm.
I'm trying to build tolerance, but at the same time, if I don't enjoy it, I'm just not gonna fuck with it. you
Yeah,
know?
exactly. I'm
Until
the same
time
way.
comes. So who in your family knows that you smoke? Everyone?
My mom knows I smoke. Yeah, everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. I mean, I don't know.
You're not gonna go around being like, hey guys,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
smoke.
hey, yeah.
Merry Christmas, I smoke weed. Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
like if you're my friend, then you
Mhm.
know I smoke weed because I always have it on me.
Yeah.
But if you're my mom, you know I smoke weed because I've done it so many times in front of you, and she's yelled at me so many times that now she just doesn't care, and she knows I'm responsible too.
Exactly.
Like
yeah.
I'm not the weed smoker there's so many of them here who just sit on the front porch and they'll stay at the front porch.
Yeah.
Like they won't go and start a business, or they won't go and try and get on another podcast.
They're not ambitious.
They're not. Yeah, they don't have enough ambition. They don't want anything.
That's why
but
weed has
drugs.
that. It has that effect, you know, because there could either be one side, and nobody in my family knows besides two of my sisters, and I mean this is like a coming out video almost. But like I don't give a shit who finds out or who listens because like it's my choice. I try to hold myself accountable in everything I do. So it's like school, work, shit like that, connections, networking. I feel like as long as I hold myself to a certain standard and I complete the task I'm looking for, or I'm doing something in progression, right? And I'm working forward and I'm moving upwards, then I don't really care about anyone's opinion. And if they yell at me for smoking weed once in a while, or every other day, or every day,
Yeah. No, literally every day. Like I love you, Mom. I'm sorry because, bro, it's brick now. Like I told her, like I would love to walk with the J and go out, go to walk to Juniper and walk back, and then so the house or the backyard doesn't smell. But it's 30 degrees outside. Like I'm gonna.
And when you're cold, you can't feel it.
Yes,
You can't. You just don't.
You don't feel high when you're cold. I walk. You get high when you're cold.
Wait, I thought it was
Like-
the opposite. I thought you can't get cold when you're high.
No, I get brick.
Yeah?
I get freezing. Well, no.
Well, it helps sober you up because your senses are like taking over your mind in a sense. You know?
Exactly,
It's like
like-
looking into a light when you're high.
I don't like being cold already. So when I'm cold, when I'm sober, I'm already thinking about how cold I am. So when I'm high, it just amplifies me knowing how cold I am, and then it just kind of gets rid of the high, and,
Yeah, gotcha.
and I'm just freezing.
There's something that I don't like about always being high, or like for me, it's like I'll be like, cool, it's fun with the bros, and it's also like not just because of the group incentive, and it's like, oh, look at us, peer pressure, but it's also like I like what it does when I listen to music when I'm high. It's like
Really?
every beat, I understand it. Like I'm taking, like, you know how music is in layers. You of all people should know,
Yes.
or would know. There's like it's layered, and there's backgrounds, and it's like there's like so many different things besides just like a drum.
You
Right,
hear
in a
it.
person. Yeah, I hear every level. If I listen to a symphony, I'm like, holy shit. Like sometimes I have these epiphanies when I'm gone. Like one thing I really want to do, I have epiphanies. I swear to God. Have you ever had that before?
Yes.
Where you're like, yo.
You know how
this
many
is-
times I've sat there and listened to my own music high and literally been there and just like, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna
You're
blow
like,
up. I'm
yes,
gonna make
yeah.
it. I'm gonna make it. Like
Mhm.
that's happened to me. So
I had the
many
other
times.
day, and I thought of something, and I really want to get in touch with this local councilman, and I don't know, nor I don't care if they would neglect me or say no because I talk about something like weed or recreational use, or because I have a certain opinion. I would understand if I was like an extremist in my opinions, and they were like, we don't want to associate with you, so therefore we're gonna say no. But it's a local congressman. I want to have him on, and I feel like
He will definitely come on, bro. You're not you endorse.
councilman. But yeah, continue.
Yeah.
My bad.
You're allowed to have. I mean, you're allowed to. You should definitely try and get him on, the councilman. Because, bro, it's not like you have a banner with a marijuana plant there. You're not decked out in marijuana gear with a marijuana microphone. Like you just you smoke weed, but you don't make it a part of your life. Like you don't show that off, because I don't think showing off drugs like that means anything.
Of course. Like, what do you appreciate about being sober? For me, I'll go first. The first thing I like is like, the difference between being high and sober is like when I'm sober, I take things in, but like it doesn't affect you as much. So I think when I'm high, I overanalyze a lot. I overanalyze almost everything. People say that it's like it's just nonchalant, chill as hell. For me, it's the opposite. I look at a grain of rice and I'm thinking of a million different things, right? I look at the pole and I'm like, where was this manufactured? Who had the wood? What tree did it come from? Right? What rain dripped down on that? You know that rain came from a dinosaur's mouth, basically. Like we're drinking
Millions of years ago. Like,
exactly. You know this shit all circulates. Like we're
Yes.
basically we're just matter.
We're just recycled.
Exactly.
people.
But I think about stuff to such complexity that it tires my brain. That's why.
That's I could honestly agree with you, but the tiredness doesn't set in until like the come down starts coming. Like it's not me thinking so much that my head hurts. it's literally just when the high is on its way out and you're sobering up again, that's when I get tired. I love thinking out of the box, bro. Like,
hell yeah.
Like, I just love, like, I love trying to ask myself questions that probably no one has ever asked themselves before.
Those are the ones that need to be asked.
Yes, exactly. Because those are the ones that you want to look for. Those are the things that make you excited.
Yeah.
So that's why.
It's like a stimulant.
Yeah, exactly.
You're stimulating the brain to stimulate itself. Because I feel like the drug is not what's stimulating me. The drug is allowing me to stimulate myself. You know?
Exactly.
It's opening the door. With that, no, maybe it's giving you the key to therefore open the door.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, it's giving you the key because, like you said, a lot of people have different highs. Like, some person can get high and completely isolate themselves and not think of anything but just the fact that they're so high and they stress out.
Like,
yeah,
like
exactly.
The slump, like the pen.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, fuck pens. Because it's so concentrated and it's the oil extract, so it's the potency of it is so fucking high.
So high.
And I've seen so many kids smoke these smart carts and, like, remember the match carts, Matchbox, all that shit? And they were going through 2 in a week or 3 in a week.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And I was just watching zombies in high school. Like, that was the worst part about drugs.
I was a zombie in high school, bro. I had the smart carts going crazy, bro. Every day in the science lab. We'd go into the science lab. We'd hide under the table. Boom, bro. 3 hits. And, bro, I swear to God, I couldn't even look at, like, a light. I couldn't look at a light. Like, it was just too blind or it was a completely different color. I remember one time, bro. I had it was first period gym. And we were all in the bathroom before our gym period. It was like, yo, let's just siphon.
Locker room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing.
It was like, oh, let's just siphon in the locker room, bro. And just, like, not obviously siphon with a J, but like.
People used to do that. I was like, before pens, how did they siphon? They smoked. Crack open a window, yeah.
Wow.
That's how it worked. Continue.
No, it's fine. You interrupt me. That's actually crazy because I never thought people actually did that.
No, they had to. There was no other choice because I don't think edibles were a thing. Were they?
Edibles are relatively new?
I think so. Maybe they're more popular now, but I know
I'm about to use Transformers as a reference.
Which changing with age.
When Megatron comes back alive, Revenge of the Fallen, right?
In a new body?
No. When they pick him up from the bottom of the ocean, when he died in the first movie. Oh, it is the second movie.
Yeah.
When Sam's mom tries the pop brownie.
I barely remember that.
Well, there's a scene where Sam's mom tries the pop brownie, and remember when she steals the frisbee from the camp when he gets the campus, and she was like, "Oh, I just came back with this baggie of treats," and it was a marijuana.
I think so. Is that when he fell in love with that other girl? I'll continue. But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The robot bitch.
Yeah.
So, like, what year was that?
2014.
That came out. That movie Transformers 2 came out 2014.
Maybe 2012.
No, probably
8.
Yeah, like 2009, 2010, probably.
I have my order messed up. Like for that one, I know the original
2007
and the latest.
2007.
The best. I know them the best, but I've watched all of them.
Yeah. So like the only reason I brought that up is because like if edibles weren't that long ago, I remember edibles being a thing for that scene. But how long ago was that? I don't remember.
No, but I'm talking about like recent history, like the past 2-3 decades. It's been introduced. Other than that,
oh well, I don't know. I honestly have no idea.
I would go to someone like Joey Diaz for that. I just listen to his drug advice, and I'm like, huh, that makes sense because he's done everything.
My slouch is killing me right now. I'm sorry.
Slouch? Yo, if you want, I got a weight belt over there.
You got a weight belt? I mean,
you want to strap up?
Nah.
No.
Hey, so
pause.
He was like, "Yo, you want to strap?" No, I'm fine. Don't worry.
No, I get that sometimes. Like whether it's like a heavy lift or like I do something wrong, and I'm like, holy shit, I just put the belt on.
It just be my back. I have a back deformity. My upper back is more developed than my lower back.
Is that where the name comes from?
And people used to make fun of me, call me slouch all the time, making fun of me. And then I was like,
take that shit for myself.
I was like, let me turn this into a positive and just fuck up everybody's mentality of me.
Yeah, it's like, say it again now, because now you're helping me.
Yes, exactly.
They're helping your cause that they make fun of you.
How crazy is it? Like, I remember walking through the hallways and people looking at me and being like, oh, slouch. Like, oh, he's fucking back, right? And then a year goes by. And I'm walking onto a stage and all I hear from outside is slouch, slouch, slouch. It's a different type of slouch.
Talk about changing the definition, right?
Right? It's like so awesome. And anybody could do it. Anybody could redefine it.
Yeah. That's what I really want to have. I mean, like, your story, I love it. And I want to keep furthering it with like people who transform themselves, like this woman I'm having on. Like, you can really change your life, yourself, your identity, and your values. And it's not structured either. You know, it's this walk of life that we figure out along the way. I wanted to go back to what you were saying about the pens. So, what did you like least about it? Like that experience?
What did I like? What did I not what I didn't like about it, like
Mhm.
the worst part about it, I didn't like how obtainable it was. Like,
It's too easy.
it's too easy. I was high literally for days straight, like with no breaks of being sober. It's different with a J because now I have to roll it up, but now I have to make sure I have filters.
You also
and
have to cop
papers,
it.
and you have to cop it. It's more. It's very, you have to do a lot to actually smoke.
Yeah.
A J. But with a pen, bro, you buy it once.
There's no input. There's like a very small input for a large output.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And that's why I feel like as kids we were just so like.
Well,
My first time greening out was off the pen.
really?
I took like 20 hits, 20 blinkers, and it was just bad downhill.
20
Like,
blinkers. Wow.
you know what a blinker is, right?
Yeah. When you pull it long enough, that starts blinking.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
like 20 of them, bro. And I literally have all the videos of that experience on my phone, all of it.
That shit stays with us. I feel like when I'm older, there's gonna be video surfacing of me doing and saying stupid shit. But like at this point, fuck it, you know?
Yeah, bro.
Because that's not me. It's not the same person. But I also really like how you could take a certain aspect of pen that you don't like. Because someone could say, look at Artie, he smokes every day. Degenerate, right? But then
I love the way you just said that.
no, but you know what I'm saying though?
Degenerate.
But right, like, but you've also just identified the things that you don't like about overuse and about it being too easily obtained, you know? And the principle about like small input and large output is that like it's so enticing. In anything you do in life, the goal is to have a small input with a large output, right?
Exactly.
You want to make money, you want to do the least amount of work for the most money, right? If you want to go to the gym, some people say you could get it done in 45 minutes for maximal gains, right? Or like whatever you do, any walk of life. So I see why it's really enticing and it pulls people in, but at the same time, you got to be very weary of that stuff. And
Yes, you do.
do you have sobriety breaks or like tolerance breaks?
I have to.
Good.
Because then
regulation.
it starts messing with my creative process because I'll smoke for like 2 weeks straight, right? And then I realize like the high is starting to change. Like it's not a inspirational high, it's a whoa high. And I don't like those. Like if I'm smoking weed, I never want to be in the mind state where I cannot control myself. That's why I don't like drinking that much. Like I drink here and there when there's a party.
Yeah.
There's a lot
With
more
weed.
control with weed. Than you could drive
You
smacked.
can drive, you can go to work smacked.
Yes.
You can't do that on the job. You can't drink on the job because you will get caught, right? Eventually, it depends how much you drink.
Bro, I just find it so crazy how like when it comes to the unions, like these union workers, they carpool a lot because a lot of them don't have cars. So when you get into a van with like 5 or 6 of these dudes, bro, like even the driver is drinking alcohol because they can't smoke bud.
They're trying to get around it. The OSHA laws are right. The rules.
Yeah, they're trying to get around it. So they'll literally drive home and carpool and have cases of beer where they're all drinking. And it's like, so you have a DUI potential and a massive tragedy too that could possibly happen.
The odds are spiked. Yeah.
So spiked. Then if you just let them smoke weed.
That's an outlet I really didn't look into because like you're just limiting them to a worse
outcome.
Yeah. And it's like if you just open this door or let them choose for themselves, because regardless if weed is legal or not, people are still going to drink and drive,
and people are still going to die from anything.
Exactly.
So like, what is the concern? Like, you're going to have a glorified alcoholic on a job site, but you're not going to have the strong guy who just happens to smoke weed.
Yeah. That's also another thing that's really normalized about alcohol. It's like most cultures welcome alcohol. If you drink at a young age, they'll be like, okay, I understand like there's experiences where like someone might be an alcoholic, so they'll be like, we don't do that in this family. We've had bad experiences in the past. I understand. But like weed, the word weed or marijuana is associated with such a negative connotation compared to alcohol. I could drink with my family. I can't smoke a J with my family.
You know why? It's because of the way it's the way it's marketed.
Yeah.
You got Sam Adams, Boston Lager. You have someone who was related to the president.
This high position of
endorsing alcohol. But back when marijuana was kind of on the rise, it was the hippies, or it's the devils, like literally like the
the ghetto, the same
or
thing.
the ghetto, exactly. Like pertaining marijuana because it's an out of the box stimulant. It literally makes you think the way you want to. That's why these big businesses, that's why these people in power, in my opinion,
they're so threatened by it.
They're so threatened by it. Like, you know how threatened they are by psychedelics, bro? Bro, off DMT, you were literally able to see beings and have full-blown conversations with people, bro.
Really?
Yes.
That aren't there?
That are not there, bro.
Like, I could put a face in this hole
bro,
right
it's
here.
not a face, bro. You're not seeing a face,
like
bro.
a being.
But you gotta understand there are things in this world that are so not human that it's very hard to wrap your head around. It's just not.
And that helps you.
It helps me because it makes me realize that I'm nothing. Like me knowing that I'm nothing compared to this world.
It's humbling.
It is humbling. And it's like, what do I got to worry about? Like I'm not like, I don't have the weight of the world in my hands, really. I will never have that opportunity. Even if I become the president of the earth, there are billions of galaxies that I will never be able to see. It's crazy, bro. Like heroin and all that shit. Like, no, because that's what people don't understand. That's all scientifically made. Like LSD is scientifically made. Like that's made in the lab, but DMT comes from the back of a frog.
Really?
Yes. People lick frogs and you could get a DMT trip.
No.
Yes.
Is that why big cats do that? Have you seen them?
Yes.
They find plants and animals and they're just licking them.
And they get high off of it. Ever seen the video of the tiger? I think it's the tiger.
He's gnawing on a plant.
Gnawing on a plant, and then he's there, and he's like tripping.
Joe Rogan had that on the screen. They were just dying.
That's where it was.
Yeah. They're like, exactly look at this fucking cat just rolling in circles with his tongue out, drooling and just doing the funniest shit ever. Like, why is he running into a wall at this point right now, right?
Like,
so sharp, but then they could be so loose at the same time.
It's because I'd never understood why putting things into the brain that were grown in the ground, I think, I'm about to put on Declan. Shout out Dr. Deck. He told me this. We were hanging out one day and he was like, bro, you don't think DMT comes from aliens? And this is what made me believe it, bro. This might sound stupid, but I was like, he's like, one, you see things that are unlike any other thing you have ever seen in your entire life. Like you can't even speak sometimes when you see these things. Like they're not walking towards you. Like they don't, like sometimes these things don't even have mechanics of a human. Like there's no walking. Like they're just moving. It's weird, bro. And like they don't have shoulders. They don't have arms. They're not built like us. It's just so weird. Like even if like it's just a being and it's like it's not even like they have 3 arms. They're not abnormal humans. They're nothing like humans. Like no bone structure, anything like that. It's crazy. And he was like, you don't think that shit comes from aliens? And I was like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the things you see are out of this world. But like, I don't think it could come from aliens. He goes, bro, where does DMT come from? He goes, where does shrooms come? Oh, I fucked up the whole thing. It's not DMT, it's shrooms that he was talking about.
Keep going.
He was like, where do shrooms come from? I was like, cow shit. He goes, when you were a kid, what were you introduced to with aliens? What was the first thing that an alien would abduct in every movie, every show? A cow. And the shit that you could smoke cow shit, you could eat cow shit, and you could literally meet people, and not even people, bro. You can meet things. Like that's what. There's signs, bro. Like hidden messages and shit.
What about the cow fertilizer? Like the shit they used to use manure. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then they use it dry. It would start fires. You could really enrich the soil with that stuff.
Yes, bro. There's so many things that we could do to make this world a better place, but we just don't, because instead of using the cow to find our spiritual
But that's so out of the box. It's like they can't trust it.
Yeah, they can't. But no, we're gonna drink its milk and put it in a fucking basically a concentration camp for animals, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's like a slaughterhouse.
It's so
for
normalized,
animals. So normalized, and like what we're doing to that cow is not more beneficial than if we used it for psychedelic research. Like, bro, drinking cow's milk is not good for us.
Yeah, it's not that we're all lactose intolerant. We have a lactose what's the word?
We're not cows.
We're not supposed to have it in general.
We're not cows.
Yeah, your tolerance might change depending on mine. Some people are just completely intolerant. My sister will have chocolate and have puree for shit for like 3 days. I could have a bowl of ice cream and cereal and I'll be fine, maybe, right? It just depends. But yeah, we're not supposed to be drinking their milk or having it. Like dairy products are so bad for us.
So bad.
Terrible.
So bad for us.
But it tastes so good. I love fucking cheese.
And that's the problem, bro. Cheese is so... We're Italian. How are we not supposed to have a little bit of provolone or Parmesan cheese or...
Just Parmesan?
No, bro. Not just Parmesan.
We're talking the Pecorino Romano, right?
Bro, I love going to Ivorone.
What is that?
It's a bakery. Not a bakery. It's a butcher. Ivorone.
Gotcha. They have good cheese?
Great cheese.
My grandmother used to like risk jail time to smuggle cheese back to America. Yeah.
That's some goat. That's some...
She'd be like, what I do for the people? She has a press conference after she lands. I'm like, no, how do you do it? You know, you just evaded the police. She's like, I don't know. but I have
the cheese is starting to smell.
Yeah.
Like, please leave.
I'm like, no, we can smell you. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Imagine cheese was like how weed was back in like the 90s, but like how you could literally go to jail for 20 years for like an eighth of weed on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's also
that's
a crazy
so
thing.
stupid. Oh my god, that's upsetting. That's really upsetting. Like wasting your life. Not you wasting your life, but like someone wasting your time on Earth because they determined it was wrong.
For
like,
an eighth, bro. I buy eighths a lot. I would be in like on the death penalty if it was like.
And I mean, we both have friends that push.
Yeah.
They would be in the fucking maximum.
They'd be
apparently.
on the news. Imagine, bro,
Right?
if it was glorified the way that it was. Sorry if I keep walking away from the
No, don't worry.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot of things that are censored that I just don't think should be.
So are you like more libertarian in your view?
Yeah, I really don't think I don't think things. I think things need to be censored to a point. Like if you're gonna straight up just not tell the truth about something,
no, you need regulation.
Yeah, you need regulation. Like you can't just be out here making a whole lie about somebody just to get some clicks, which happens already with celebrities, with presidents, with anybody that works in politics, with anybody of power, of some type of notoriety. There's always like, how is there so many rumors about these people? I never understood how we are able to look at all these articles of rumors. Like, how are they allowed to be published if there's no truth to any of these things?
Yeah.
Like, completely defacing somebody's image off of speculation.
Yeah, it's inconclusive, and a lot of it's slander. And the thing is, it's hard to determine when there's a lot of allegations. Do we take do you bring the similarities together, and are we going to come to a conclusion that there's a lot of hints saying this? Maybe we should believe that. Or maybe someone realized that it's really easy to work this narrative. Let's all use this as a factor to get that person out. I think we're both talking, like I'm talking about Donald Trump right now in my head.
Right? I'm thinking
it's
Donald Trump. I'm thinking Tory Lanez. Bro, that whole thing with the Meg Thee Stallion thing, I find it nuts, bro. Like,
he just shot her, and then,
bro, I
haven't been following.
I
don't care.
I don't mean to be Sherlock Holmes, but since it's in the music industry, I'm into it, bro. And I love Tory Lanez. Shout out Tory Lanez, bro. I'm saying that because if he ever saw this, I would want him to see this part specifically.
We're gonna put a little highlight right there.
Put a highlight, bro. Fucking
shout out Tory Lanez.
Sure, shout out Tory, bro. He just got out of his deal with Interscope, and he was having a whole rant for like the last 3 months of him being in the deal, like how he was gonna expose the label for mistreating him and all that shit. Ended up not saying anything about it.
I see where you're going.
But after dropping New Toronto 3, which was the last album with Interscope, the next album he made, Daystar, came right after the Meg Thee Stallion shooting. First of all, there's no evidence proving that Tory Lanez even shot the gun. Meg Thee Stallion posted a picture of her in the hospital room on the bed with a bullet hole in her ankle. And you can't do that. That's releasing evidence to an existing crime.
You can't?
No, bro.
But it's her life.
Yeah, it's her life, bro. But when there's an ongoing investigation, and when you're first of all, when you're in an operating room, you're not allowed to take pictures of things like that unless you're authorized to. She's sitting there, just take a post it on Instagram and shit. You can't do that.
So she's creating this idea before anything's conclusive.
I think it's the labels. That's
and they worked the narrative. Think so?
I'm thinking on some shit like because they were dating. They were together and they loved each other. I think Meg got her way because they were like, they realized the momentum off of Quarantine Radio was going to shoot his album sales. And the fact that they knew that he was going to get 100% of everything he made off of that album, they didn't like that. They were like, oh, fuck this guy.
No, yeah.
So like, let's get back at him. And you could also make this thing like, all right, they're $1 million company. Why would they care about one artist, Tory Lanez? But bro, Tory Lanez was going to blow the F up if that didn't happen.
So how has your approach changed with like, not only coronavirus, because I know people listen to music more, but when you get into this industry and as you grow in influence, you're going to realize there's a lot of things that you don't like. And there's a lot under the surface that they talk about. They always say the music industry is worse than Hollywood. It's worse than politics. I mean, you might not have found that to be true yet, because I understand like when you reach that pool, you'll understand.
I don't think that.
No?
I don't think it's worse than anything.
No.
I think every single thing that you want to get into, if you want to go for the top, you're gonna meet the scumbags that are at the top.
And there's a reason why they're there.
And there's a reason why they're there.
They play to win.
Exactly. And you could be a generous person, right? That's why it's hard for me a lot, because I have to make a lot of decisions sometimes that I don't want to make, but I have to if I want to be able to get to. I'm not an asshole. I'm not talking about that. I keep it fair. It's just there's like when you talk about politics and you see the assholes in politics, like you got to watch out for those people. There are people like that in the music industry. They're different situations. If you're a compassionate musician that just solely loves music, you're gonna hate the people that are in the industry. But if you're coming at it as like, okay, I love music, I'm really good at making it also, and I want to make money off of it, I gotta put away my emotional side for a little bit and deal with these asshole people. So when I am my own boss, I don't have to deal with that anymore. Bro, you have to bite the bullet sometimes. Sometimes you just have to just bite on the wood and just deal with it.
Is there anything you're doing right now to prepare yourself for that, for when it comes?
Preparing myself for like those type of people?
Yeah.
Bro, just meditating and just keep telling myself that this is my world, bro. Like this, I can't live anybody else's life. That's why when I say my world, I don't mean like this whole world.
It's my world.
Me.
It's whoever's watching this world.
Yeah, like
literally the beholder. Like I can say confidently, I'm living in my world right now. Like Artie's in my world, and guess what? I'm in yours.
Exactly.
Coming from you, right?
Exactly. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So it's like,
that's true.
It's whatever situation you're in. So like if I'm there, prepare myself mentally for something like that. Like the biggest thing that I'm kind of worried about is just momentum. I want to make sure that my steps are calculated always. I don't give a fuck about what people have to say about me, bro. I really just don't at all. Like I don't know what it is.
That's a good feeling. It's liberating, bro.
It's just like, wow.
Yes, you could open your arms. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yes. Like you could throw so many bullets and punches at me, bro, and I will not fall down. Like not even move just because of I know what I'm doing. You don't know. You're a fucking Instagram commenter who has never met me, never had a conversation with me. Like, why would I care about what you have to say?
And does that happen often? Like people you've never run into?
No. The only problems that I've really been able to run into, but that I have run into are just other rappers that are just jealous, really. Not they kind of use my name in diss tracks as clout. Like there was a situation that I had with these rappers.
Was it like a year ago, 2 years ago?
Oh, you're talking about the Do That thing. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that was even a thing. Yeah, someone stole Do That. Like the beat they stole from the producer, didn't pay for the beat, and they also stole my cadence and my flow. So I said, "Shawty, can you tell me why you do that?" This guy goes, "Shawty, you wanna fuck with the team?" And then I'm like, the lyric, I'm like, "Sending me feelings through these pictures without a callback." He's like, "I told him no, she ain't fucking with me." It's that down progression that he literally followed my same melody. It wasn't the same lyrics, but it's the same. He knew.
Yeah.
And I didn't even find it. I got spammed about it. About people telling me, "Oh, like he stole your song." Oh yeah, bro. Because that was when like my fans were like at a peak, bro. Because Do That was just fucking raking in views like crazy. That was an instant. And then once I started meeting more rappers, I started making more friends, being associated with different types of groups. There were a lot of people that they knew me, and they knew they were hanging out with me a little bit more. Which it wasn't like something like, oh, they wanted to be friends with me more because I was more established. No, we just happened to start connecting more. Yeah. Those other rappers started making diss tracks about them adding me in the song, but never really dissing me. Yeah, they were always like, "Oh, and you all dick ride slouch." So it's like, am I being like, I'm not really being targeted. I'm kind of just.
But your name's in their mouth regardless.
Yeah, but my name's in their mouth regardless. Yeah. I stay away from beef. There should be no reason to have a beef with me. If you have a conversation with me and if we do business, if it's business, then we get the business done and I don't speak to you anymore. Yeah. But if you want to be with me on a personal level, then I make sure that I don't fuck that up because
that's true. Because it has value, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you could tell, like the genuine person and like usually the people who make it and not just the top execs and shit like that that are just in it to win it. But like people that work their way up are always well established, and it's networking and it's just being a non-bullshitter. Because like I could say confidently I'm a bullshitter, but and I know when people are bullshitting, but at the same time I like being really genuine. And like when I speak to people, I like looking inward. You know, I like learning about them. I like establishing that connection.
Of course, bro. I feel like if you do that, you limit yourself from fucking up that many times in front of that person. And this is where I kind of see it a lot. I see a lot of people, I may come off as like the person who's like, oh, the guy who always wants to know what's going on,
Mhm.
or the guy who always wants to be involved in stuff. No, I'm just very interested. Like, if you're gonna talk to me, I'm interested in you, and I'm
what you have to
interested in
say.
what you have to say.
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't know how to handle that. So like when they have conversations with me, like I'm very like energetic.
Mhm.
I'll keep a conversation going. I'm not a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like if I see that there's a break in a conversation, I will literally have to say something
Mhm.
just to make sure that it keeps going.
Mhm.
And I feel like a lot of people see that about me and they think that I'm trying too hard. When in reality, bro, everything that I'm saying right now, no filter. Just going on with the flow.
Bro, likewise. And I feel like it's not, I was going to use this analogy almost like a dog in affection, but like
Mhm.
for me, I feel like I always want to be involved in something, and it's not FOMO, because like I will gladly miss out on something that I don't enjoy.
Mhm.
But if there's something going on for me, I have to, and it's not just the busy part. And we mentioned this with depression, stuff like that,
Mhm.
keeping your mind busy, but it's not just busy, it's keeping it
Satisfied.
satisfied, but on
I
its
mean,
toes,
I guess that
you
is
know?
being, I guess, yeah, on its toes is better.
Yeah, right. So you got to be busy. You got to challenge the mind. You know,
Mhm.
you need to be, what's the word? Stimulated.
It's like
right?
practice.
Exactly. I love conversation because it stimulates me. You know,
Mhm.
and like whether it's like, let's say I have like a boss in a summer job, or like I'm walking down the street and I meet someone in a deli and we bump into each other, quick conversation about something like dumb as hell. You know, or I'm at the park and some wacko starts talking to me. And I'm like, let's give him a shot. Let's see what he has to say. And he's talking about Ozzy Osbourne and all the drugs they took together. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? You know?
Yeah,
But
facts.
something about that to me.
That could be true though, bro.
Yeah.
You understand? Like that,
I believed it. This dude was telling me some shit that I shouldn't have known. And I was like, wow. And I was like, thank God I gave him a chance. But like, if I, like sometimes I'm like, am I doing too much? People tell me I'm doing too much. But like, for me, it's just, I don't know if it's really extroverted, but I like talking, you know?
yeah,
It's fun. It keeps me busy.
and it's awesome being around people who like that too.
Mhm.
Perfect. It's crazy how you said that, but like just giving everybody a chance. The person who was working on the website right now, not Adrian. We have this kid, Stefano. You know Stefano.
Stefano, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
He was telling me about that, like how he's like, do you want to get involved with this? For me, personally, no, I'm not good with that stuff. But
Yo,
but he's great.
I'm telling you, bro. He's doing a lot for the. You're gonna see the website in the coming month, bro. It's gonna look very, very nice.
Yeah.
But bro, we met up. He was on his electronic skateboard. I was walking home
Mm-hmm.
from the park, and we just linked up, and we're like, oh hey, what's up? We started talking. We sat down in that park for 3 hours, just because we ran into
That's
each other.
dope. I love shit like that, man.
And now he works with us on the 47 shit. So like, how crazy is that? Just
He's
what
a hard
conversation
worker.
bro.
Ball buster. Love that kid.
Yo, he will make sure
Mhm.
that if you say yes to him, he will make sure that you're on board.
Mhm.
He puts me on my toes, puts Adrian on his toes.
He
He's
sold
very
me-
good.
He sold me my first pair of benching straps. Because he originally was doing one of those things. It was like backdoor selling,
Like e-commerce.
similar to that. Yeah, I don't know the exact wording, so I don't want to mess it up or just.
Well,
say it wrong.
e-commerce is like selling product that you're not necessarily
Getting profit
making.
for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he was making some profit. He was telling me it was like small margins, but he's trying to work to something bigger. So I was like, fuck it, I'll help you out. He got me the straps, and immediately I was like, can I get these? He's like, sure. Next day I saw him, he handed them to me. I was like, dope. And building this rapport, and it's like, I know someone else that's a really hard worker. He does real estate, a lot older than us. He's well established now, but he was telling me about Stefano's work ethic, and I was like, it's something to admire. And he's also an immigrant, you know.
Oh yeah, but that's the awesomest part. And
Mhm.
awesomest.
I like that word.
Awesomest.
That's good.
I've known him for a while, and Stefano has come a long way. From living in the States to going back to Italy, and then coming back here.
Mhm.
He didn't have a stable home, so the fact that he was able to turn around whatever was going on in his life and make it positive now, bro. I love underdog stories.
Yeah.
That's why it's just awesome.
Wait, so how did we get to Stefano? We were talking about
We were talking about
the stimulation.
We were talking about stimulation. We were talking about conversation,
Mhm.
and I brought
3
up
hours.
Steph. Yeah,
3 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We just off of the conversation we had.
I had something like that. There's this guy I know, and he's the most interesting man alive. I didn't say that, but his name is Anthony, and he's a carpenter. He has a simple job. It might, on the surface, it sounds simple, right? He's just a carpenter. He loves what he does. Everything he does is to perfection. But this guy has the mind that I've never seen in my life. Like,
Meaning like intelligence or just like
It's like-
awareness.
it's this creative intelligence that I've seen, and like people that know him say Anthony's Anthony. Like, have you ever met an Anthony? Like, we have a category for different
Anthony's.
people.
Yeah,
We're
we
like,
have an Anthony.
we're like, he's almost Anthony, but no person is Anthony except for Anthony. Like, this guy is Anthony, you know? I want to have him on, but and I can't wait because it's like talking to just imagination itself. Like, so I met him in the Boy Scouts.
Talking to imagination.
One of my good friends, you know Derek Trozeppa?
Yes, I do know Derek.
It's his father. His father. So
wait.
Yeah.
Wait, the guy Anthony that you're talking about is
Derek's father.
Derek's father?
Yeah. So
that's so awesome, bro.
Small world, right? And we got
so
Mike Columbia up
crazy.
the block.
Bro, Mike, shout out Mike, bro.
What's
We
up,
used to
Mike?
play football with him.
Hell yeah, yeah. I used to run routes in the street.
Bro, we used
Pick
to
cars.
run. You going to Juniper tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
2 p.m.?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Yes, sir. Got shake on it.
I'll
How many
be
people are you
there.
bringing?
Oh, bro,
I'm trying.
I'll bring
Kids are so
people.
lazy. I can't get anyone to get out of the house.
I can
try.
get people.
Thank God. All right.
I-
Cleats? No cleats?
I play with no shoes on.
I like that because it's uniform.
Yeah.
You know, because some kids try too hard and they cleat people in the mouth. But
Yes.
anyways, so I know Derek from Boy Scouts.
Mhm.
Growing up, he's an Eagle Scout. His father was a leader there, and he would help us out with a lot of stuff. Like there's a rank called the Weeblos before you become a Boy Scout, and we did a lot of craft work. And he's the leader in that division, right? So he teaches them a lot of stuff, and he brings in like these different sculptures or stuff you can build. But it was always our hands first. He would teach us, and we'd use it. But this guy is so creative. Let's say we're doing like a service project, we're volunteering. He'll start talking about the most random things, but like we all get involved in a conversation we never envisioned ourselves talking about. Like, let's say we're painting a bridge, or we're giving out food, we're making peanut butter jellies for the homeless, stuff like that. We're talking about like the Smurfs, but it's like he's such a down to earth guy, but like
You could talk about anything with him anywhere.
and he has input. He has like this knowledge that just there's some people that have knowledge of everything. This guy, he's a jack of all trades. So there's like this cottage in one of those campsites. It's for the master cabin. So if you're like a ranger at this camp, huge camp, you get to stay in a good spot, respectively, right? So,
of course.
So when he stays there, because like he does like his shift or like he'll volunteer, he fixes up things in there. And I've seen his work, and he's a carpenter. He's done the electricity in there. He's fixed plumbing issues, construction issues. Whether it's like the infrastructure itself is really shaky, he's fixed that himself. He made this so there was a stove, but it's like, you know, the stoves that you can have that are out. It's like an external source.
Yeah.
So it's like a metal stove, but it's not in a wall or anything. It's like one of those old. It's on 4 legs and has just a chimney that goes
Oh,
through the wall, a
shit.
metal chimney.
That's an old
So-
ass stove.
Yeah, so it was a really terrible condition, fixed it up, and he has like this thing on top where it connects to the wall, and basically the metal tube can really fuck up the ceiling if it's not insulated correctly, right? So he created this thing that goes around. It's like a metal cap, but he had it pointing true north, and he shaved it himself, measured perfectly, like it's geometrically the most sound thing I've ever seen in my life, and he did it with his hands. He had it facing true north. Like, who would think of something like that? All you had to do is like, let's say you have a bottle cap. You want to put the cap on the bottle. You just take it and you spin, right? This dude designed it himself. So it's like he made the bottle cap, and it has some kind of compass involved with it. Like
That's
he always goes an extra step that you don't consider. Like this dude is
it's
thinking.
It's crazy. And I realized, bro, there's a lot of people like that, especially being in this like union like experience that I'm having right now with people. Like the person I work with at the shop, I'm not gonna say his name. Carl. Shout out Carl. We're giving mad shout outs.
What's up, Carl?
He's not even an electrician. He's just a shop owner. Like he just knows all the parts. He knows where every part goes. He knows how to put them in. He knows what they're used for. And he's a jack of all trades too. Like there are just some people in this world that are just so good at just knowing how to put shit back together. Like it's so crazy.
I have so much respect for someone that could do, because I understand like the humble job is the job with your hands. Like you're doing electricity right now. Like you're learning. Are you an electrician or are you becoming one?
I'm becoming one, yeah. So
Gotcha.
right now it's in the apprenticeship.
Okay. Yeah, and that takes a while to get through the apprenticeship.
5 years.
5 years, wow. And I know some people that were telling me about like the apprenticeship with like cranes. It's like 20 years, something like that. Because like, that job rarely gets recycled. But I have so much respect for people that are willing to work with their hands, because that is the first time, and I've done construction projects and stuff like that, like where you appreciate the dollar.
Yeah.
Like when you work a backbreaking job and you finish your day's work, you have no question whether you put it all on the line that day. Like let's say like it's not an emergency, or it's not in a situation like where it's like you had to put it all out there, but like you are sacrificing your physical self, you know, like you're making this exchange where it's like you could really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And like whether
you're
it was
putting
like,
hard work and you're getting rewarded for it. That's what it is.
the first thing for me like that was shoveling as a kid. Like
shoveling snow around the blocks.
Hell yeah,
bro. I used to be
school.
deep.
Because in New York, we never close shit for school, right?
No,
for snow.
we close for rain.
Exactly.
Like that's the fucking most ridiculous part about it.
Like we had blizzards. I see cars dropping the kids off at school sliding.
Yes.
And I'm like, wow, this should not be happening right now.
That was probably me. You probably saw my mom's Honda Accord 2010 skirting around.
Exactly.
Because of the.
And that could have been avoided, right? Exactly.
Could have been.
Yeah, but like just that backbreaking work at the end of the day, I hated it. Like I didn't hate it. I was obsessed almost because like I had one of my uncle, he did like real estate, so I would take care of his properties. He'd look out for me, pay me this much, and then the rest I would build my own rapport. You know, I'd go around the block. I'd have familiar old women from last time. They'd be like, "Give me your number, call me again. You're such a sweetheart." That was the best, you know, learning to talk with old women, stuff like that. But just looking at that wad of cash at the end of the day, and just like my dad would make me stew. Thankfully, like my mom, they'd have like this heavy meal when I come back. I would just sit there.
Yeah, it's like I did it.
Like, yep, I earned it, and it's going to the bank. Like I never spent that shit. Never touched it.
That's good, bro. It's good to save money, man. That's another thing that is very important with running a business. Also, you got to make sure that you got. I know, like, it's so great to see a lot of money at once, and you have it all at once, and you think that you could spend it. You really can't, bro. And I realize that because I've had to learn a lot the hard way. I've had to learn a lot because spending money was a big problem with me.
Yeah.
Big problem.
I come from like a frugal background. Like my grandmother grew up in wartime Italy. She was in a mountain town where they had to preserve literally everything. So a paper towel was used for cleaning, wiping, blah blah blah. Like obviously like the dirtiest is the last one. You give it up. Like we had this mentality where it's like my grandmother's counting her eggs and making sure each one is cracked or not or like or stuff like that. This was like when I was younger, but I mean like it's more about the individual or like the really small pieces that I noticed. Like, and I was like, she picked this up because she's in wartime. So my mother has the same frugal mentality. My father as well.
That's crazy.
From
That's
like
actually so cool though.
Yeah, but it's like first generation type things. Like when you're really, really poor, you have to make sure that like you're on budget. So I was kind of raised that way where like I don't spend anything I don't need.
But that's good though.
Yeah,
that's really
true.
good.
But
it's tough, but you gotta understand, bro. Like you're saving your money, so when you get to a certain point where like, okay, you don't have to be so uptight with saving money, you can actually spend. But it's a good lesson to learn while you're growing up.
Yeah.
Bro, how many times, I mean, I know with me, I've stolen my mom's credit card and I've fucking bought hell of GTA. Really? No, like when I was a kid.
No, I know, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Not even stole it. I would just ask her like, okay, can I buy this? And I would buy more than what I said. Like, Dad, it came out to a little more. I would buy that for VC. I was like, can I get the 25? And then I'd get like the 30 or the 50. Exactly.
Yeah. I'd be like,
oh, yeah,
Dad, they had a bundle.
it was the bundle, or I'd be like, oh, I guess like in transition, like there's a $20 transition fee. My mom was like, transition fee? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean though. Yeah. No. I have a lot of respect for people that can save, and that's why like I have a Jewish friend, and I mean like to compensate for what I was saying before, like I respect someone who can have their money in line, and at the same time like you don't want to be frugal to the point where you can't enjoy life or all you're thinking about is the money. You also want to experience things. You want to have a girlfriend. Yeah, you want to spend money together, but you don't want to be the type like if you notice there's like a point where it's like, is buying them this thing really earning love, or it's like
I don't think you can buy people love.
No, hell no. I don't like bags and kicks. I understand there's a love language when you buy something. It's like when you get someone something that pertains to them specifically. So let's say it's a shoe that has a history with her, like the colorway, blah blah blah, or like it's the color of her gemstone, or it's just something like really important, or like her father had the same pair, it's matching, blah blah blah.
It means more.
Exactly, but then when it becomes just an item and a token of affection, I don't really like that. You know, I don't bang with it.
I don't like. I like doing handmade shit. This is for any girl that's
hell yeah, interested. Bro. Handmade.
I love, yo, you're gonna get if you're dating me, you're gonna get fucking on your birthday 15 origamis, a basket with a bunch of candy, and probably a song dropping the same day.
What shows more effort than making it yourself? A meal, bro. A meal goes a long way. But I mean, like me specifically, I love nature. I love shit like that. Like if I could provide, like whenever I go camping, I do the most I can to like bring wood. And it sounds like it's like almost like the male providing for the family type complex, but it's like if I can provide and like do my best effort and provide, you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah. Sorry, like, I'm just my eyes. Like when I yawn, no, it's like absolutely insane. Like when I yawn, it's like a rainforest comes out of my eyes. It's like ridiculous.
No, I got you though. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like if my gesture from the heart is something that I make myself, and like letters, I feel like a letter to someone will mean more than a text, than a call.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I was like, bro, if you really love someone or you feel some type of way, or even something that you can't break down yet, just like write it out, bro. Like
I think writing has a language too, because like
more than speaking.
I think texting is horrible, bro.
Right, disgusting.
I think the invention of texting, like, yeah, it's revolutionary, but bro, like Because I noticed one thing, bro. Like, when you see somebody writing, if they're in a certain mindset, they're gonna write a certain way, and you could tell. Like, when I see letters, like I read a lot of letters from jail, because I have a couple fans that are in prison right now that mail me sometimes, and I mail them back, and I send them, like, I can't send them full blown shirts; they don't allow that. So, like, I just send them, like, pictures of the releases, like, oh, I got yours saved, and I have these shirts saved for when
dope,
for when they come out. Yeah.
You gonna link them?
Hell yeah, bro.
Bro.
I'm gonna get them the shirt to probably fuck around, be in a music video. Like,
that's amazing.
Yeah, bro. They found my music before they went. It's these two people. One of them lives in Kansas and the other one lives in Tennessee. And it's just crazy, like, to see, like, that outreach of people, right? And the reason I help them out is because they help me out. And I'm kind of losing why the fuck I even brought them up again. Why?
So the prison, their experience. Why I brought them up for a specific reason. Yo,
this
happens. I'm so happy. I'm not the only one this happens.
Nah, bro. See, like, that's what I'm
so
saying.
Comforting.
Like, yeah,
it's terrible, but it's comforting.
I swear to God, like, there was a whole thing that I was about to say because.
All right, so they're listening to your music and they're in prison, right?
Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you. So they're listening. So they listen to me, and they just appreciate it so much. Oh, this is what I'm saying. So they give me the letter, and I read what they say, and I could tell sometimes, like, when they're writing about a specific thing, their mindset changes because it looks different. Not like completely different, like changing fonts.
But but when you're moving fast and your brain is just like
if you're thinking about something fast, you're gonna write faster. I like reading letters because it's kind of like you're seeing the message with how they were
with
feeling,
the progression,
with the mentality in the background, kind of like in the paper, like the way they wrote it. It's cool. Like text messages. How many relationships have, like, fallen apart because a person read a text message the wrong way? Because they thought that the way they were saying it behind the phone was different than the way that like they interpret it.
Yeah, it's such a distorted way of communicating, and communication is probably the number one thing to not master, because you can't master communication, but I feel like that is a pinnacle of maturity, right? And it'll suit you well in every walk of life. It's like whether you want to become a businessman or woman, right? Anything you do, an athlete, you need to communicate. You know?
No, yeah, 100%.
And that's like disabling a lot of people our age. And I'm so happy. What was it?
It's like, I'm sorry. It's like a really monotone way of communicating with somebody.
Yeah, it's
like
nonchalant. You know,
it's like, yeah, I'm going to the store. I love you. like,
yeah, like it's like no, like text. I tell my boys I love them all the time. In person.
Yeah, in person.
Yeah,
of
like,
course.
Like, dog, I love you.
Kiss your homies goodnight, bro. That's actually a real thing guys do.
Yeah.
Respect the boys, bro.
Kiss your homies goodnight. All my homies hate non-kissing at night.
That's the fact.
Yeah.
Whatever boyfriend group that's not kissing your homies goodnight, there's something wrong.
There's not a friend group. It's just
a bunch of enemies.
Wait, so where were we again? I'm asking the wrong dude.
Right, like you look at
communication, letters. Oh yeah, so the one thing I really like about letters, especially writing in college, it's like they expect this cordial, really correct, professional output, right? And no, you're good. I like being down to earth with the reader. So that's why, like, when I was writing in middle school, I had this really great English teacher, Miss Rabinovich. Shout out, I miss you.
Rabinovich?
Rabinovich, yeah.
That's a fire name.
Yeah.
That sounds like a soccer player.
People would mix it up. They'd call her Ravinovich, and then she made sure we didn't say that.
She made sure.
But she was so nice. She was so, like, caring, and she would understand if you got it wrong, because some people just hear it and they would repeat it. But anyways, she got me into using tone and voice, and I feel like you could definitely understand that with your music, right? Like, there's a difference between when someone's saying words, and then there's a difference between, like, when they're pouring out their heart, you know?
Yes. 100%.
And you speak from personality, and sometimes you have to sacrifice that, which I don't like, because in school, I'm not allowed to use curse words, or I'm not allowed to use this kind of tone, because they expect, like, whenever I write a prompt or an abstract, something like that, like, they expect a certain way for me to say it, because it's more cordial, and it's more professional, and it's more astute of me,
but what... I never understood it either, because what is professional? And then, you're probably not going to agree with me with this, but I really do think, like, the model of professionalism is based off of, like, a white male. Because, bro, like, think about it this way.
No, it is, certainly.
Like, I like, and I'm not saying that, like, oh, white people,
no,
privilege, and all that.
It's
like, it's not necessarily how I consider to be professional, because, like, I will be in meetings with people, and they know, like, and they already know what type of person I am before. I'm an artist, so they're not going to assume that I'm going to be sitting there like this, but sometimes I may come off as that, and they won't understand, like they won't really catch that
Mm-hmm.
because they already go into the meeting like with an assumption like, oh, he's probably gonna be laid back.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably gonna be like, no. And then I come correct and like, oh shit. I really don't think there's a professionalism, like an actual category where you have to be all these things to be a
Mhm.
professional.
Yeah,
Like-
but it's
like-
certainly painted that way. It is. It's
It's
cookie
painted that
cut
way.
when they talk about it, because it's the same thing like going back to religion we were talking about. It's like you want to use these principles the best you can to assess the life in front of you. You know what I mean? But it's like
wait, I'm sorry.
you're good.
Wait, I know you're busy. Sorry to bother you. Never answer me about. I need a pic of your ID. Oh shit! It's 10:40. You want to ask? Do you want to wrap this up, or do you?
Sure. Let's see if I have a question. And then I also need a marker, so when I cut that, I gotta end it some way. I'm just forgetting what we were talking about.
We were talking. Sorry, my mom just. Of course, she needs like 20 million things from me right now.
Nah, no problem, bro. It's your mother.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. She needs a picture of my ID. Actually, do you know what, bro? Fuck it. We could just let me take a picture of this quick, and then we could just get back to what I was doing.
And we'll get it in 5. We'll finish up, don't worry. It's really like usually the point we exhaust it is like I let the other person say it first, or if I'm seeing it, you just go with it, you know.
You're very good at this, bro. Like, you should definitely keep even this like on. Like, make it. I don't think you should cut it. Honestly,
No,
nah, bro.
no
Because
cuts. I like that. I really like raw cut. Thank you, because like
raw
I've
footage
been
is
getting
fire.
I've been getting so much feedback. They're like, bro, you need to do more editing, do this, do that, and I'm like,
No.
I love just fucking raw.
Raw.
Whoa, pause.
I like this, bro. That's crazy because the way you said it, like,
Yeah.
I like just fucking raw. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. You actually put that. That's like, if you were with all your boys,
They were
and
like,
you said that would have been the craziest reaction.
Yeah. Thank God.
No, but yo, like I think it feels so much more like genuine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not you're not trying too hard because you're
Mhm.
already really able to like hold conversation. You're very good at it already,
Thank you, sir.
and you don't stumble over your words. Like
I do.
You have not too much, bro. Not even really. Like I feel like I stutter so much. I feel like the scat man sometimes when I talk.
You haven't stuttered at all.
You're gonna rewatch it. I mean, I'm gonna definitely rewatch it. I love watching my own
Hell yeah.
podcast. I love it. Just what did I say?
I'm like a student of
Like,
myself.
exactly.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, I listen to my own music a lot, and a lot of artists listen to their own music a lot because there's always one thing that you're gonna catch in a song that you make that you didn't hear before that you're like, oh, like I want to change that. Probably want to do that note a little differently. If I want to do that melody again,
Yeah.
it's always good to self-critique yourself. There's
Gotcha.
nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. And part of the raw aspect is just like, fuck it. Just put it out there. No thinking. I overthink too much.
Mhm.
I really overthink sometimes. And I'm like, fuck. Because I'm like, I really want to get the audio together. And it's like, I feel like if I put something out there that's half-assed, because it may seem half-assed, like I mentioned before, like I'll have 25 minutes of video and audio, and the video cuts. And it's just audio.
That's
And to me, it's like it was really devastating because I was like, fuck, I tried this many outlets and it's just annoying the shit out of me that I can't have something to rely on. And finally, this is working and I can trust it. And I'm really
so
happy.
how do you do this? So you have the camera. Is that a charger on the camera?
Yeah, so it's an external power source. That way, that doesn't die. I have a
Okay.
256 gig card in there
Mhm.
that can hold hopefully 4K, which this is recording at 4K.
Yeah, this is a beautiful camera, bro.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
This is fire.
I invested some of my money, a little bit. This I got from school.
Oh yeah, you said this. You got this. How did you get this from
PTA
school?
funded.
Oh,
So we went to them. We spoke with the chairwoman. She was formerly. All right, so she is Danny, right?
Mhm.
At the time, he was dating
Alyssa.
Mhm. No,
Sorry. Alyssa, right?
no. I forget. I don't know if he had a different girlfriend, but basically, she was the mother of the girl that he was dating. She was the mother of the girl that he was
Okay.
dating, and she mentioned him about music and stuff like that. But
Sally?
yes.
They're still dating.
They're still dating.
Yeah.
Oh, good for them. I don't want to like.
I know.
Saying
Yeah,
you, I
yeah.
didn't know.
Yeah, they're still together. Yeah.
Yeah, so her mother was really helpful with that because she's in charge of the PTA, and her daughter went to Metro. So did Danny, and we spoke with her. We spoke with some of the assistant principals and the principal, some of the deans. We got involved. We gave them a speech. We handed out flyers.
That's fire.
They loved the flyers. They ate that up because it showed like we had a front and back. It was like
they-
our mission statement, our goal, how we're gonna do it, where does the money go,
You
topics.
made it very professional. That was very.
Yeah.
That was very smart of you. You should. Everybody should do that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you. Like if you're gonna go in, if you're gonna ask somebody for something, you better make it worth their freaking while, bro. Because like, especially if it's something big, like, you know, it's scary to go up to a school and be like, yeah, can you get us microphones for a podcast? Like,
because we don't want to pay for it.
Yeah, because we don't want to pay for it. Like, you got to make sure that you come correct, and you did it in an excellent way.
Yeah, thank you, man. I learned it from my mother. And she told me, like, every time you want to present, you got to have some kind of, like, tangible item if it's in person, because you can't do that through Zoom. It's really hard to attain an audience and captivate them through Zoom, because I'm not captivated in class. I'm bullshitting. I'm on my phone.
We can go on for another hour about
what people do on Zoom.
Not even what people do on Zoom, just how we're learning.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting.
I think this whole coronavirus shit, bro, is like, yes, people are dying from it, but I think there's such a huge story
like
going on.
Yeah.
Like behind this, like it's all steps, bro. Because now what's happening is like, okay, they're taking us away from the physical learning in school, which was already on and down, which was already depleting because of the teachers that were teaching weren't motivating students. There was a huge decrease in academic rate. All of a sudden, now we're in a screen. Now we're not as involved, like
not nearly
involved. Like you're taking a kid that, let's go like a scenario, right? You're taking a kid that cannot focus in school. But school is a very good way to interact with people and actually learn. That's the best way to learn, is if you're with someone right there.
The environment.
Now you take that away from someone who can't already learn in that type of area and completely separate them. Bro, you have kids that are just like, I know.
Devastated.
Like, I see it. I have a little sibling. Like they look at the screen and it's just droning. These teachers who don't even care about what they're doing. And it's just like,
shout out to the ones who do.
Shout out to the ones they do. And I'm
take it serious,
fucking shout out to Adrian Cassiano. Shout out to Coach Cam. Shout out Coach Cam. Shout out. Ooh, I don't want to forget nobody now. Oh, shout out Mr. Savoca. Shout out Mr. Costanzo. Shout out Mr. Sylvester. Shout out Brother Rocco. Rest in peace, Brother Donald.
I heard about him.
Bro, that guy was a fucking legend.
Yeah?
Yeah.
One of those old school, like hard, tough guys? No?
No. That was his fucking catchphrase, though.
Really?
Tough guy?
Tough guy?
Literally, that's all he would say. No, super dope. When I was going through my shit early in high school, he was always there to catch, because he was the guidance counselor. He worked in the guidance counselor room. And he taught, like, he just gave me a lot of wisdom just about things. So, like, my teachers at McClancy, the ones that fucked with me are the ones that I still have conversations with. Oh my God. Shout out Mr. Proctor. Like, I have
little ear rape, you know?
No, like, I have to. I have
worthy.
to.
No, I got
Mr. Proctor, that is a goat right there. McClancy produced a lot.
Was he good at proctoring?
Yes.
Is that his thing?
Nah,
we need a sub. Someone's got a proctor. Mr. Proctor.
Mr. Proctor is just like, he's like a kid that grew up like we did, but then he became an adult, and then he had to realize that he had to teach the kids that.
I have one of those.
Bro,
those are the best guys to come to, because they give you stories and advice. I'm like, I'm going through this. He's like, bro, I did that 6 times. You did it once?
Exactly.
Let me tell you how it went each time, and I love that.
Let me tell you how it went.
For me, it was it was a school assistant, Norman. He was a dean. Dope guy. I mean, I could shout out a million teachers right now, because like a lot of them in Metro, thankfully, were really good staff. And I feel like public school doesn't get the credit it should.
I feel like it should. They deserve a lot more credit, probably.
Yeah.
Like, get back to what you're saying.
But I'm having a teacher on eventually. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen after I come back after we have the whole winter break. Not winter break, Christmas. So yeah. And I can't wait to just learn about his input, because each teacher is a lot different. I never had him as a teacher, but I love him.
You're gonna do some real good things with this podcast, bro. If you keep doing it, I'm telling you, bro.
I'm trying to hit every walk of life. That's what I'm trying to do. Tomorrow I'm having a Marine.
You're having a Marine?
I'm having a Marine. Hoorah, right?
That's so, bro. You're doing it, bro. You're literally doing it. You have the model. You have the base.
I love learning, bro. It's just talking. Like, the more I can learn, the better. But it's also just like interesting, because like they're giving me their time. Like if I'm worthy of their time, and they're allowing me to be part of their schedule and take notes from them, because I feel like every person wants the respect and recognition for what they've done, you know?
Exactly.
And I feel like you're giving that outlook right now.
You are just very good at holding conversation. I said that before, but you are, the fact that you are so interested in what other people want to do makes you good at this already, because of your open-mindedness. Like, you always like having a question about a certain thing. Like, your questions are also very good.
Thank you.
Like,
I'm trying to make them better. I feel like they're like,
no, bro, your questions,
right,
like, no, but of course, always make them better. Of course, you could always make them better, but it's good to see, like, you could tell when someone's really good at doing podcasts when they're just so on top of it every time. Doesn't skip a beat. Just you know what to say. You're good at communicating.
That part I am. I feel like the preparation part is like where I try to prepare and I don't know how to prepare.
I feel like
is that what you meant by on top of it, or you mean like on top of it in the conversation?
Like you're on top of like you're in top of it on the conversation. I mean,
on the go.
You had questions already set up before I was here.
I had notes, but this is the first time I ever looked at notes. I don't mind it. Do you know Valuetainment?
No.
He's a Middle Eastern guy. Valuetainment. He had Michael Franzese on there.
Michael Franzese.
Former mob guy.
Oh, the guy who snitched, like the guy who's been on every freaking
exactly like how I was a mobster, right? Yeah. His father's Sonny Franzese. He talks about him. I want to meet that guy. I want to talk. I want to have a. That's the thing, though.
Bro, you live in Middle Village. There's like
13.
There's like 13 different mob families in this one neighborhood.
I know. The thing is, like, you can't talk about it publicly. So people like that, I'll just like you can't. You also can't ask too many questions. But this guy Valuetainment, he had Osama bin Laden's niece, I think, and it's just crazy. Like he had Osama bin Laden's niece on his podcast, and what he does is he has notes, and I realize like for me, I'm kind of not interested in my business field anymore, and if I'm not invested, I will not complete it. Like me, if it's like relationships or just any project I do, if I don't see myself working my hardest, or if I don't find it valuable enough, I'm not going to start at all. I'd rather do it full blown in the extra 9 yards than even just give 10% and walk away, you know? And that's there's give and take with that. It could be bad because then you could miss out on opportunities that you misread, you know?
Yeah, but if that opportunity, if that's what ended up happening, it wasn't supposed to happen. That's another thing that I believe. It's like if something happens and it's a negative, it was supposed to happen because there's a positive that's waiting for you in the future.
Yeah.
And you were learning something. This is one thing that I used to say a lot. Like when I was kind of going through my like transition into fully being the person I am now, I realized, bro, it's like a loss isn't what the definition is. A loss isn't you losing something.
You're not losing, you're gaining.
Not losing, you're gaining. If anything,
in every sense of the word, right?
A loss and a lesson are literally the same exact word.
And what does a lesson become? Gain, future gain, right?
Yes, it becomes future gain
because then you apply it.
Exactly. And I feel like I think more people just need to be able to that mindset. Just like because I feel like not a lot of people. I feel like way too many people give up. Like giving up irks me so much because you could really do whatever the fuck you want in this world. You literally could if you put in the right amount of effort.
Yeah. So for me, saying like adding on to what you meant, but it's like I feel like I've wanted to change my major, and like this is just recently because like I like stuff like whether I don't know if this is considered journalism. But I like asking questions and I like learning more about. By the way, the sensor is on. It's on the side right here, so you can move it closer. Just like if you talk to the front, it's not gonna receive it well.
So you want me to like?
No, not at all.
Back right here,
because then I won't see your beautiful face. I just see like.
I'm sorry, my fault. Holy beard, greatest Instagram name ever made.
Thank you, sir. I was gonna use that for the podcast. Talk about overthinking, bro.
The bearded podcast.
They already have one where it's like they have the beard thing down packed, and like their logo is a beard with a mic on it. It's beautiful. I don't want to bite, but like I spent 2 weeks. Not releasing anything, and I have like 2 really good episodes. One with my friend Freddie, who's I mentioned he's a what's it called, the campaign manager for a local councilman. Dope. I think that's awesome. Dope. He's involved in politics. He's really young. That's great.
That is fun.
And the second one I had was with my friend Luch.
I know Luch, bro.
Yeah,
I know Luch.
Yeah, Luch loves you, and I mean like a lot of people that I know like you as well. But I was saying like I couldn't release the videos because I didn't have a name yet, and like I was so focused on like the whole identity. But I realized this is what defines itself. Like mixing with Mas, people are like, "Oh,
that is so fire."
They're like, it's so stupid, and I really like to me, it's dumb as hell. But like, I like dumb as hell. You know, like I could be an intellectual, but I can't forget the fact that I'm also a moron at the same time.
Sure.
Like I'm a dumb motherfucker, bro. You know.
It's not being dumb. It's not being dumb. It's because there's a moment because our type of thinking, it's just we think of like anything, you know,
and everything.
We think of anything and everything. So any like thing that comes into our head, we're gravitated towards it. It could be something so stupid, but we just thought about it.
Yeah,
so
it's consideration.
Yeah, exactly. And being curious.
No, that's not stupidity.
It's not stupidity.
Yeah, right.
It's, you know, I think it's actually a skill being curious because a lot of people are just very single-minded.
And they just accept.
Follows the same thing.
They accept what they're given. That's the one thing. And my English teacher, professor, really helped me narrow that down. It's like, are you a cookie cutter or Do you like pushing the envelope? For me, you could tell who's an envelope pusher or who walks the line and who's going to test boundaries when they're older. And there's good and bad to testing boundaries, but testing it nonetheless. As a kid, you could usually tell by who's in the principal's office, right?
Yeah.
I was all the time. I was learning the boundary, you know? I was learning what's right and wrong. And
sometimes people only learn when it's like, this is literally when you will get kicked out of school or like,
But you need that. And I've come very close to losing things.
Yeah.
And like my first football practice with pads on, I lost it because I couldn't go. And it was basically because I was at the YMCA camp and my counselor was a douchebag, man. And I hated him. So he said something to me that was slick. And I said something back, but I was talking back to not a senior, a seniority, like, you know? So it's not, I was going to say superior, but no man is superior to another man. Fuck that. But he was a seniority. So you have to respect age and also his position, which I learned.
Authority.
Exactly. And he was an authoritative figure, but he was also a dick. So I stood up. In my mind, it was righteous, you know? But I learned that there's give and take, and I lost practice with pads on for the first time. And that for me, I fucking cried. And it's not even a lie, but like to me, it was like, I was so invested in football at the time. Football was my life. I loved it so much. And just missing out on something that I really enjoyed took it put it in perspective, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It tells you, like, listen, there are certain things, like, things that you love to do could be taken away from you instantly just by the way you approach yourself to other people. Like, imagine if every time I linked up with an artist or linked up with a person who did podcasts or interviews, and I gave them the worst, like, garb, like I'm burping, I'm not responding to your like questions, or like if I'm in the studio and I'm just singing off key, being an asshole, like I won't be next to those people anymore. That's why learning is such an important thing. You really do find out what works and what's not over time. And you really do find out, like, you make yourself into the person you are. Like, it's like, I look at life as like a bunch of dots right on each side of like a piece of paper, right? And as you're going down the paper, they slowly come together. And it's like, in a line makes one thing, and that's your whole person there. Like, you go through so many different experiences, you go through so many wrong things, so many right things. You build your own mind, your own character, and you finally realize, like, all that was because of this, because of where I am now. And it's just cool. Life is cool.
It is, bro.
Life is very exciting.
It's so impressive because, like, just listening to different walks of life, like, for me, the most intriguing thing growing up was mob. Like, I wanted to be part of the mob. I read Joe Bonanno's autobiography over there. It's called Man of Honor. And, like, I was just obsessed with, like, each aspect, each family, how they came together, organization on a street level, right? Because it wasn't corporate, it wasn't federal, it wasn't a local government. It was a government they created themselves, and there was a regulation. And I was like, oh my God, there's also a power trip to it, because, like, inside all of us, there's definitely an aspect of us that wants to be the guy, you know? You want to be the man, you want to call the shots. And these guys are really gruesome, and we learned that. And then there's also going to be like a penalty for being that non-civilized. But I was just so intrigued with life itself, and like these guys took so many different paths. Like John Gotti became the Don, the Teflon Don, and I was like, that's so impressive. Like, he had street cred. Like, rappers talking about Italian mobsters gave me so much more pride.
Yeah, that's what that's what the hoods are based off of. These the gangs, like the Bloods, Crips, Latin Kings, whatever. Like, I don't know about the Latin Kings, but the Americanized gangs are all modeled off of the mafia, bro. They all are, like Scarface, Goodfellas, like all those type of movies. They emulate that, and they have said that multiple times. So it's like, I get what you mean. Like, it's definitely.
It's also like that type of personality. It's like, this guy's really willing to kill, and he has killed. I want to sit him down in front of me and be like, what the fuck goes through your head before you kill someone and after you pull the trigger? And usually the most of the time, they're like, I'm cold, nothing, think about it. It's just business. You move on, and I'm like, I'm
business.
I'm shocked.
That's crazy.
Yeah, some of them are like, it's just another 20,000 in my pocket. Just another hit. It's just another order I got to do for my big man up top. You know, the underboss for the. That's crazy.
People's perceptions of death are so different.
How do you think about it? I can't understand death.
You're not supposed to understand it.
I can't. I have no, like, when someone dies in my family, like, there's grieving, but then, like, I don't understand that they're gone. I do. Like, physically, they're not here. But where did they go? I don't know. I can't.
I do believe that we're energy. There's a part of me that wants to believe that we do repeat this life over and over again, and we just literally just don't remember. But, bro, that's another thing, too. Like, as much as we don't know how we got here, we don't know how we're going to get out either. Like that's another thing.
I feel like we're just frightened. Like we live our lives in fear of death.
Yeah,
Like subliminally, I feel like that's the biggest fear.
Yeah, we live our lives in fear of something that's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. So then, therefore, you shouldn't fear it. Like I could say right now, confidently, I don't fear death because it's coming, and when it comes, it'll come at the right time, right? I don't know if it's premeditated or it's planned or there's like a fate that's been determined already. I don't know, and I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna do my best to ensure my safety moving forward. I want to have a good life, long measures, you know. But at the same time, like I don't fear it, but I feel like inside, we are all in shock of like our lack of understanding. Yeah,
like because it's hard to ghost to somebody, be like, you in the next 30 years, like say you're talking to like a 7-year-old, like you're not gonna be alive in like the next 30 years. Like telling that to somebody who's like older, I mean, you shouldn't
it's
really
so
say
sad
that
because like no, but you think about it, it's
sad
across the board. It's real.
It is. It's like you're not going to be here when I'm still here. There's going to be a point. But also in that same breath, after like a kid says that to an adult, that kid the next day could die, and he's now like
death has no
boundaries.
Death could come at any time, and I feel like it's really hard to deal with death, especially at a young age. And like I have friends that lost parents, and like you lost your father. It's so unfortunate, man. Just hearing that, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, it happens. It just happens.
It does.
You know? It just, and I'm just so happy that I've had people like my family, the ones that I live with. I have my brothers, my sister, my mom, my aunt, like the people that are with me almost every single day. Like without them, I wouldn't really be able to have a family experience, and I'd probably be a completely different person. You know, the fact that I had that, you know, it sucks that I didn't have the male figure in my life, but I've learned how to become a man. Yeah, it kind of took me a little bit longer, especially being in a house with all girls, literally. But I feel like I've really modeled myself into who I am, the way that I think it was supposed to be. I really don't take anything for granted. So like a loss, like I said, it's never a loss.
It's never a loss. That's true. And I like how you bring up, because there's also positives to being in like a mainly female household. I have three sisters and my mother, and we live in a matriarch household. Like my mom calls the shots, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yep.
That's it. You know.
Yep. My
dad will put a say, and like sometimes like he'll have to veto and use his power. But like most of the time, my mom, she sets the pace, and we go at her leisure or whatever she determines is best for us as a family. And it's never like too much power. I mean, there is, like, that's what it makes me think about government and stuff like that, because it's like we are the people. Mom, you can't always say what's going to happen. We have to have give and take, stuff like that. But the aspect of having females around, I think, has helped me a shit ton in terms of communication
and patience.
My
house is patience.
The males in my family are more patient than the females. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So like, wait.
Oh, it taught you patience.
Like taught us patience.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Dope. Ditto, bro. I mean, like, just like I realized with women, you will not win in an argument. You will not win. It's not that you concede and you let them win, but it's like it's either we find common ground or you let them win.
Facts.
That's really it.
And you know what's even worse, bro? My sister loves doing this. Starts a problem with me, right? Starts a whole issue with me, and then tells me that I'm wrong when I know that I'm right. Like imagine getting thrown into an argument that you know you're right in already. So when you go to explain yourself and you automatically get hit with the no, you're wrong. That's the little sister. That's the bond
my little sister does the same thing. My older sister, and they challenge me. Some are more intellectual than others, so they use a different approach. One will attack my emotional side, the other one will use logistics.
Yeah, but the problem is my sister, she does both, and like
it's tough, bro, because they're coming at you at all angles. You got to be ready. I feel like that's why I'm ready to communicate at all times, because like I've been trained in the home, you know. I
mean, exactly. I feel like I'm able to do debates and hold conversation because of the amount of times I've had to hold a conversation with my siblings and my mom. It's like
arguments, discussions, and shit like that. There's a lot less discussion, more arguing, you know, in the house. But I feel like it's natural, you know, that's how you learn.
It is natural. Yeah. Being with the same people every day.
It sucks.
You have to wait. You have to be ready for arguments.
Exactly. Yeah, like coronavirus, like, dude, this was my office space over here. I have like an L desk. I'm doing as much work as I can. I'm burned out. But my other sister's in the living room. My mom's in the other side of the living room. My dad's in his room. My other sister has a desk in her room. We're just buying shit off IKEA or like Craigslist, just like desk that you can get immediately, you know?
I'm just fixing this.
I got you. Yo, how does it sound? A lot differently, right? Than when you're like wearing the headphones?
It does, because like it sounds more personal.
Yeah.
Because when you're talking.
When you have the headphones on, it's like we're in this little bubble, right?
It's so cool.
I love it. I love it.
It is cool.
So I was looking for a mixer because I realized these are USB mics, and they're not optimal. Because like you see how it's cardioid, it comes out of one spot. So like right there, it's like this little.
Oh, it's not around.
It can. So you see how there's like different dials and different shapes over here. On mine, you look at mine because yours is facing me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's different shapes. The one that looks like a heart, a little bit has like a little divot. That's cardioid, so it'll face this way. But these are not the best. They're not optimal for like recording and shit like that. So I just switched the plugs of our headphones. So yours is going into mine. Under the table, you'll see right now, it looks like spaghetti. Like,
oh yeah,
yours plugged into mine. Mine's plugged into yours. That way we just like hear each other. But it's like
smart.
It's pretty fun.
And see, like when you bring up your friend Anthony, you thought of that whole idea off of just you using your own brain. You didn't look that up, right? To switch the mics. That was just on your own common sense. You put 2 and 2 together. So we all have that trait. Just
we do, right?
We all have that trait.
But this guy is living in that state of mind.
He lives in it, and he also like ours is selective.
Yeah.
So like when it like pertains to like a certain thing that we know how to do, then we'll be able to. He just knows how to do everything.
Yeah.
I need to meet this guy.
But he's such a humble dude. The most selfless person I've ever met, and he could do everything. Imagine if LeBron James was like
a Renaissance man.
Exactly.
He's the LeBron James of Renaissance man.
He's the guy that could do it all, but like he'll help you free of charge. Like he wants to help.
That's fire.
That just motivates me when I help more. You know.
We need people like that to run the country.
Hell yeah, and the people like that don't want to run the country.
They don't because they already know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, the people that should run the country will never run the country. The people that are best fit to lead understand that leading in most ways is gonna come to like a certain end that's not optimal. You know what I mean? Because I know it sounds like I'm just creating a story, like saying that leadership sucks. No, it doesn't. I like being a leader, but it depends like what type of leadership. So if you're talking about politics, there's also like a risk in that. In my future, I do want to enter politics. I do.
I could see you doing some type of politics.
I can't
see you
deny
doing a politic podcast, or not even that. Just scratch the politics. You're very good, intelligent with talking, and you know your stuff. I know you already.
I gotta get better at knowing my stuff, but I know what you mean.
Because bro, that also is gonna come at age too. There's so much time.
Yeah, just like small things you pick up. Yeah, but like for me, I could see myself entering that arena, but I want to redefine it. You know, like no more bullshitting. But that's it. We have to cut out the cookie cutter. You have to cut out the really soft mentality. Because we have people that are oversensitive. You can't say anything, man.
Yeah.
It's not even oversensitive, but they're stopping this creativity. Like by monitoring my words to an extent where like I'm worried about microaggressions. I'm like, let's say I'm giving a speech or I'm telling a story about like something, and like a word in that sentence bothers someone, or like the analogy I use bothers someone. There's a difference between like blatant disrespect and stereotype and words and like
the way you perceive it
and degrading things, and then there's like perception that you're forcing. Like this is my perception, this is what happened to me, don't ever do that again. Like I really don't like that. Like how I can't speak, I can't have an opinion, and I feel like especially because I'm a white male, my opinion is less than credible. And I have to earn more credibility because I come from a privileged background apparently. I mean, who are you to, not you, but who is someone to decide how my life has been? Because I understand there's a huge difference between being black and white in this country. I'm not going to deny that because I'm not fucking ignorant. I see there's a big difference, but I mean, like, just using that as the only method of comparison is closed-minded in itself.
It is closed-minded. You're 100% right. And I remember I posted on my story a couple months ago. I was like, I don't understand how somebody could come up to me. I was tight as fuck that day because I had a horrible day at work. I had to get into work at like 5 a.m. and I stayed till 6 p.m.
Shit.
Like, yeah, bro. Like they needed me, and I was busting my ass, and I worked that job all the time. And I don't have a car; I take the bus anywhere. And I'm not a millionaire. I have like a decent amount of money for myself, but I don't get money given to me.
No, it's humble. Yeah, no, I know what you do.
So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm like, how can some random ass person from the street come up to me and just because of the skin color that I am, tell me that I'm privileged? But when I'm doing all this shit, and then I realized this is where our biggest problem is because you have two sides that are giving you that have opinions, but once it gets here, the message is different. Once it reaches here, like the intentions from like a Democratic side for a decent amount of people that I realize are not what everybody thinks it is. It's hard to. It's
the democratic values. Like I love saying, because like democracy itself on paper is sound. You know, like everyone gets a say, and we all listen to each other. We all hear each other out. But that doesn't always work because you can't have a system that applies to everything, right?
Exactly.
So then it's also that you have the Republican view where it's like the view of the Republic. Let's take a vote on it, you know. And it's not just democracy, but the Republic also has certain governing certain governing aspects, right? Like where it's like someone might have a certain input or like their position, and because they're in this position, they might have more credibility, and therefore their vote might count differently, you know? So I know what you're saying. It's like a Republican doesn't have to be just a gun toting, black people hating,
hillbilly, right? Like, no.
Exactly, right? And a Democrat doesn't have to be someone that's just a full Marxist.
Yeah, stern. Right? Yeah, like that's not
exactly. Yeah.
And like, you're 100% right on that. And I talked to a lot of people that are on left side, the right side. I don't go to a party, bro, because honestly, like, if you really want my honest opinion about, I think we're literally just a bunch of simulations, bro. Like, I swear to God, like, we are just a bunch of guinea pigs in a fucking pen, and we're just given shit to experience with, test. Oh, coronavirus, all right, let's see how they react to that. Oh, all right, with some, like, so when it comes, like, I think we all have the right intentions. I think each and every one of us has the right intentions. But the way we hear about each other's real intentions is modified. Because when I was talking to somebody about the white privilege thing, they were like, no, listen, we're not saying that you have privilege in your life. We're not just talking about your life, and there's a broader aspect to it. It's the way that things with like textbooks like are modeled way like
they leave out a lot of shit.
They leave out a lot of shit, and they leave out a lot of people like that aren't white. Like they leave a lot of people out that aren't.
Yeah, like I never learned about the little village that was in Central Park.
Yeah,
the black community, like the Black Wall Street. I didn't learn about that until TikTok.
Bro, how about the fucking kid from the 1960s that some black kid that
Emmett Till?
No.
Is that earlier?
That was like 1940s.
That was Jim Crow era, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Jim Crow laws. What about in the 1960s when they had the African American kid in the Bronx Zoo? Like they just literally had an African American kid in the Bronx Zoo in a cage.
I'd never heard about this.
Bro, yes, bro.
They had
yes, I'll show you.
A child in a cage?
I'll show you right now.
On display?
Yes. Child.
Why isn't that talked about?
Bro,
did this just surface? No, I mean it couldn't have, but
it definitely didn't just surface. Bro.
Right? But like why have I never heard about this?
I'll show you right now.
See, shit like that doesn't make sense, and then like you start questioning like
the logistics of everything.
Of everything, bro.
Of literally everything. Look, right here. Oh, this is Belgium, 1958.
So Belgium.
In a human zoo.
Because they'd never seen a child with black skin? They'd never seen it at that point?
Or they just didn't think that people with black skin were human. Like, I don't understand. That's so crazy.
Imagine agreeing to a 3/5 compromise. Like...
You're like you considered like 3/5.
There has to be two of you to have almost
one vote. That is so horrible.
That's ridiculous. That's so stupid. But then again, it was for a time where it was just all about getting it done, right? And the scary question is, and people have asked me before, and I'm like, thank God I don't have an answer because I never will. But it's like, if you were around at that time, would you have a slave,
bro?
If you were in a position, let's say you were born into wealth and your family already had a slave, would you continue it? I can't answer that. Thank God I can't, because I don't want to know.
Honestly, bro, I'm gonna say this, and it might go off, but I'm gonna explain myself. So you're asking if I was in a family of slave owners, and they gave me my first slave, like once I started, like
it wasn't even your slave. It's like you were handed the torch. It's like, you know, you're gonna start managing duties now, because let's say like your uncle or your dad is getting older, and now you're in charge. So now you crack the whip, even metaphorically, with like literally.
Literally. Since yo, honestly, bro, like if you're growing up in that, we're not the same person if that happens.
And it's right, correct?
No. And you grow
up under the understanding that's right, exactly.
Like if we were like that, we wouldn't be the way we're thinking right now, or the way we're talking, the way like our body movements are. We wouldn't even be us. So I would say yes, because if I'm living in a house with a slave owner and the family is very family together, unity, like after the uncle is tired, then it's the next person up. If that's the way things are, then I'm probably so under the mentality of slaves that I'm not going to change.
It's almost like I'll continue though if you had something.
No, I did, but I'm shutting myself up on purpose.
No, I think you're addressing a really realistic part, because everyone will be like, no, I wouldn't.
No,
I wouldn't. And these are the same sheeple that agree with every opinion they hear online.
Yep.
They are basically a product of social media.
That wear face masks while driving.
Yeah, pussies.
I hate those people,
I'm like,
bro.
what the fuck are you gonna get through the ventilation? Okay, at this point, it's a 99.6% that you're gonna survive. You want me to take something that's gonna give me a third eye? But anyways, it's like these people. I hate it because like I know the answer is yes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes.
The answer is
unless
yes.
you could find it within yourself. Like it's really hard, and I would really hope that everyone could find it within themselves.
Bro,
and we've come to that, like where it's ending, you know, like
you're in the 1800s and your family's making millions of dollars off of shipping people in and out. You're gonna like. I'm not saying you're definitely gonna do it because you've heard stories about people leaving and knowing like more morality and stuff like that. So realistically, the chances are yes, but you literally have no idea.
Bro, this is a conversation that needs to be had because I feel like so many people won't give their honest opinion. And I feel like yes is the honest answer. And I feel like it would take more of a man or a woman to stop something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And like you see, like right now, like we're almost breaking the shell. And like in our own worlds, like we're not taking what people say to heart because we have our own definition, stuff like that.
Exactly.
I feel like that could be a thing. And people were like that. Like Benjamin Franklin. He broke the shell, you know, like the cookie cutter kind of like mentality. He was like, fuck it.
Straightforward dude, bro.
Exactly. Very educated, and he didn't believe in that. And there's other people that were really brave from the other side, like the slave side, that broke out of it. Because people that were slaves also just accepted it at the same time, you know?
I find people like Harriet Tubman
Brave.
to be like, yo, like,
the balls,
whoa.
man. Nationwide manhunts sometimes. Like, you know, like
yeah, they were searching for this woman and these group of people that she was just.
and she was slick.
Slick as
Yeah.
fuck, bro. Did
Witty.
you see the movie?
It's explaining. No, I haven't. What's it called?
Bro, I'm trying to fucking figure out the name. That what else is a good
12
movie?
Years a Slave.
12 Years a Slave is a great one.
Great book.
Lincoln is a great movie. Great movie. It teaches you a lot about that type of shit. I'm trying to think of.
I think Uncle Tom is really important because there's an
Uncle
aspect
Tom?
in there. Uncle Tom, yeah.
like the Uncle Tom
mentality.
mentality,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, it comes from the book where it's like, are you willing to assimilate and conform to these projections and stuff like that, or are you willing to differentiate? Because like at the same time, you need to be part of a society. You have to assimilate. You have to accommodate for yourself at the same time.
Yes,
you know, without becoming
that whole thing.
the enigma.
It's kind of like the music. It's kind of like you with the podcast.
Mhm.
Do your own thing in the same group of people,
Mhm.
but make it your own at the
Without
same time.
becoming part of the
Exactly.
the mechanism. Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people fall online. They're like, oh, here we go.
Oh, another podcaster, boring guy.
Mhm.
Now he's trending. Now he's dead.
Yeah.
Like it's just.
Have you seen that thing? It's like a catwalk. It's like a factory, and it goes through a school, like a little building, and it's like you come through, bright young kids thinking about a bunch of different things playing, and they come out on the catwalk, and they're just being pushed out on a conveyor belt, basically, right?
Yeah.
And then like as you see them, they have a degree, and they're like their eyes are closed, their brain is just not working, but they have a degree. They have the tassel, they have the validation. That's something I really don't like about college. Is that like you're almost catered to this like, yes, education is fucking vital, and I don't want anyone to interpret me as saying that you should become educated, because it's the number one outlet to creating awareness and prosperity. But at the same time, the route college has taken, it's a money grab. Number one.
Yep.
Number two, there's a lot of biased arguments and teachings in college that go unnoticed.
Nobody wants to teach anymore. I feel like that's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Teachers were supposed to be people that were influencing the youth, but these teachers don't go into bro. Queensborough Community College, I'm telling you right now, is the epitome of just, if you want to go to a school that strictly teaches you to not become the best you, go to that school.
You know what it is? It's compromised. Education was compromised by business.
Yes,
It's business.
100%.
Yep. And it works in their favor if they could preach a message that also goes along with the status quo. Right?
Yep. Like I've had teachers, like this one teacher that I had in Queensborough when I went that one semester and I never went back to college after that. He was just sitting there. He was just like, yeah, today I really don't feel like teaching. Like today I just don't feel like it, so you guys could just hang out. Like, yeah, that's cool. But now it's not high school where I'm paying, like I'm not on a scholarship anymore. Like I'm paying to be here. So you're going to teach me while I'm sitting in this classroom, you know, but they just so unmotivated. They would constantly tell us like, you know, yeah, you can work your ass off, but you can, like, there'll be a chance of you never being able to accomplish your dreams. Like who fucking told these people to like, yeah, you could say that to somebody and that would be something positive.
They'd rather them say something like that than give advice that's really liberating, you know?
Yes.
Like, challenge me. How often do you hear a teacher say, challenge me? Like, because there's a lot of pride when it comes to just titles and professor and doctor, right? Stuff like that.
Yep.
But then I have a teacher, this professor, this English teacher, he's like, I want you to challenge me. Like, I'm a human being. Like, I know you address me as professor and you have this respect, which should stay, right? But at the same time, I want you to challenge me, not just like a peer, but like yourself. Challenge me like I am you.
You had a teacher, and this was public school?
This is right now in college, Baruch.
College.
Yeah. He's like, challenge me. He's
That's
like,
so fire.
because like people have this idea where it's like you can't address a certain topic because it might be rubbed the wrong way. Everything's gonna get rubbed the wrong way. And he says it all the time. He's like, Massimo, whatever you do, someone's not gonna like it. And he's like, at a certain point, it's gonna be more than some and others. When you really like find yourself, you're gonna have less of that, but it's gonna come back and you're gonna learn how to deal with it, you know? And they don't prepare you for adversity in these colleges that just
so bad.
They're really just producing degrees, and I feel like some of them are just trying to make it to the end of the week, you know? And others are really just trying to make a change for the day, like live in day tight compartments. Like, what can you do today to better yourself for tomorrow?
I feel like some teachers are like the end product of not being able to do what you wanted to do with your life. Like, so I feel like sometimes teachers are teachers because their sole purpose in life now, since they weren't able to accomplish what they wanted to, is to go to the youth
and change it,
and not even change it, spread the message of how it's possible to not make it because they didn't, and kind of spread that like, yeah, like it didn't happen for me, so it can't happen to you. Like, you deserve to feel the same way I do. Because like people don't seem to understand. People are nuts in this world. Like, and there are a lot of jealous people.
Yeah, like have you heard about the hero complex?
The hero complex.
So
no.
my bro Darren goes to a school in Massachusetts, and apparently an RA there would set fires and put them out. She would alert, like I guess they would wait for the alarm to go off, or she would make the alert, and then she'd put them out while people were watching. And they, she would start a fire,
weird,
and
bro.
put them out herself, and they got rid of her. Several times this happened, like starting issues. I know this is like worst case scenario type shit. Yeah, but like
that actually happened.
Yeah, bro, this is real shit. And like, imagine just like, I also want to talk to that person. Like, maybe you've changed, right?
Yeah, the teacher that burns shit.
Bro, I love crazy. Like, being in Boy Scouts, I have met so many pyromaniacs growing up.
Well, yeah, I can imagine.
Just exposed, because like it's like an environment where you're gonna go outside a lot and you're gonna be in the elements.
Outdoorsman, you have to be, bro. I'm a pyromaniac. I burn shit all the time.
Dude, I love fire. I feel like I'm a controlled pyromaniac because like I love fire. I learned the geometry of fire. I can teach you how to make a fire, not only with flint and steel, but how to build it in a way to get the best flame, the best heat.
I need you.
And just impress. Like, dude, it's dope. So like I have like this Lincoln log technique where you go 2x2s, right? Like that. So it's all across each other. It's geometric. And then what you do is you have sticks. You pile it up like a teepee. Usually people do either teepee or Lincoln log. Why not both? So then when you stick the sticks inside, it looks like a Christmas tree. You lean it against it. And usually you do this with quarter logs or half logs. This is why you need a saw and an axe, which I have because like I need that. But also camping is a great escape of life. You know, you just reset your batteries and shit like that. But like you set up this fire, you stick the twigs in, and you want to have twigs because they burn, because fuel burns quick, and the other ones are like the base. I don't know why I'm talking about fire right now, but like,
no, keep going.
I've learned
because
this craft.
I'm about to say something after this.
I've learned this craft, and I'm so proud of it. Like anytime I'm around a fire, I don't want to show off, but it's almost like I've learned this. Let me give, because like I'm so proud of it. I want it to have a use, because like what's the point of having something? What's the point of being really good at something if you can't apply it? You know?
Yeah, it's just like it's like a waste of knowledge.
And I love teaching people. Like I showed them this new thing what I learned from another kid who goes to another school. By the way, this school, I forgot the name, but it's almost like a cult. It's in Long Island, and I have two people that went to that school. A cult school.
Like what type of?
And they're gonna
cult?
be on this podcast.
That's
like, talk
sick.
about the cult school. Yeah. Waldorf. Have you heard of Waldorf?
Maybe.
It's like
Waldorf.
$20,000 a year, $40,000 a year.
What?
They send these kids outdoors. It's like a basically like detached from society type thing. I agree with it because if I could go to Alaska right now and live there forever, I would. But like I need communication, so that wouldn't work. But it's like they're really detached. That's their thing. But I learned someone from there. Like you make a little diamond with your fingertips, so your thumb and your points of fingers, point it together, and you're gonna see a little diamond, right? I don't know if you guys can see that. And you just push with as much pressure as you can, and it shoots this laser into the fire. And as long as you push and you're breathing with your diaphragm, not your stomach, and you're pushing as hard as you can, that fire will explode. Like, you know when people fan a fire?
Wait. So like you put your hands like this?
Yeah.
And there's a diamond in. Wait.
This is to. So basically, have you seen people fan fires or
Yeah.
like blow? Hoo, hoo, hoo.
Yeah.
That's to give it oxygen because you need oxygen for a fire. Without it, that's why when you have a candle and you close it, there's no oxygen. The candle dies.
It's like a PSI thing, right? So so you put your fingers like and you blow into your mouth like this.
Mhm.
It's like PSI. It's like
You're blowing out though, right?
yeah, you're
Yeah.
blowing out. It's like when you use bro. It's like when you use a water jet thing. Oh, why the fuck can't I think?
I just boofed, by the way. My bad.
It's okay. I didn't even hear it. I've been boofing this whole time.
I smelled one. I was like, should I ask him?
Yeah. I had to let one. I got up one time. I was like, yeah, this one's coming out. So it's like,
Bro, I'm so free with that shit because like I'm impressed by farts and like
some.
I want a girlfriend. I will have a wife that compliments my farts and vice versa. Like I'm gonna be like, oh, good one, you know.
That's lit.
I need that.
That's
If I
like-
can't be me, then I'm not happy, you know.
Facts.
I congratulate farts. If I burp, I scream after it. Like I'll go. I'll just
Facts.
yell. Like when you yawn, do not scream at the end. When I yawn, like in the morning,
Bro,
I'll just start screaming and singing.
I shake. Like I'd shake it all out. I like shaking.
You know
in
when the
morning.
legs twitch? Best feeling ever, bro.
Facts.
Wait, so your comment about the fire?
Oh yeah. The way that you just explained that fire, bro. I'm bringing this kid up, Anthony, again, bro. But do you not realize that you know so many different things too that nobody else knows?
That's true. I
Like
don't really
you-
think about it like that.
Like you do. Everybody does, bro. We all have a list of things.
Exactly.
It just takes somebody else
To bring it out.
to bring it out of you.
Yeah.
Always in any situation. Like
Mhm.
if nobody came up to me and told me that I was good at music, I probably wouldn't be doing it still. You know,
Yeah.
you do it first and you wait for the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And then you keep going. And then you keep going and keep going. And then you realize it's like the more I do anything, the better I am gonna
Mhm.
get at it. So you slowly going through life and picking up these different things is gonna, bro, when you're 30, you're gonna know how to, I know how to make a fridge be cold
hope.
without plugging it in. Like,
Yeah.
just do this, and that.
Yeah, I
know?
got you,
Like,
man.
It's a weird analogy.
No,
but
I
just-
love surrounding myself with people that are like that. And like one of them was my physics teacher. This guy has a plethora of knowledge, and it's really weird because like he doesn't have kids, he was not married, and a lot of people think of him as like oh, he's a loser. Like, oh, he doesn't have kids, he doesn't have a wife, all he does is teach.
He doesn't need one.
And then like because they expect that's the role he should fit in, but like this dude is really different. His experiences are insane. I want to have him on. I've tried to have him on so many times, but he has 3 of the law degrees. No, he has 2 of the 3, and most people just get 1.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like different schools, and he's been to 2 of them. He's been in a Supreme Court case.
Oh.
He's been in a Supreme Court case. It's crazy. He's told me like stories about when he was Florida State. He was a Gator. He was in a frat over there. He's telling me about like meeting Chris Rock because his big brother got him a job. Blah blah blah, doing security. All the celebrities he's ever met. What's it called? Bill.
That's
No,
crazy.
what's his name? My dad loves his director.
What movies?
The Story of the Earth or whatever it's called.
The Day There Stood Still.
No. It's like fuck.
Life of Pi.
No. The History of the World. Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
He's telling me
Oh,
he
you
met-
should say Passion of the Christ.
I'm not very familiar with that many.
You don't know Passion of the Christ?
I'll watch. I'll do my homework. I'll watch it. I'll give you that.
Bro, it's about it's the passion of Jesus Christ. It's the, you know what the passion is? It's from when starts from the Last Supper
Mm-hmm.
all the way to the resurrection of Jesus. But like, and I'm not really Catholic like that, but bro, that movie,
Good movie?
is sick, bro. It literally could turn you into a Catholic, bro. Like, I shit you not. It could literally, like, if you watch it, it's so
Was that his goal?
breathtaking. Was that his goal? I don't know if it was his goal, but I know he is Catholic.
Mhm.
I know Mel Gibson is Catholic. The movie would literally make grown men cry. Like,
Really?
my mom told me a story how this movie came out a while ago. When she went
All
to go
his
see
movies are
it,
old, yeah.
when she went to go see it with my dad, he wasn't religious. He was like a tough guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was bawling his eyes out.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, it's crazy, bro.
I love movies that can show me that side of myself, you know?
Yeah, for real. Shit is so like visual representations of things, and also like audio representations of things can literally trick your mind into
Mhm.
feeling these different emotions that you wouldn't feel if you weren't involved in that type of thing.
That's what I really like about him, Mel Gibson, especially because like he's known for a lot of classics. And like classics, you look at it, the audio sucked, the visuals suck, but it was the content that was pure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Dr. Frankenstein, the black and white one,
Yes.
the original one, like Walk This Way, and he's like humping.
Yes,
limping.
yes.
So then he limps as well, or he's like, what's it called, Wild Wild West, right? He's like, I got the most steady hand in the Rockies, east of the Rockies, and he was like, you see this? Still, it's like a rock, right? And he was like, yeah. He's like, but this is my shooting hand. It's like all these classic movies that people go. I'm pretty sure that one is
That's actually funny.
Yeah, it's like those classic movies.
Quentin Tarantino?
No, it's what's the one with the M? Shyamalan. He's usually horror. I don't know. I know a lot of old heads that could give me a lecture on this stuff because all they do is talk about movies. I should take more notes because like I like listening to the old heads talk too. Like part of growing up, I would love to just be around the grown men and just listen to them. You know?
No, because they knew more about life than we did. Because I remember being such a curious kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like being 5 years old.
I was so happily annoying though. Like I would gladly annoy people to just learn more. But it was like I feel like there was a separation between me and like my peers. Like when I would rather hang out with adults than I would with my friends. You know.
I would always hang out with the older kids. I was always around older people. Mainly because the kids my age didn't fuck with me because they were in the same class as me and I was just a weird kid. So they really didn't associate with me at all. That's why I kind of hung out with the older ones predominantly. But even at my job, like I'm always holding conversation with the adults. And they always keep conversation with me because they know I'm not some teenager who's like, all right, I'm just here to do my job. I'm going to stay on my phone and not talk to you. Like I'm going to involve myself.
Yeah.
Leave an impression.
Yeah. I like that. 11:30.
Damn, bro.
3.5.
3.5 hours.
I haven't broken 4 yet. You don't have to be the guy.
You haven't broken 4
to
yet?
pop that cherry, yeah. Pop my 4-hour cherry, you know.
Should it end on 4 hours and 7 minutes?
Yes. I don't know how long it's been recorded. We can manage that. Here's the thing: if we overdo it, I could cut to make it happen. But if we underdo it, like if we underreach, you can't have fluff.
I feel you because I was gonna. What I like doing at the end of the podcast, I always hit a freestyle.
Yeah?
I always hit a freestyle.
You want to put a beat on?
Bro, I can freestyle for the next... I can do this the whole time.
I'm honestly with it. I like that. Where do you get your beats from?
YouTube, bro. I just look them up and then I buy the lease if I want to turn it into a song.
I like that. Wait, so how does it work with buying music? I've never understood, like...
So, like, if you look up a beat on YouTube, it's going to give you if you go into the description, it's going to tell you what type of beat it is. If you want the beat untagged, you go to the BeatStars page, which a lot of producers put there. It's like a shop for beats, and you can go click on it. You buy the lease. There's different types of leases. You could either get like a regular lease, a premium lease, or an exclusive release. Exclusive lease. Exclusive lease is the most expensive one,
because no one else can get it, right?
No one else can get it. But a regular lease, it's like, all right, once you hit like 25,000 views or some 25,000 listens, you have to pay back a certain amount because that's like your percentage. That's their percentage.
Is that royalty?
Yeah, basically. Gotcha. It's like, they make it seem like it's not royalty by the way they explain it. Instead of saying, all right, we get 10% of royalty, they're going to be like, no, you're going to get only 5, right? If it's displayed like that, but where they get you, it's like, okay, just rewording the words. After 25,000 views, you need to re-buy the lease. You're not rebuying the lease. You're just paying the percentage of money that you were going to owe them anyway, since they have half the rights to the song.
It's just a game, bro.
It's just a game.
What else have you learned? Like stuff like that, like little loopholes that they've tried to pull? We talk about Is this the industry or is it just...
It's just industry. It's just
business.
It's just business, bro, because everything's a business, bro. Music, they'll fuck you over, bro. Like a 360 deal, like... First of all, I was reading a bunch of music contracts of artists who like got effed over and like never heard of ever again after one hit. They will purposely use these huge words, bro, that mean like a whole sentence. And the sentence like that word is in it, it'll be like, okay, so basically you have to this word, and then that's the sentence. And like, see, like if you're a fucking idiot artist who's going through it, you're not gonna pay attention to that. Yeah. But that one sentence probably just said,
that's why
we own 70% of your music, and
your name is ours now.
And your name is ours, and after you are done with our deal, you go to jail or some shit like that.
It's crazy what you can make someone sign off on because they don't understand the implicit agreement And that's why there's lawyers. Like, have you ever had to have someone litigate a contract for you, or?
Yeah, I've had to when it came to I was doing this collab with Champion, and they have like
Champion.
Yeah,
Champion.
The first 47 shirts that are on the website right now, the Hollywood tees, they're sponsored by they're sponsored by Champion.
How'd you work that out?
It's mad easy, bro. Hey,
Really?
That's why Champion was able to get their prices to go up, because what they decided to do is like, okay, now we're going to have brands use our clothes as like to make their brand look more professional. Like, bro, if you see like a 47 shirt and you see a Champion logo, Champion's hot now.
You're gonna be like, shit. Yeah, I remember when it was nothing.
It was nothing.
went from something to nothing, to something again. Yeah.
The reason why I went back is this, because that they started implementing the let's give businesses the option to use our logo, and then that's when they were able to. PacSun is the biggest reason they're selling out now, is because PacSun now
those collabs fucking heat.
The collabs are so sick, and they just know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
I like where your merch is going right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. We work hard, bro. We come up with the designs. We come up with the concepts. We make sure that we buy clothes. Oh, by the way, also, you already know about like a Gucci shirt, same quality as like a shirt that you'll get at like a TJ Maxx.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, we know that. So like this is made from like Prada sweaters. Like when they have like those like little signature sweaters that they got, like this is made out of like what a Prada sweater would be, a Gucci sweater would be. It just has 47 on it.
But it doesn't say Gucci, so people are gonna look at you different.
Exactly. But I'm just so happy that 47 looks good. Like it
does. It has a
like a it has a good ring. It's not like
an odd number.
It's an odd number.
Yeah.
And it's not like a multiple worded brand. You know, I like clothing brands that are like one word, like one, like Primitive or Supreme, Gucci, Prada.
It's easier
Louis.
when it's like one syllable too.
Yes, it's super easy.
Yeah.
2 syllables are a little easier because of music.
Because you could rhyme it.
Yes, you could rhyme it because it's even, and it's better to count on bars. 1 2 1 2.
Exactly.
Designer brands also know that going into starting a brand.
There's so much shit that I haven't realized. I never considered that.
You have to literally. It's such a huge thing, because you got to remember, bro. Like, if you're gonna start something that you want your people to notice publicly, you have to hit all aspects. Why do you think there's so many different types of social media platforms? Why do you think there's one artist on every social media platform? There's one person who knows how to manipulate his fan base 7,000 different ways. Once you're able to master that, you're Drake level.
Yeah.
Because, bro, it's effortless. He talks on a microphone, and I love it. And he just
Drake?
Yeah, Drake.
Yeah. He doesn't miss, bro.
Bro, he doesn't miss, and he also makes rappers famous.
He does. I like that. That's giving back, you know? Using your influence to help others. I enjoy that, but I feel like for Drake, there's a lot of clout, and he talks about it. Now this is fame, not clout that he's earned, and I respect that. But when someone gets to a certain level like that, he could give us the shittiest bars in the world, and we'll find a way to make it sound good. Yeah.
Just because we don't want it to sound bad now.
Yeah.
Like, we go into it hoping that it's not bad.
He's at God tier. He is #1 in the rap game. Like, anything he drops is a banger.
Bro, he's
certified.
He's the best rapper in the world, bro.
It'll go #1 immediately.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy? Anything he drops, and usually most of the time, it becomes like the summer song, or like a fad.
Always. Always. Like summer, bro, the reason why 2016 was such a good year is because of
summer
Drake.
16, bro. Views, I know every beat and every word.
I'm sorry if I'm screaming into the mic. I can't hear myself, so it's like, I don't know how loud I'm going to be.
It's fine.
But,
yeah, bro, he doesn't miss. He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss.
How do you build that type of skill where you're just like Curry, bro? Like he was
repetition.
saying.
It's literally just repetition.
Where did he get his reps in, though?
Where did he get his reps in? Bro, bro.
It doesn't look like he ever failed that often. That's hard, because people
look what he was surrounded by. Bro, he was surrounded by Birdman, one of the biggest label execs in the world. Lil Wayne, one of the other greatest rappers in the world.
How did he get plugged in, though?
Well, he was on Degrassi first. He was into acting, had his toes dipped in acting and all that. So I don't know everything about Drake, but it's like, I know a few things. Usually, it's kind of just connecting the dots, bro. Like, all right, well, he did Degrassi, and well, if you're on a fucking TV show, you definitely do have a lot of connects with a lot of execs, and if you have an underlying talent that they see, they'll definitely promote you. Like Ariana Grande, iCarly, Megan Cosgrove. You know how many shows she was able to do after Drake and Josh?
Yeah.
like how many things she was able to do. She became her own singer too.
Yeah,
She dropped her own album.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fire.
They're rebooting, by the way.
I know.
Without Sam, because Sam had a thing with what's his name in Toes, right?
In Toes?
And Toes, like
Andre Drummond?
no. Oh, she was dating him. No,
she
no.
dated Andre Drummond.
No, it's the thing about Dan Schneider and like his obsession with feet and like her being uncomfortable around him because as a kid he was like it was brainwashing or it was just like
Dan Schneider is definitely some sick motherfucker.
he is.
too.
A lot of people like that. Bro, learning about Epstein and just the little world that they had, like the Satanic Island where you wear the mask, you call the shots for the night, no one could say no.
That's so sick. People believe that that's actually.
Do you believe it?
No. I'm saying like these Illuminati people, bro. They believe that that's real. Like they believe that doing that type of shit. Is real.
It's gonna give them some power. Yeah.
Yes.
I think it happened. I think.
Bro, I don't believe shit like that.
That the island never happened.
No. I mean, no. The island the Epstein Island. Is that what you're talking about? No, bro. Of course that happened. What I'm talking about, like, because these people are Satan worshippers too. Like they believe that there is an existential power, like a Satan power, that gives them this. Like, I find that so sick, bro. That's why I think we're just a bunch of animals, bro.
Bro, if you find it within yourself to convince your mind of something, let's say like confidence, bro, or like having a trade that you're confident in and you won't take someone else's input. It's ignorant in itself. I mean, like confidence itself is ignorant, you know? Like having...
It's a different type of ignorance, though.
But it is ignorance nonetheless, you know? It is, because if you're willing to like turn something down, and not even consider it. Like, I understand.
But I guess manifestation then is ignorance in a way too.
It is. Hell yeah, there's aspects to it.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I guess I need to stop like basing the word ignorance as a negative thing all the time.
Right? Because it sounds like it, but ignorance itself is just deciding not to intake this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what? We're just going to focus on this because I know this will give me the best output.
I banged on my pinky bad today, bro. I crushed it in a machine.
What machine?
We were squeezing. Lemon Ice King.
Oh, you still there?
Go get your lemons.
I thought you were doing
I help out on Saturdays.
That's fire.
We got to order for the lemons. We get the lemons during the winter because the summers are always so busy. We don't have enough time.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's naturally made. So the only way we're able to make the lemon flavor is if we get actual lemons to squeeze. We order like...
I love that.
Like 2 trucks full.
From where? What state? Or another country?
No, not a different country. I think it's Florida.
Have you guys got like Sicilian lemons, bro?
I don't think so, just because of the shipping cost.
No, yeah, no, of course.
It's just,
of course.
But yeah, like, and there's this juicer, and it's from the 1950s, bro. And there's no safety on it. There's no sensor, so if your finger's there, it won't stop. And I was putting the lemons in through a tube, and my finger kind of like got caught, but it didn't. I pulled it out right in time. It only nicked my skin, thank God. Bro, I'm telling you right now.
You almost lost the finger today.
Bro, yeah, I literally almost lost a finger today.
There would have been no podcast.
There probably would have been a podcast.
Shut up.
Probably would have been a podcast.
You would have came here with half a finger?
Bro, I would have came out of the doctors probably already. What, are they going to keep me in the hospital for...
Nah, but...
I would have been like, bro, look at this shit.
If you came with it, I would fucking commend that, bro. Next time, or if the first time I get shot, I'm just going to leave it in until like I could show it off, you know?
They probably won't leave you. You're probably being rushed to the hospital. They're probably going to take it out.
That's true, yeah.
Well, it depends where, because there are like gang violence and shit like that. Like, I was watching this interview, this rapper, he's a battle rapper called Sue Surf, TSU Surf, and like he got shot multiple times, and he's like, sometimes, bro, like they can't take the bullet out of you because it's in a certain place that if they take it out, you'll just bleed out.
Yeah, like a rupture an artery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It'll
mm-hmm.
destroy you. And I'm like, wow, I find that's just crazy to me.
Did you hear about that one thing? It was like this wife was upset with her husband, so she shot him in the head. He woke up with a pain the next morning, like a migraine headache, goes to the doctor. Turns out there's a bullet in his head. First of all,
wait,
why is there no blood?
Yeah,
right?
That's what
This is apparently a true story.
Did it make him stupid?
It never occurred to him that he got shot in the head. She wasn't there, obviously, in the morning, but like, have you ever seen like the ER stories? Like stories of the ER or untold stories.
Yes, untold stories. Yeah.
And like some people she has like mango worms in her neck, or like some.
Did you see the one with
like a shoe in his face, or like a hammer in his head,
like a telephone pole? Have you seen the
pole in his eye?
Yes, the pole. Yes, that's the bro. Oh my goodness! If I saw that and I was in the hospital, I'm falling backwards.
I'm like, dude, bro, the guy who one was mauled by a grizzly bear, and his face was
like hanging off. I saw that
It was
video.
no longer his face.
I saw
They
that.
put it back together. That's crazy. I would have given up immediately. I would have been like, bro,
This guy's a little
we have
Scotch.
scotch tape and glue. Like, figure it out. You know, like a
We have
staple.
Oh,
Bro,
shit.
creds.
I saw that
to
video.
the surgeon who
He was
repaired
standing
him.
there.
Yeah.
You saw the video.
He
You saw
was
the video.
talking.
He was talking. He was like, I
He was like, they got him alive. I was like, dude, you have
Honestly.
balls, man.
don't even know how that must feel. Like,
He didn't feel it. That's drugs. That's the mind. When the mind wants to release the drugs, it will, you know? But we just try to replicate that. Like, that's why dimethyltryptamine DMT is so interesting, because you're only supposed to experience it when you're born and when you die. And this is a glitch in the system.
yeah,
We're
it's
creating,
literally a glitch in the system.
we're just creating an out, like a little
it happens when you
a
dream
skip.
too. When you dream,
REM sleep.
like
Mhm.
DMT releases when you dream too.
Mhm.
DMT is. Do you know where DMT is stored? Let me see if you know. Because if you don't, then you're gonna get your mind blown.
Your tonsils.
In the pineal gland.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was there, but yeah, that's the third eye.
Third eye. And then once I like
That made so much more sense for you, right?
yeah, but I was just like, oh my god, now I know, like, because now the third eye means like
It makes
you're
this
out-
concrete.
Yeah, it's actually like you're just your conscience.
Mhm.
Your third eye is your conscience. Your third eye is like
Metaphorically, yes, but the
Yeah,
pineal gland itself is to detect sunlight. I did a speech on that
really
in my speech class. I could give the speech right now. So REM sleep is rapid eye movement, right?
I know REM sleep. It's like
So-
when you're half asleep, when
Mhm.
you're half awake at the
And
same
I did blue light, how it affects REM sleep and how it affects your sleep. So
Hmm.
blue light is emitted through a phone, any type of screen, you're gonna get it. You could have a blue light blocker, but it's guaranteed to be in it unless you have like an incandescent light. Still, there's blue light. Blue light comes from the sun, comes from everything. It detects when there's sunlight. So that's why when you're on your phone, you can't go to sleep because the pineal
'Cause it
gland
thinks
is
it's
activated. It lowers the dopamine because when you want to go to sleep, you gotta spike dopamine, right?
Mhm.
When you're in the sun, can you sleep if you're standing outside in the hot sun at 2 p.m.?
Can
No.
I sleep?
If you're exhausted, yes, but like
Yeah.
naturally,
No.
what's
no,
more
you can't.
suitable? A black room and a pillow,
Yes.
or outdoors on the grass in the fucking sun at 2 p.m.?
No, definitely in the bed.
Yeah,
dark.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's tricking the pineal gland, the third eye, which is right here. And when the light is received from the phone, it's imitating the sun. So now our brains are all type of fucked up, rewired. That's why when we have like all-nighters and we're on our phones or just watching Netflix or binging.
Facts. I would love to know the rate of all nighters in the 1970s
Versus 2020.
versus 2020. That's a crazy stat.
Here's the thing. I feel like behavior has just changed. I feel like we might say that behavior has become different. Like, I love playing outside.
Mhm.
When I was little, the best memories I have are playing on the block. The same kids I talked about singing Michael Jackson with,
Mm-hmm.
I played on the block with them. Outdoors, every single day. We play tag, baseball, break a couple windows, destroy someone's front property, right? But it was part of the shenanigans, the fooling around.
Yeah.
And now kids don't hang outside anymore. So it's like, your downtime is spent on your phone. But we all know that downtime was always downtime. Every person, no matter what generation, you have downtime.
Mhm.
Because you can't be doing your trade all day and all night. That's how you that's how you
exhaust yourself.
that's how you lose the fun. Yeah, exactly. That's how you lose your motivation. So I feel like downtime has always been a thing, but it's like how we use it. So people used to knit. They might used to stimulate their brain and use books, but I doubt
But
it.
but that's the thing right there. You ever seen The Social Dilemma
Mhm.
on Netflix?
I've seen one episode.
Our downtime is so minuscule.
Wait, is that a movie or a TV show?
It's a documentary.
Yeah, I've seen like
Yeah.
a segment because my mom wanted me to watch
It's
it.
like our downtime is just this, bro. This
Mhm.
is all we're doing.
Isn't
but,
that so sad?
But knitting, right? Simple as knitting, you have to, okay, I got to make sure I put it on it. Like you're working your brain out
Mhm.
doing, but this is just aimlessly,
Yeah.
like just swiping. It's literally a drug, bro.
Mhm.
Like if I put this phone away, if my phone was dead today, all day, I'd probably lose my mind
Mhm.
just because I need this thing now. Like it's a part of my life now with music. It's part of my life just starting a business with the clothes.
Yeah, no, you can't avoid it at this point.
I can't. It's a part like
You can
my
integrate it.
business is social media
Mhm.
and I hate social media.
Yeah. I feel like I'm talking to myself right now because like you're just making so much sense with these things you're saying. Because like I've tried so many times to eliminate completely social media,
It's so hard.
and I realized it wasn't that it was hard. It's just it was ineffective. And I realized it's as much as it is a fucking kryptonite, it is a superpower. You know, it is a powerhouse. It's who knew that we'd walk around with Pop-Tarts in our hand that can channel across the world.
Facts.
I could talk to someone in a submarine
But
in
it-
Asia.
But there's a phone, calculator, calendar, reminder, Siri, automatic AI. You could get any app that you want.
Eyeball recognition. It could
Eyeball-
tell. It could tell when you're looking at it. Leave it right there.
I know you
Glance
go.
over at it.
Yeah, I know. It senses when you pick it up too.
Yeah. No, but like sometimes just when you look at it, like it can.
It works sometimes. No, you're right. I want to see if it.
No, like, move back. Just like.
I swear to God, it works. Swear it works. I don't even need. We don't. Yeah, it works. I know it works.
But isn't that crazy, bro? Like in China, like they have like the facial recognition, like they could tell your eyes. Joe Rogan said it once, and it stuck with me. The White House has a heart rate sensor, like a monitor that can detect your heartbeat, your individual heartbeat.
I heard this too.
From 2 miles away.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Each person has a different rhythm of heartbeat. Like even if it's minute, like 0.00006 of a second,
It
they will calculate it, store it somehow. I think this might have just been conspiracy, so like we could fear the government more. But like we have technology that can do that.
Bro, but we could do that. We have technology. You already know, bro. The shit that we have that's access to the public is just shit that the government already had that tested before we got it. We're guinea pigs.
Yeah.
Like we're never gonna get.
That's a simple way to put it, but like that's a really good way to use the word guinea pig because we get the product once we know it's okay. Like they've definitely just started testing for this vaccine, right? Bullshit.
No. I mean, but also I guess
so.
I guess the guinea pig reference isn't the right one because we're already getting the stuff that's proven to be okay. We're not even the guinea pig, bro. We're after the guinea pig. So I feel like we're worse. Like we're not even trying this shit out.
Yeah.
They're already tried out for us. They know that the new iPhone 12 is going to have some new shit that's going to brainwash us. Like it's
Yo, speaking of being the guinea pig, like I'm so happy and I thought about it so many times and it's so random. Like I'm so happy that I'm not the guy who discovered that poison ivy is poison, or that mushrooms are deadly, or that you shouldn't eat this kind of blueberry, or that you shouldn't poke a fucking bear with a stick, you know? There's been people that have died. Like, their sole purpose in life was to teach that lesson.
Look both ways when you cross the street.
Because some motherfucker got
Who was that? Yeah. Imagine back when the roads were first out.
Yeah,
people
and he was like, it's a one-way.
New road.
It's a one-way, bro. I'm not looking that way.
And at his eulogy, they're
like, Timmy didn't look both.
He was like, guys, just remember this for the rest of your lives. Look both ways when you cross the street. He becomes a millionaire off of that quote.
Right? And now it's so fucked up that we talk about something like this, but it's like, dude, if you can't make fun of reality, that's why you need comedy, comic relief, bro. Like, if I can't make fun of something that's happening today, I don't care how sensitive. Yes, there are certain topics that shouldn't be discussed because it's sensitive, but the point of fair game is fair game. There's a certain time. Exactly. People are making Holocaust jokes now. And it's like, it's still very uncomfortable, but people are making jokes about like,
people were making Holocaust jokes while they were in the Holocaust. Like these Jewish people.
No, but I'm saying like as time stretches, it stops losing the value. They're like, can we make fun of it now? Like there's comedians that make fun of 9/11 and there's people that like, it's really, I don't know where I stand on it. And I also don't want to sound like a person that just doesn't give a shit. But at the same time, it's like, I am all for taking what we have and making fun of it. 'Cause you're making it fun.
Yes, you're putting light to a situation that's negative, and then you have people that'll be like, okay, well, you're desensitizing what actually happened, and then for future reference, like if something was like that to happen, people wouldn't take it seriously, which I don't think is true at all. Like
it happens.
Like bro, you're gonna tell me that just because we joke about 9/11, the next time, say, God forbid, knock on wood, a plane crashes, the people who are making 9/11 jokes are gonna sit there and be like, ha, no. Not gonna happen.
It's also really sad because like so many people died and like something tragic like 9/11.
It's it's definitely it's tragic. But like
then you have what's his name, Pete
Davidson.
Pete Davidson. His father passed away 9/11, but he's the first to make a 9/11 joke
about how he thinks about his dad dying in 9/11 to last longer with Ariana Grande. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's hate, bro. When I heard that,
you know why I salute that, and you know why. You know why he's successful at this point? Because he's willing to say what we're all thinking, but no one's willing to say it. You know?
Facts, bro.
There's got to be that guy. Are you willing to be that guy? I don't know if I am. I know.
I'm willing to be that guy in different situations, not like jokes. Just like when it comes to like what I wear or like how I approach myself is me. It's gonna be me, and there's gonna be no filter. But when it comes to, because I'm never really thinking of comedy in a sense where I'm like looking to make a joke. It just happens where like where I'm just talking and I happen to say something that's funny. I'm never really thinking of a joke like a comedian, how he sits there. Some of them do improv. I don't know many though.
The best at improv, or like they tweak a little bit, but I know what you're saying. Yeah,
I think Joe Rogan is an excellent stand-up comedian
because he's so realistic.
Very realistic.
He's like, the noble bee. Like, he's talking about the vegans. He's like,
Yeah.
fuck you, I'll rather eat fucking meat. Are you kidding me? Like, there's so many stupid things that we just allow to continue.
Facts.
Or we just accept because it sounds like it makes sense. And I hate those people.
It's just, but there's also a thing like, what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. You just combat them.
Yeah,
You either let
honestly.
them win and then they have free reign. You gotta check them. You know, that's my prerogative. It's like, the longer you let them think, it's good to turn the other cheek
Mhm.
and let them win, let them have it. But at a certain point, you have to draw the line somewhere. It's like, all right, you cannot encroach this far in my life. You can't monitor my speech.
Yeah,
You
no.
can't stop me from thinking a certain way. Like, people are trying to have uniform thinking. That in of itself,
Is communism.
it's not even just communism. It's like, that is wrong. Like, to think that thinking is wrong in
True.
itself, you know?
Yeah,
Hypocritical.
true. I don't think it's the actual thinking. I think it's the thinking differently.
Yeah. They're like,
Like,
don't think that type of different. Think
Yes.
our type of different.
Yes,
And I'm like,
exactly.
then it's not different anymore.
And is that even thought? Because you're not thinking of anything else besides one thing.
It's repetition.
It's repetition. We're breaking through some. We need to write down some of these quotes.
I'm either going to get assassinated, go missing. My YouTube is. I'm gonna get. I was thinking about it, but like, someone can file a lawsuit against you, right, for something you say, whether it's like slander
I
or
thought,
libel.
I thought it was like freedom of speech, though. Like, what happened to what? Yeah, that's another thing too. I'm sorry, we're going.
There
off
is no
topic again.
freedom of speech.
That like there is no freedom of speech now,
Nope.
more than ever before, bro.
Mhm.
Because anything you say, because you gotta understand the way that this isn't this isn't the 1700s. We're not in the
Mhm.
middle of the street professing what we want.
Mhm.
This is the only way to get your message across now is if you sign a terms and agreements on some app that lets you speak their truth.
Mhm.
It's like, what are we gonna do?
Yep. It's
What are
like,
we gonna
oh,
do?
you're gonna speak our truth. Yes. Yes. But I mean, isn't that every brand? Isn't that 47 to an extent? It's like you're not preaching.
No, I'm not saying
It's not
that.
unison, but it's like you have a similar, like, you wouldn't let someone that preaches about a certain type of rap, like, let's say like a rapper has like a really different outlook that you don't like, and it's like based on arrogance, or it's like disgusting. If you're gonna collect a group of people that have a similar principle to you.
No, that's why we work so well, bro.
You guys have really different principles.
It's not really different principles, but we all have the same base principle,
Mhm.
but we are all our own person
Mhm.
with different opinions on things.
Okay.
Like I have shout out my boy Amari. His name on all streaming platforms is Akumi, AKUMI. You would fuck with him. He's fire, bro. He has a lot of opinions that I don't agree with, but I don't make it a thing where it's like, okay, no. Like,
got you.
you
So-
can't be like around me
Mhm.
because
No,
we all work regardless.
maybe I should reword it. Maybe it's like the respect. So it's like
okay.
it's like you have a certain guideline, or you have a certain boundary that you're not willing to let cross. You know, that in itself is kind of like cultivating a certain type of standard, which is what companies do. You know.
Yes, but the thing is with YouTube, it's they're censoring people because they're getting paid by other people. It's not that YouTube is the platform and people are just bashing on YouTube all the time. That would make sense. Like with 47, like I'm not gonna have somebody in 47 that's bashing us. But
Mhm.
the thing is with YouTube is like they get paid by these corporations to block these people who are talking about them. You think YouTube gives a shit about what's being posted on their thing? They're getting paid regardless. They're getting extra
Mhm.
by taking stuff off of their platform,
Mhm.
which I find insane. Like,
Yeah. Because it's like the regulator part, but also like there's something I really don't like about that, because there's like an incentive still to make more money. So it's like they're sacrificing individuality and different opinions and creativity for money, which is essentially what's happening. And like,
Yeah.
I want to create this type of platform where like anyone can say anything.
for
Like-
sure.
Like literally, as long as they feel confident, it's their words, not mine.
Mhm.
And it's true that like I'm condoning a certain kind of behavior if I post it, right? Like I
You're
allow.
not condoning anything, bro.
I think I should just like, posting it itself is not me condoning certain behavior or living that life. It's just showing them what
Bro.
is there. Like if a white kid who says the N-word comes on here and he says it like all the time,
Bro, there's nothing you could say, bro. There's nothing you could say.
and I post it, I'm gonna be like, if he's comfortable saying
yes.
nigga,
Mhm.
and it's like, whoa, Moss, why did you just say that
Mhm.
word? Why did you hit the third rail? Isn't that crazy though? Like not being able to say a word.
It's literally a combination of sounds and syllables.
I think about it as a frequency in which our lungs
Yes,
stretch.
that's literally what it is, and we literally kill people. Like people have died over it. Like people get like, I think that deep about things.
I was
too,
like,
bro.
my lungs, not even my vocal cords cannot stretch at this capacity, at this frequency. I was like, imagine if you went to a different planet and they were like, don't say blah blah. And you're like, why the fuck can't I make that sound? Why can't I make a sound, bro?
Yeah, bro. That's literally what it is too.
Speech comes down to sound. Like I'm not allowed
to vibrations.
I'm not allowed to make vibrations. Who are you to tell me I can't make vibrations?
No, you're not allowed to make vibrations in a certain tone, in a certain key, at a certain length of time with the correct amount of letters that use to make those type of sounds.
Not even that, just in this presence at that time
with the
in this
correct amount of people in the circle. It gets too deep. It's just too deep.
Sometimes I just want to give up and just like, yo, it's just like fucking.
Why don't we just make one word?
Huh?
Why don't we just make one word?
Just like a giant word.
Just a giant word that means everything.
Isn't it crazy that how conversation works? We are combining sounds that mean something.
I don't know how, like, you
Isn't that
probably know
crazy?
more than I do. How does, like, noise project? I heard that. It was just like a subtle.
It was like a beep. I was like, "There's no." If it lasts long, you wouldn't figure it out.
Okay, so like if I farted for like 15 minutes straight, but my
fart is basically.
But my asshole had a mouth, right?
Yeah.
It would be able to talk, right?
Yeah.
But how is there noise? Like, how is there noise? How are we able to?
It's the vibration.
Happening? Just the
it's
vibration.
the friction. It's friction.
But where is that friction happening?
In the tube coming from your intestines. Like, it's like air. It's traveling through a channel.
So is it moving a certain way, or is it just constant? Like,
it's vibration. It's like, they like open lips. It's like.
Wait, so what happened? Talking. It's vibration when I'm whispering. Vibration's happening when I'm whispering.
Yeah, all sound is vibration.
But it doesn't feel like it, because when you're
You
talking,
can't see it. It's radio waves.
But
microwaves.
when you're talking, you could feel vibration. Like, especially when you talk low.
Yeah. Like, yo, if you ever want to channel in your deeper voice, you just gotta put your chin down. You want to sing higher pitch, you stretch it. Isn't that crazy? Do you do exercises before you warm up?
The best singers don't move their heads.
Really?
The best singers know how to keep it here, because problem is when you're here and you're singing high, your vocal cords they're tightening, so you don't have volume anymore. When you're a high pitched singer, you have to have a wide
like
throat,
whistle
pause.
tone.
Like whistle tone.
Imagine
but you also
cracking a fucking vase.
I know someone who could do that.
What are your warm ups?
I don't do warm ups.
Nah.
Off
the dome.
I literally just hit a J.
I love that shit.
I smoke half a J.
That is the warm up.
I cannot wait to smoke that J when I get home. That's gonna be great.
I feel you, bro. Yo, so like what's it called? I forgot what I was gonna say. Wait, what time is it?
Yeah, 12:02.
You wanna go now? To the wait, what time do we start? What time do we start?
I got here at 8 and probably took it like 10 minutes. Probably even less.
8:05, 8:10.
Like 8:05.
8:10. So
Yeah.
alright.
Almost.
What time is it right now?
It's 12:02. But I was freestyle, bro. If you want me to do it, I'll do it.
I bet. Yo, we forgot about I completely forgot, my fault.
No, it's fine. I forgot. Once I put the phone back down.
I don't want to ask any questions, just go.
But
And then I'll ask the questions after.
gotcha.
Because this shit infatuates me. Is it better if I don't look?
No, it's fine. Turning different pages, I'm flipping right through this book. Bitches all up on me, I'm coming in like a crook. I'm about to steal up all this pussy. You know that I ain't no rook and I'm a veteran. I'm making money like the presidents. Run up in your house, so yeah, I pull up to your residence. Pull up. Hey, what you gonna do now? Like a president electing. Fuck, let me pick up the flow. I pop the Percocet and now I'm feeling my body out of control. In a new zone, in a new rave. Looking at myself in the mirror like I can face it. In a new blunt and I'm in the lane adjacent. In a new Rari, new bitch, you know she ate it. She eat up on his dick like it was Pringles. And every single motherfucker hit it is a single. I'm eating all these chips, you know I win it like a fucking champion. Pull up to the spot, you know what's happening. Pulling up like a Teflon Don John Gotti. And I'm pulling up in a brand new Maserati with a rolling presidential. I call me a brand new body. And I got these different women, different bitches. That's some different hobbies in a different Rari, different whipping. I'm fucking spitting. Freestyle king. I can't stop this shit. You know this shit gonna be on replay. I'm a hottest kid. Slouch 47 repping. Got the backpack on. You know I got the toolie on me. Gotta keep it strong. Jan Sport kicking every time I pull up. Big ass Smith, they gonna push your shit back like a Kit Kat way I'm eating. I done got so many bitches on me, they be creeping. Fuck it. Using all these bars and all these shit inside my head. And I'm just popping up like a Pop-Tart. And I just rap this shit sleeping while I'm in my bed. I'm coming up with different flows inside this cranium. I can't seem to stop it. Yeah, you know I'm entertaining them. You know they always watching. Oh my God, look at this camera. This shit is fire. Massimo doing a podcast. What the hell?
Yeah, it's amazing, bro.
Yeah.
My son.
Shit.
Bro, I can't do that. I can't. Or maybe I can. I feel like it's just like a limitation, you know?
It's just like, honestly.
My bad, my hands are sweaty.
No,
Holding the pen.
my hands got super sweaty when I was fucking freestyling, bro.
Does that happen usually?
When I get in the zone,
You just
my
start
whole
sweating?
body just starts secreting. Like, it's like, I don't even understand it.
That's
And it's
fire.
not even nerves either.
No?
It's like go time to just drain.
I like that.
everything.
It's poetic, you know? It is.
It
It's
is.
poetry. There's a
I
beauty to
appreciate
it.
that. It's like freestyling, bro. You don't have to be a freestyler to be a good artist.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like when you're an artist that can make music off the top of your head, it gives you so much more. It gives you more creativity because when I freestyle for like 15, 20 minutes before I actually write music, because when I'm off the fly rapping, words are coming into my head that I've never used in songs before. So it's like, oh, I said that in a freestyle. So let me try and make it better while I'm writing and make it fit a little bit easier. Like Juice WRLD was a huge inspiration
Number one
for me.
First person I thought of when you said freestyle, like freestyle for 15 minutes, dude, to freestyle for 2 hours.
Yeah, I
Triple
could keep going, bro. I could put J. Cole beats on, bro. I could do Gunna beats. Like, I just go. Bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Got you.
My bad if you're like antsy about the corona. I tried to
Bro.
squeeze. Yeah, never mind.
No.
Anyways, do you find yourself consciously trying to find a double entendre? Because I know Juice would do like triples and like naturally.
Like in freestyling, that's one thing that I'm really trying to learn how to do. Because right now, like, I split up the freestyle. Like, there's different types of freestyling. There's statement freestyling, and then there's punchline freestyling, where like you could be like, get my life on check somehow, it always ends a stalemate. That's a punchline freestyle. But like what I was doing kind of like in this freestyle, when it's like statement rap, it's like I'm in a new bank with a new bitch in a white tank in a new whip, right? Like that's like statement rap. Like you're not really saying anything. You're just kind of just preaching just about just random shit.
Gotcha.
Like 2 and 2 don't meet. I want to be able to do that though. Like,
They say there's it's a skill. And there's a word for this side of your brain that does this. Like when you come up with, it's like almost word retention. So some people have photographic memory and they can memorize like this child with autism. He's a grown man now. I think
he drew a picture of the city.
The entire city.
Yeah.
One look on the Roosevelt, right? The island,
shit's sick.
the little ferry that he was on above the skyline. Yeah, so he has that. And someone compared this with another woman who has like inability to remember date, time, exact place, everything.
Do you want me to do something for you right now?
Sure.
I'm gonna put on a beat again and I'm a freestyle, but you're gonna give me a word after every 4 bars. Okay, so right? I'll rap. You're gonna give me a word
Then I'll
after
go like
that ends.
penis, like
Yes, literally. We'll do it right now.
whatever comes to mind.
I got you, bro. I love doing this with people so much.
What's the
They
name of
find
this
it so
exercise?
entertaining. It's not even an exercise, really. I just said I just do it.
It's just a thing,
Just pick a word,
right?
honestly. It's just a thing. A lot of rappers do it. It's cool.
Are
Like,
you ready to be heard?
no, I can't use the Kanye West beats because they're too like epic. Like they're too like ha ha. That, like I don't.
That dude's fucking great though.
He is.
Should I start off with a word?
Yes.
All right, pizza.
Pizza. Huh. Yeah. Hey. So I got this double cup and it's got me leaning like pizza. Every time I pull it with the brodies, know that we up. Huh. Yeah, you guessing. Eating on that bitch. Yeah, she going super saucy. I'ma eat it like it's pizza. Huh. Tell me I'm a re-up, I got my drugs on me, yeah, you know I'm finna peak. I got the DMT inside my system trickling, feeling sinking in. I got this drug inside my system, pour it up, I need to live.
Toenail.
I don't have to go here, I don't have to go there. I'm just going off the fucking rail. I don't give a shit, you know I'm scooping it like pails. And I'm always clipping on these fucking toenails. I'm about to step up on this bitch. You know she getting super nasty, I'ma throw up on that chick. Fuck it.
Crayons.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. So it's 6 feet of dirt and a casket where you lay on, and your name is probably with grave on. And I'm gonna draw that shit in with a fucking crayon, cause you a fucking pussy. You ain't with the shit I be saying.
Lobster.
And I'm like a mobster, leaving you so red, have you cooking up like lobster. Hey, controlling the game, I do it proper. In this fucking world, you're 47, I prospered.
Button.
And I'm not fucking stunting, I ain't playing with percussions, but I'm gonna get to stunting. And I'm about to put you together like you was buttons. And I'm about to rip you apart like you was nothing.
Light.
And I'm so fucking tight, man. These freestyles are so fucking light. Looking at it bright like my wisdom. Looking at this vision. I ever did this shit, yeah. I was always popping prescriptions. Fuck it. But I'm so fucking lost inside this fucking game I'm playing. And now I feel evolved, feeling like I'm Super Saiyan. And now I'm feeling evil, so I kind of feel like Satan. And day to day I'm pouring up, I constantly reminiscing. Thinking about my path and like I'm trying to beat that mission. But I don't want to go back to the days that I was missing. Stuck with intuition, suicidal on the daily. Yeah, you know that I was lifting up a Hennessy bottle, tripping off models. And I was popping bottles and sipping them often. But I don't do that shit no more. I'm fully off it.
Dumbledore.
Yeah. And then I'm pulling out of the rose where it's got the double door. Then I got all this magic calling me Dumbledore. And I just got this money, yeah, I'm thumbing through all of those. And I'm just balling like the Pelicans running those. But open gym session, got the class in that too. And you know I'm pulling up in fashion. Got the drip and got the sauce, I got the juice. Pull up with a baddie, yeah, you know she licked the crew. And she in the new Maserati, the 2-door coupe. What you want? Whip a whip. Exclusive, baby, I do.
I'm gonna jump in, ready?
Go.
Fighting these bitches like Kung Fu. Hey.
Keep going.
Give him the pinky. Tell him it's good douche. Hey.
And the beat ended. And the beat ended. Yo.
That's it for me. That's it for me.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about, bro. He said I put the pinky out. Skadoosh. That was fire, bro.
Thank you, sir. I was gonna be gone after that. I was just gonna pause.
Bro, you should learn, bro. Learn.
It's fun. That's I want to do it with my friends. From now on,
fun.
Every time we smoke, we're gonna freestyle.
Oh my god, Maz. Oh my god.
You're putting
bro.
me onto this. I'm gonna think about you every time. I'm gonna be like, bro, Slouch taught me this.
Bro, you do it for a lot. I'm gonna tell you, bro. It's gonna be hard, and it's gonna be ass. But you can't stop. Like that's why I love freestyling now. Is because I remember where I was. Because I remember 3 years ago, I couldn't think of the first word because I didn't know where tempo was. I realized when you're freestyling, you shouldn't be listening to the whole beat as one. There's a part of a beat that every artist listens to when they're making a song, and they pick a certain part of the beat to make their melody. So like on a Lil Baby beat, the kicks go Lil Baby will rap it and I keep like this, and you know I'm spinning regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But then you have artists like Juice WRLD that follow the melody, and the melody will be like dun 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 dun. It'll be like sometimes I just fall into an avalanche, right? Like
that was right off the dome.
yeah, that was just off the dome. Like
That's fire.
you could just you can nitpick what you want, and so I think the best way to freestyle, the best part of the beat to listen to, is the kicks, because that's
what I was like right here.
tempo.
I heard it was the drum. What's the one that clasps? Like the that's the one I just heard.
That's the cymbals.
Yeah, the cymbals.
Yeah.
But the one that you could use your foot for, so it closes it.
Oh,
But you still hit it though. I'm familiar with that.
The
It is one of the symbols. Yeah, you're right.
It is one of the cymbals. Oh, hi-hats.
Hi-hat. Yes.
Yes.
I learned that for a day. Forgot it. It's crazy because my family has a really big background with music. Like my cousin, he's almost like a prodigy, bro, with piano. They thought he had a perfect pitch when he was younger. Turns out he doesn't, but he can pick up any song, play it for you. Just give him like 2 minutes. He'll learn it.
That's
and start
awesome.
playing it. He'll come on a piano. Like if anytime we're around or like we have our cousins there, whatever, he'll just hop on the piano. Or my dad will be like, play Billy Joel, or he'll play a song by like Cat Stevens, if you're familiar with that, who that is.
Cat Stevens.
If you want to sing out, sing out.
Oh yes.
And
yes.
if you want, this dude is an amazing artist. I love him. But my dad will play a song from anybody, rock genre. My cousin, he'll hear it, he'll learn it. My uncles used to have a band.
I love Papa Roach.
Papa Roach, who's that?
They
Make sure you're in the cut, by the way. My fault.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, it's just a bunch. 3 Days Grace, like those rock bands and stuff. Just X put me onto that.
Yeah, like fuck. Yeah. Well, I heard some of his music. My friend really loves. You should meet my friend Luigi. You know Luigi.
Bro,
You know
that's
Luigi.
Jew Park legend,
Yeah,
Luigi. Are you kidding me, bro? I used to play basketball with Luigi
Yeah.
all the time, bro.
Bro, yeah, he loves X, obsessed. Like similar to like one of his rolling trays is X.
I'm getting an X tattoo.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
He's been telling me
Bro.
about that for the longest. He wants an X tattoo. His grinder, XXXTENTACION. His AirPods case, XXXTENTACIon. His PS4,
Really?
Make Out Hill, 17. Yeah.
He has the 17 hoodie that I have too.
Yeah, his 17 hoodie is like Jesus Christ to him.
Yes, so is mine.
We left at a party once and he was like, we're going back. We're going back.
Yeah, you
So
have
we
to
stormed
get
the party while the girl's dad is there, the family's home, they're cleaning up, they're upset, she's in trouble. We're knocking on the door. Yo, open the door. We need the hoodie. He was
need
like,
the hoodie.
I'm not leaving that hoodie because that's right after X died. So it's like it means that much more, you know?
I hope you understand, bro. That guy had a tremendous impact on people's
Like how?
lives.
Because I know what you're saying, but how did it affect you personally?
How did it affect me personally? I realized, bro, there was a point in my life where I didn't think anybody knew me because I just started music, and nobody liked the fact that I was doing music because they thought, oh, all right, Artie's doing music now. All right, let's see how this goes. And then I started getting into X in like 2017, and it was like, wow. He was just so active on his social media about just being woke, and like he reminded me a lot of me, like how like the way he loves his mother. I love my mother. Like he's just the way he spoke about his mother was very like appraising, and I like that because like I love my mom to death and I would do anything for my mom too. So that was one thing, and the fact that it was just him and his mom, it related to me also. The fact that he always felt like every time he was in a room with 100 people that were praising him, glorifying him, he still felt alone. Like I still have that problem. I still feel like, you know, when I'm in a room with a lot of people, I still feel like I'm the only one there because I feel like I'm the only one that really gets me. And
that's pretty common.
It's common.
I relate to that.
I feel like everybody goes through that because nobody could ever be you, you know, and I've learned to understand that more. But back then I didn't have that. I wasn't thinking like that. So, and then I heard his music and I realized, yeah, he's not just a screamer. Like once I heard Look at Me, I didn't like Look at Me when it first came out.
No, I loved it.
I didn't like it at first.
But he changed. He had a change of persona.
Yeah,
you know?
huge development. And that's what broke my heart, bro, because he was literally like on the
He was only doing great.
He was getting better as time was going on.
It went from like domestic abuse to like talking about depression and
I mean,
no, that was a chapter in his life.
no, it was. But
He changed. He changed.
He did change.
He
And
did.
It's a beautiful thing to see, man. It's just
For a bag, to me it was devastating. I was like, do you think it was just for a bag?
No.
No? Me neither.
There's a lot of things that are going on that I peep from like X's estate, like his family. Like now the little brother, Aiden, he's like 12 years old. Now he's making music. He's not making music, bro. His mother is forcing him to make music.
Really?
Yes.
I've heard a lot about his mother and like money,
Yes,
stuff
bro.
like that.
She's trying to take the child away from
Really?
Genesis. Yeah.
Gekyume?
Bro.
How do you say it?
Gekyume.
Gekyume.
X literally
Made
made
up a word.
up the word.
Multiverse. Now it's a word.
Now it's
Gekyume's-
a word.
He better not have foreskin now. Because motherfuckers
he
are
don't.
coming for it.
Facts. I think they already came for it. Whoever chopped it off at the hospital
Was like, I know how much this is worth. That's black market gold right there.
Gekyume's foreskin.
You know it is. Someone is buying.
Someone would.
Every market has a demand,
Every market does. It's crazy, man.
even if it's one kid's flap.
I started music because of X, bro. Like that's the day. Well, no, I was already dropping music, but the day he died, I told myself that I wasn't gonna stop, and then
I like that.
and then I just put my foot on the gas pedal. And
I meant to ask you earlier about this because I know it's like a motivating factor and people might miss out, but like fuck it. If they give up in the middle of the podcast 5 minutes, that's their loss, you know?
facts.
But I think it's really important that like to have someone to look up to. Because like people say don't idolize someone, but you need someone to you're a trailblazer in your own respect, but there's someone who has trailblazed his own path, you know? But it's a path you're following. Maybe you're following alongside it. Maybe you're walking the same path, you know? Because like you're creating your own route. But it's like You really got to have comparison in terms of conditioning.
There's got to be structure. There's got to be you have to be structured from something.
Yeah.
Nobody is who they are just because one day they just thought they didn't just implant a bunch of mannerisms and mentalities into their head in one day.
Yeah.
It's a growing process. The reason we talk the way we do, the way we act the way we do, is because of the way things were happening to us. It's the way we react to things. So if people just took more time in themselves, I feel like there wouldn't be so many depressed people in this world. And I realize that being someone who's come out of some fucking sick shit, bro, like there's always a way out. Always.
Take time to get to know the people around you, and eventually, what do you think comes first? Get to know those around you, and it helps identify yourself, or did you get to know yourself first?
No, you should definitely be surrounded by people.
So get to know them before you know you.
Get to know them before they know me, or get to know them before I know myself.
Yeah, like it'll help you define yourself, or help you understand yourself more.
It really depends on the timeline, because if you're young, then you should definitely be like being surrounded by other people will shape you, because that's how it is as a kid. That's why we're very social butterflies as children, and why we resonate with each other as kids, why we go out and play every day. It's because we want to be around each other. That is our life. That is showing us our experience. And being with other people can also introduce you to things that you never thought about yourself. When you're an adult, I don't think that you should rely all of who you are into other people, because then at that point, you're not going to have an identity for yourself. When you're a kid, you're molding your identity, because those kids don't have an identity either. You guys are just reacting
that they're molding it, you know?
Yeah, they're not conscious either. Like, you guys are just bouncing off a bunch of ideas to each other and then picking which ones you want to be. When you're an adult, those people already have their ideology set up. So if you're going to base your life off of them, you're basically living their life for them when they don't want you to.
It's also harder to change as an adult. Because that's when the concrete settles, you know? And
after 21 or 18.
I feel like you almost have to shatter your old self-image. You do. Because think about it like concrete. Once it settles, it sticks. Like, right? It's going to stay. It's almost permanent. And you got to fucking destroy it if you want to change anything.
It's true. Wow, that's great. That was great.
Thank you. I was thinking about plumbing and then came to that.
No, but bro, you're 100% right. There's a lot of people in this world that like are so afraid of change too. Like, not even like, say like, if people are telling them like, oh, you're an asshole, you need to change. Not even that. So it's just like day-to-day routines. You know, like they're scared of something happening in their life where they're not going to be able to do a certain routine again. And I find that crazy, because like if there's change happening in your life, good or bad, it's something new. That means you're allowing yourself to be in a position where whatever outcome, like you can make the outcome positive since it's a new one. And especially when it's brand new, like you said, like I feel like there's no bad luck. It's just a newer opportunity. It might suck when it happens, because of course it's going to suck, because it's something that we don't want. But people think too short term.
That's true.
Way too short term.
You can't live in the past. You can't dwell. You need to learn from past experiences without dwelling in it. You need to plan for the future without
worrying about it. Yep, exactly. And you have to live in the present without living so much in the moment.
It's a lot of regulation going on in our heads. I feel like it's too much sometimes, but I know down in my heart, it's like overthinking is good thinking.
I think it's because of the fact that we just evolved mentally. You know,
maturity.
We've put ourselves in situations to think like this because of the job aspect of life now, because of the money aspect. Money is the reason a lot of things are the way things are. Imagine there was no money. And we just learned how to do everything on our own.
There would be no incentive, though. That's why you need capitalism. Incentive.
I mean, I understand that. But also, like, imagine the reason why we can't go to no money now is because we're too deep into what we've been doing already.
It's so legitimized.
Yeah, exactly. It's too established. The only way money would not be a thing is if literally the United States fell into pieces. Like,
I think about money all the time.
True.
Right? All right, so we'll wrap this up here. What was the last thing we were saying? No fucking idea. No recollection.
Needs to be the cover. That needs to be the title of this. What were we saying?
No, you know what I really like? I could have you here and just, it doesn't have to just be about Artie and 47 music, but it's like,
I never wanted to be just that.
Because originally, like, for me, it's like, what do you do? Like, each person I have, like, let's say I'm having a teacher, Marine, or a therapist, psychologist, garbage man, right? Electrician. I really like, it starts off on the basis of what they do, but it branches off to who they are.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to have you on again. If you don't even mention music, I wouldn't mind. If you freestyle the whole time, I wouldn't mind.
Bro,
you know?
I'll do that. I'll be here, bro.
This is dope, man. This has been a great experience.
Course,
Glad
bro.
you came down, bro.
Of course, boss.
Appreciate it.
Come
Yo,
on.
guys, in the flesh, my man Artie.
What's good, man?
All right.
I want to do quick. You can follow me if you don't know who I am. Hopefully this 4-hour podcast helps. I want to shout out my boy Mas. This guy deserves every single thing that's coming his way positively, not in a bad way. I wish you tremendous luck with this podcast, bro, because like something like this takes a lot of guts. You know, just having conversations with so many people, different people day to day. Like you are doing something that is also helping people. You might not know it yet because you don't see it, but soon people are going to hit you up and tell you, yo, your podcast helped me throughout the day, got me over some shit. And once you see it, bro, it's just going to make you work so much
I'm working
harder,
towards
bro.
that. I feel like that reward is going to be
It's going to be
more compensating than anything else.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing.
Amen.
You can follow me on Instagram at 47 Slouch Official. You can follow me on YouTube at 47 Slouch YouTube. Oh yeah. You can follow me at 47 Slouch YouTube. You can follow me on Apple Music at Slouch, or all streaming platforms as Slouch, capital SLOUCH. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming soon. Out of here.
Wow.